Silver light flashed on the surface of the mirror, instantly absorbing the blood mist. The shimmering silver mirror instantly took on a vibrant red color, following which the silver light screen disappeared, only to be replaced by a swath of five-colored light. An incredible scene ensued. In the instant that the five-colored light formed another light screen, bursts of white spiritual mist emanated from its surface. The mist tumbled and surged before forming an extremely clear image. Everything within the image was manifested from mist, and aside from the fact that they were several times smaller than in real life, they were all extremely lifelike and realistic. Han Li peered into the image and his pupils abruptly contracted. The setting in the image was very familiar. It was the area near a certain small mountain located quite close to the edge of the sea of black infernal mist. There were two beings from different foreign races standing beside one another atop the mountain. At first glance, the two of them appeared to be rather similar in appearance to humans. One of them was a tall and broad handsome young man who appeared to be in his 30s with a shimmering silver horn on his head. The other being had crimson hair reaching all the way down to his waist with a pair of dead fish eyes and faint fish scales on his face. This being wore a set of green beast-hide clothing. The two of them were currently looking into the sea of black infernal mist and discussing something among themselves. The image being manifested from the white mist couldn't broadcast any sound, so Han Li couldn't hear what was being said. However, his heart immediately sank at the sight of these two beings, who were clearly not from the flying spirit race. If they were flying spirit beings, then he could appear before them as a holy disciple of the Tianping race, and they most likely wouldn't do anything to him. However, things could prove to be a lot more perilous for Han Li now. After all of these old monsters had strange personalities, and it would be a tragedy if he were to be killed by them on a whim. However, immediately fleeing from this place could alert those two beings and perhaps irk them as a result. Just as Han Li was pondering what the best course of action in this situation was, the white-robed young man with the single silver horn on his head suddenly turned to face Han Li from within the image with a meaningful look, following which a burst of piercing silver light erupted from his eyes. Han Li's eyes were struck by a burst of sharp pain, and he hurriedly stumbled back as he closed his eyes with alarm. At the same time, the clear image blurred before exploding amid a flash of silver light, then disintegrating into puffs of white mist. Han Li stood rooted to the spot with an astonished look on his face. The image that had just been dispelled was something that he'd conjured up by forcibly activating an ability that the myriad dragon beast possessed. Through the use of this ability, the beads buried in an area could broadcast the scenes unfolding in that nearby area to him in an extremely discreet manner. However, never would he have thought that the white-robed young man would possess such powerful spiritual sense that allowed him to identify what he was doing almost right away. These two were most definitely body integration stage beings, and it was possible that they could even be mid-body integration or late-body integration cultivators. Seeing as they had already identified what he was doing, should he get away from here right away? Han Li was still feeling quite indecisive. He wasn't holding on to the false hope that the two beings perhaps hadn't noticed him. Instead, he was afraid that recklessly fleeing the scene could spell his doom. Just as Han Li was grappling with an internal conflict, the silver light was slowly fading from the eyes of the white-robed being thousands of kilometers away. "Did you discover something, fellow Taoist Min?" the crimson-haired being asked. "Someone was spying on us using some kind of restriction, but I've already thwarted their efforts. However, this restriction is rather interesting," the white-robed young man replied with a smile before making a grabbing motion toward a certain direction. A white bead that was buried deep into the ground sprang out of the soil nearby before landing in his grasp. He held the bead up close to his eyes and carefully inspected it as he clicked his tongue with wonder. "I didn't think I'd find such intricately crafted surveillance treasures in a place like this. They're treasures of an extremely low caliber, yet they're extremely practical. There are very few treasures of this nature and quality even among our two races." "That's some glowing praise coming from you, Brother Min. There must be more than just one of these beads buried around here, right?" The crimson-haired faltered slightly before sweeping his spiritual sense through the nearby area. Spiritual light then flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared somewhere extremely far away before also making a grabbing motion. Thus, another myriad dragon bead shot forth before landing in his grasp. The crimson-haired being then swayed before disappearing again, then soundless reappearing where he was standing before. "It is indeed rather unique, but I feel like your praise was unwarranted. Our two races definitely have better surveillance treasures at our disposal." The crimson-haired being chuckled coldly as blue light flashed from his palm, and the bead was frozen before exploding into countless tiny shards of ice. "I beg to differ, Brother Jian. It is indeed true that our races have similar treasures, and that these treasures possess various flaws, but this shows us that the tool refinement prowess of the flying spirit beings seems to far surpass the levels suggested by the rumors that are going around. It appears that the appraisal of the flying spirit race made by our two races was a little inaccurate, the white-robed being replied in a calm voice. Oh? In that case, why don't we capture that flying spirit being and interrogate him? The crimson-haired being suggested with a sinister smile. Forget it, we're here to correspond with the flying spirit race for the first time, not to declare war on them. We'll be able to assess the tool refinement skill level of the flying spirit race once we enter their core territory, so there's no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. On top of that, this being possesses a decent cultivation base. If he's closely related to one of the old monsters of the flying spirit race, then we might be digging a hole for ourselves by capturing him. Besides, we've stumbled upon an unexpected reward, haven't we? The white-robed man cast his gaze toward the black mist in the distance with a greedy look in his eyes. Hehe, you're right, Brother Min. These flying spirit beings sure are wasting a precious resource though. I can't believe they'd just leave such valuable true spirit Inchi here without anyone to look after it. Although that certainly is a good thing for us, the crimson-haired being said with an excited look on his face. Normal flying spirit beings may be oblivious to this, but there's no way that those old monsters of the flying spirit race won't know what this mist can be used for, so we should be more careful. In all honesty, if it weren't for the fact that we truly need this stuff right now, I really don't want to stir up additional trouble in the flying spirit race territory, the white-robed man said in a hesitant voice. Haha, are you afraid that the flying spirit race would dare to attack us, Brother Min? We're here on behalf of our two races. Those old farts wouldn't dare to lay a finger on us unless they want the entire flying spirit race to be wiped off the face of the spirit realm. Even if we take this Inchi away from this place, they wouldn't dare to do anything to us. The crimson-haired being chortled in a nonchalant manner. Perhaps. However, I'm not sure whether we've been lucky or unlucky. We detected that this area was where the profound heavenly spirit/sword had appeared, but after coming all the way here and performing a blood sacrifice, we were unable to summon the profound heavenly treasure. If it weren't for the fact that the high priest of our race conducted another bout of divination, we wouldn't even know that the treasure had been taken into flying spirit race territory. Come to think of it, that's quite strange. Could it be that the flying spirit beings got their hands on the profound heavenly spirit/sword before us? The white-robed man sighed. That's most likely the case. Otherwise, it had to have been one of the smaller races securing the treasure, then taking it to the flying spirit race. Either way, it makes no difference to us, the crimson-haired being chuckled coldly. Indeed, it doesn't matter to us in the slightest. Our two races had to expend a vast amount of spirit stones to teleport us to this continent that lies on the other side of the ocean. We can't let the profound heavenly spirit/sword fall into anyone else's hands. If it were just a normal profound heavenly treasure, then we'd most likely just leave it, but the profound heavenly spirit/sword is one of the three most powerful profound heavenly treasures. Such a prized weapon cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of other races. Regardless of which race on the Tianyuan continent refuses to hand over the sword, our two races will join forces to eradicate them. The flying spirit race is a relatively powerful one on the Tianyuan continent, but they'd stand no chance against our two races. It's just a pain having to teleport people over across the sea. Otherwise we just take the sword by force. A hint of killing intent flashed through the white-robed man's eyes. Indeed. If your Jiaoqi race and our Sea Monarch race can deploy even a tenth of our forces, we'd be able to easily destroy a race like the flying spirit race. However, due to the vast distance that separates us, we'll have to resort to negotiation first. The flying spirit race better obey our wishes or else. The crimson-haired being chuckled in a sinister manner. Alright, seeing as neither of us wants to give up on this true spirit Inchi, then let's get started right away. After that, we'll pay a visit to those old farts of the flying spirit race. The white-robed man sighed as if he'd finally made up his mind. Ha, that's the spirit, Brother Min, the crimson-haired being cackled before suddenly rubbing his hands together. Waves of blue ripples immediately proliferated from his body, expanding to cover an area of several hundred acres in the blink of an eye, almost encompassing the entire sky. Spiritual light then flashed, and the blue ripples instantly transformed into blue waves. The crimson-haired being then opened its mouth to expel a glittering and translucent gourd that was several inches tall, then gently shook it toward the waves. A string of loud rumbling booms erupted as the surrounding waves began to swirl in a frenzy around the gourd before rising up to several hundred feet tall, thereby completely enshrouding the crimson-haired being within. The white-robed man smiled upon seeing this before suddenly laying hand onto the top of his own head, following which howling gusts of azure winds erupted from his head. Those winds then swelled drastically to several tens of feet in just a few flashes before surging into the heavens. A long cry that punctured the entire heavens erupted from within the fierce winds, and the winds suddenly fell away as if they were feeble papier-mâché structures. A strange horned azure creature that was over 1,000 feet tall emerged in the air. The creature had a single long silver horn on its head and a mouthful of sharp fangs. There was a suit of azure armor draped over its body, and its upper body was long and thin while its lower body was shorty and stubby. It wielded a strange black blade in one hand while holding an azure jade vial in the other. The monstrous creature tossed the jade vial in its hand into the air, and a ball of azure light instantly appeared in mid-air. A projection that was completely identical to the jade vial then emerged, and after a few flashes, it swelled drastically to around 100 feet in size. A buzzing sound rang out from within the vial, following which the opening of the vial slowly aimed itself toward the sea of mist in the distance. Almost at the exact same moment, the blue waves on the other side also underwent a drastic transformation. A piercing pillar of light erupted from the center of the blue waves, and all of the water swept outward in all directions like a waterfall. At the very center of the waves, the projection of a blue gourd that was not inferior in size to the vial projection appeared, then also aimed its opening at the sea of black infernal mist. The two beings then made hand seals in unison, and a thick pillar of azure light erupted from the vial while bursts of blue light swept forth from within the gourd. The two disappeared into the sea of mist in a flash, causing the mist to tumble violently before surging toward the azure and blue lights in a frenzy. The black mist then swirled before forming two pillars of mist that gushed into the two container treasures. The rate at which the two treasures were taking in mist was truly astounding. In mere moments, a vast expanse of empty space had been cleared out in the wake of the blue and azure lights, but the black mist quickly filled up that space again. However, there seemed to be no end to the capacity of the two containers, and they showed no sign of stopping as they continued to suck in more and more black mist. Right at this moment, the crimson-haired being appeared in the air above the blue gourd projection, looking down in silence with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, the massive monster that had been summoned by the white-robed man was seated beneath the vial projection in a cross-legged manner with its eyes closed. The amount of black mist sucked in by the two treasures was quite incredible, but the amount of black infernal mist in the area was certainly nothing to be scoffed at either. The two beings persisted for 2 days and 2 nights, but they'd only sucked away a tiny portion of the sea of black mist. If they wanted to completely take all of the black mist with them, then it would take at least a month or two. However, the two beings didn't appear to be in any hurry as they continued to spur on their two treasures, appearing as if they had all the time in the world. Han Li had witnessed what these two beings were doing through the use of his myriad dragon beads, and he was starting to become quite uneasy again. With these two staying here for so long, how was he supposed to cultivate with peace of mind? It would naturally be best if they departed after taking the entire sea of mist, but it would be very bad if they directed their attention to him after that. However, fleeing the scene would likely incur just as much risk as staying, so Han Li refrained from doing so. Even so, he had still finished packing up everything within the cave abode a day ago. Aside from the 72 golden lightning bamboo plants in which his flying swords had been sealed, all of the other important items had been stowed away into his storage bracelet, thereby allowing him to immediately escape at the first sign of trouble. A day later, both of the foreign beings cast incantation techniques to make their container treasures swell to around twice their original sizes, and the rate at which they were sucking in mist also accelerated significantly. Perhaps they had also used some other abilities to enhance the two treasures, seeing as a dozen or so pillars of mist were now gushing into the treasures as opposed to the original 2 pillars. Each and every pillar of mist was rotating as they surged through the air, thereby sweeping up the mist in a wider area around them to surge into the container treasures together. Thus, the rate at which the sea of mist was being depleted accelerated significantly, and the mist was thinning almost at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The crimson-haired being chuckled upon seeing this before turning to the white-robed man. "Brother Min, looks like we'll be able to take all of the true spirit In Chi here in around a dozen or so more days." The white-robed man smiled upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something in reply when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Immediately thereafter, an infuriated cry erupted from deep within the sea of mist. As soon as the roar rang out, the black pillars of mist surging toward the container treasures faltered before dissipating amid a string of dull thumps, as if they'd been struck by some kind of invisible power. Even as the pillar of azure light and waves of blue light continued to sweep through the mist, the black mist remained completely tranquil and refused to be taken. The two beings glanced at one another upon seeing this, and both of them could see their own grim expression mirrored in one another's eyes. At this moment, the monstrous cry within the mist became slightly louder, as if there were something flying quickly toward them from deep within the sea of mist. "Is it that thing?" the crimson-haired being asked without any context. However, the white-robed being seemed to be aware of what his companion was referring to, and his brows furrowed as he replied, "It most likely is. I was wondering why those Tianping beings hadn't touched the true spirit Yin Qi here. Turns out such a thing was lurking within it. They've always regarded bird-type true spirits as divine deities, so the thing in there was most likely left behind by such a true spirit as well," the crimson-haired being said with a wry smile. "That's most likely the case. We don't know what state it's evolved to yet, but if it's already evolved to the final stage, then we have to retreat right away," the white-robed man sighed. "Indeed, I have no intention of falling to that thing. Even my soul won't be able to reincarnate in that case," the crimson-haired being sighed in a grim manner. The white-robed man didn't say anything in response this time. Instead, he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the massive gourd projection. The projection shattered amid a dull thump, and a speck of azure light shot forth from within before landing in his grasp. It was none other than that azure jade vial, and it disappeared without a trace amid a flash of azure light. The crimson-haired being also made a grabbing motion in a cautious manner, and the waves down below vanished as the massive gourd instantly shrank down to its original size before landing in his grasp. The two beings then stood side by side, looking on into the sea of black mist in silence. Judging from the sound of that monstrous cry, whatever they were waiting for seemed to be quite close already, but only after 10 minutes did a gust of fierce winds erupt from within the sea of mist. Immediately thereafter, a white figure appeared in a flash, revealing itself to be a gargantuan creature that was several thousand feet in size. As it flashed through the sea of mist, it swept up a rank odor, as it appraised the two beings with a frosty light in its eyes. This was a white skeletal bird with 9 different heads. Each and every one of the heads had eerie green ghostly flames burning within their eye sockets, and wisps of inky black Yin Qi were swirling around its body, giving the bird an even more sinister appearance. "Those are the remains of a 9-headed bird," the crimson-haired being exclaimed as soon as he caught sight of the skeletal bird. "Thankfully, it's still only at the second stage of its corpse transformation and hasn't yet evolved to become an infernal nether corpse of the final stage, so it's only comparable to the two of us in power. The only problem is that we don't know how much of this bird's vicious baleful qi remains. If it's retained more than half its baleful qi, then we'll most likely have to retreat," the white-robed man said in a calm voice, but a faint hint of fear flashed through his eyes as he spoke. "Let's give it a try to find out. Would you really be willing to give up on the true spirit Yin Qi here, Brother Min?" the crimson-haired being asked with gritted teeth as he stared at the skeletal bird with a grave expression. "Of course I don't want to give up on it. The cultivation art I'm using desperately requires this stuff to enhance its power. We'll each try one attack each to test it. If it's too powerful then we retreat right away." The white-robed man finally made up his mind. As soon as his voice trailed off, one of the 9-headed bird's huge heads reared up before letting loose a shrill cry, following which all 8 of its other heads opened their beaks in unison. Loud booms rang out as fireballs, blades of wind, ice spikes, bolts of lightning, and other attacks of countless different attributes erupted from the 8 heads at the same time, obscuring almost the entire sky. The ferocity of the attack was truly astounding. However, the two foreign beings suddenly became a lot calmer upon seeing this. "I'll go first," the crimson-haired being volunteered before making a hand seal, upon which blue light immediately began to surge around his body. He then pointed a finger toward the oncoming wave of attacks in a seemingly casual manner, and a burst of blue light shot forth from his fingertip. The blue light was initially only a thin line, but after leaving his fingertip, it immediately transformed into a blue light barrier that shielded the two beings behind it. The crimson-haired being then made another hand seal, and the light barrier flashed erratically before forming a resolute blue wall of ice. In that instant all of the oncoming attacks finally struck, crashing into the blue ice barrier like a torrential downpour. Loud explosions, dull thumps, and sharp screeching sounds rang out at the same time from the surface of the ice wall. Spiritual light of all types of different colors radiated from the attacks, completely inundating the ice wall in a spectacular display of colorful lights. The skeletal bird's central head let loose a triumphant cry upon seeing this, but the other 8 heads continued their offensive output. In fact, they were attacking with even greater ferocity, as if the bird were planning to kill both of its enemies in one fell swoop. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph suddenly sounded from beyond the wall of ice, following which a burst of blue light surged forth. The blue light proliferated at an incredible rate, expanding to encompass an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. The space left in the wake of the blue light warped and blurred, and any attack that entered that area simply disappeared in a soundless manner. The crimson-haired being's urgent chanting then sounded from within the blue light, and the light swelled dramatically, sweeping toward the massive skeletal bird in a counterattack. The blue light was traveling at such an incredible speed that it was upon the skeletal bird in the span of just a single breath. The skeletal bird was startled by this, but remained unflustered as it swiped its massive talons toward the oncoming blue light. Dozens of inky black claw projections appeared before hurtling forth like sharp swords, striking the blue light amid a resounding boom. Dozens of rifts were instantly sliced into the blue light by the claw projections, making it appear as if it were a shredded rag. However, the blue light returned to its original condition following a flash of spiritual light, but all of the claw projections were trapped within the blue light before being sealed in chunks of blue ice. The blue light then swept into the air above the skeletal bird's head before crashing down with devastating might. The skeletal bird's central head let loose a sharp cry of shock and fury as it abruptly flapped both of its massive bony wings at once. Two bursts of gray chi erupted from the wings before striking the descending blue light, and as the two clashed and intertwined amid bursts of rumbling akin to loud thunderclaps. The blue light then intensified in brightness before quickly engulfing the gray chi, then transforming into blocks of ice of different sizes that hovered in midair. However, the blue light was also unable to descend any further as a result, and was kept at bay by the relentless gray chi. Just as a stalemate was beginning to eventuate, a startling turn of events unfolded. The skeletal bird let loose an eerie cry, and light flashed within the blocks of ice before countless holes suddenly appeared on their smooth surfaces. Gray chi then surged out of those holes in a frenzy before instantly engulfing the blocks of ice and reducing them to nothingness. The gray chi possessed powerful corrosive attributes, and it took only the span of a few breaths to completely eradicate the blocks of ice and blue light up above. As expected, this nine-headed bird still possesses some of its baleful chi from when it was alive, but let's see just how much of that it's managed to retain, the crimson-haired being mused in a cold voice. Immediately thereafter, the blue light began to tremor violently, then increase significantly in brightness, following which countless balls of blue light shot forth from within. These were fist-sized balls of light that appeared to be almost substantial, and as soon as they appeared, they hurtled toward the skeletal bird amid an unsettling screeching sound. The skeletal bird had witnessed the power of the blue light already, so it naturally wasn't going to make the mistake of underestimating its enemy's attacks again. Thus, its central head immediately spread open its beak to expel another burst of gray chi. This stream of gray chi combined with the other two that were gushing from its wings, and they swept toward the blue balls of light in unison, following which loud explosions erupted. All of the balls of light transformed into ice lotus flowers, only to be completely inundated by the gray chi before they could do anything. However, there seemed to be no end to these balls of blue light, and with so many of them exploding in rapid successions, the gray chi was completely stalled, unable to advance any further. It has indeed retained a lot of its baleful chi. Let me give it a try as well. The white-robed man's voice sounded from within the blue light, following which he emerged from within. At this moment he was making a hand seal, and the horn on his head instantly elongated to around twice its original length. At the same time, the massive monstrous projection that had been summoned once before appeared behind it again. A bolt of azure lightning appeared on the man's horn, and he lowered his head slightly to blast the arc of lightning through the air. The bolt of lightning became as thick as a large bowl mid-flight and elongated to over 100 feet. The man shook his head from side to the side, and the massive bolt of lightning blurred before it was instantly split into 2, then into 4, then into 8. Countless arcs of this azure lightning had covered half of the entire sky in the blink of an eye, and all of them were sent hurtling toward the skeletal bird amid a burst of ear-splitting rumbling. The skeletal bird was quite startled to see this, and it immediately switched the direction toward which it was blasting its gray chi, aiming it toward the arcs of lightning instead. In the instant that the two came into contact with one another, most of the arcs of lightning flashed before forming an azure net of lightning. A loud thunderclap erupted, and the azure lightning intertwined with the gray chi, nullifying each other to result in another stalemate. Moments later, a peculiar look appeared on the young man's face, and he made a hand seal to send another arc of lightning flying from the horn on his head. The same process repeated itself, and several hundred more arcs of azure lightning shot forth at once, instantly shattering the fragile balance that had been established. The new influx of azure lightning instantly forced back the gray chi, and the lightning transformed into lightning WRMs and pythons that wreaked havoc relentlessly within the gray chi. The giant skeletal bird raised all 9 of its head in unison upon seeing this, then opened its beaks at once to blast forth pillars of black light that shot forth at a rapid speed. 5 of those pillars of light surged toward the azure lightning up above while the remaining 4 shot forth toward the blue light down below. A scorching aura erupted from the pillars of light, and the arcs of lightning and waves of blue light were all vanquished with ease by this black light. The 9 pillars of light appeared in a flash before the white-robed man and the crimson-haired being, who was hiding within the blue light, then punctured through both of their bodies at once. However, the bodies of those 2 beings vanished as soon as they were punctured by those pillars of light, revealing them to be mere projections. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet away, and 2 humanoid figures appeared. They were none other than the 2 beings engaged in battle with the skeletal bird. The white-robed man turned to his companion and asked, "How much of its baleful chi do you think it's retained?" "It should be less than half, around a third," the crimson-haired being immediately replied. "That's what I think as well. If it had sufficient baleful chi to support it, then it wouldn't have unleashed its soul-vanquishing divine light so early," the white-robed man mused. "Does that mean you're going to fight for the true spirit-ine chi now, Brother Min?" The crimson-haired being chuckled. "Seeing as the remains of this 9-headed bird doesn't have much baleful chi left, I certainly won't give up on this true spirit-ine chi. However, what's troubling me is that a nether corpse of this caliber shouldn't be capable of producing so much true spirit-ine chi of such a high degree of purity," the white-robed man replied with furrowed brows. "That is indeed rather suspicious, but what does it matter to us unless there's a second nether corpse within this true spirit-ine chi? If there were too little of this ine chi, it wouldn't be enough to split between us, so this is ideal," the crimson-haired being chuckled. The white-robed man contemplated his companion's words momentarily before nodding in agreement. "You're right, I was merely overthinking things. Let's go all out and kill this thing as quickly as possible." "My thoughts exactly." A cold expression immediately appeared on the crimson-haired being's face. At this moment, the skeletal bird had flown into a thunderous rage upon seeing its attack fail to hit its enemies. It suddenly plunged headfirst into the sea of mist before letting loose a long cry, and all of the black mist within a radius of several kilometers surged toward it. The black mist converged to form inky black feathers that covered its entire body, and it surged toward its 2 opponents with devastating might. The 2 beings were confident in their ability to win this battle, but their hearts still jolted upon seeing this. The white-robed man immediately laid a hand onto his own head and transformed into that massive armored monster. At the same time, countless arcs of azure light erupted from his body to meet the oncoming bird. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired being made a grabbing motion, and a shimmering golden trident immediately appeared within his grasp. He raised the trident into the air, and blue, white, and yellow spiritual light appeared on the 3 respective tips of the trident. Brilliant blue light also erupted from the crimson-haired being's body, and it abruptly transformed into a massive monster with the head of a fish and the body of a human. His new body then expanded countless times along with the trident in his hand, and he resembled a towering giant as he waved his massive trident through the air. Spiritual light of 3 different colors immediately appeared in the surrounding space before transforming into blue waves, fierce white winds, and azure lightning. The trident was then plunged forward to join the battle. Earth-shattering booms erupted one after another, and the ground tremored violently as the battle raged on, creating a thunderous commotion that was audible even from thousands of kilometers away. Unless Hanli was deaf, there was no way that he wouldn't have detected what was happening outside his cave abode. He immediately activated his myriad dragon bead formation without any hesitation, thereby allowing him to witness the battle taking place near the Sea of Black Mist. When he witnessed the gargantuan 9-headed bird sweeping through the Sea of Black Mist, Hanli couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. To think that such a fearsome being was lurking within the mist. He was truly fortunate that he hadn't alerted this thing as he was rushing out of the Sea of Mist back when he'd just been teleported out of the Infernal River. This skeletal bird was able to take on 2 body integration stage beings at once, so if he were to face it in battle, he'd be dead for sure. A massive spiritual tornado was taking shape due to the battle between the 3 body integration stage beings, and the tornado was only expanding as it stirred up the Sea of Black Mist beneath it. Hanli looked on as the battle was being broadcasted on the light screen before him, and an indecisive look appeared on his face. He was naturally able to tell that the two foreign beings held the upper hand, and that the battle was slowly approaching his cave abode. I can't stay here any longer. Regardless of whether their battle was actually going to impact his cave abode, this was the ideal opportunity to leave. 72 projections of small swords shot forth from within his sleeve before disappearing into the bamboo plants in a flash, following which he made a hand seal, and an astonishing scene ensued. Thunderclaps erupted from all of the golden lightning bamboo plants as the entire plant instantly wilted, then turned into a grayish-white color as they were long dead. A gentle breeze swept past, and all of the plants instantly disappeared into dust. What remained in their place were 72 azure flying swords, each of which around a foot in length, hovering in midair while shimmering with cold light. Han Li swept a hand through the air, and one of the flying swords flew toward him before landing in his grasp. Han Li inspected the azure flying sword for a moment, then abruptly flicked a finger onto the flat part of the blade. Azure light immediately shimmered over the surface of the sword, and a long dragon roar rang out as the sword wobbled like a squirming azure worm. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and brilliant spiritual light suddenly erupted from his palm as he held onto the sword, injecting bursts of astonishing spiritual power into the sword. The sword instantly began to flash erratically with azure light, turning the entire sword into an indistinct blur. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he extended a finger toward the sword, only for his finger to pass through it without any impediment, as if the flying sword were merely an illusion. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he made a hand seal before sweeping his spiritual sense toward all of the flying swords. The 72 flying swords rose up into the air at once, circling around before disappearing into Han Li's body. Han Li then flew out of the medicine garden as a streak of azure light, and moments later, he appeared at the foot of the giant mountain where his cave abode was situated. A streak of azure light then ascended before flying toward the opposite direction of the sea of black infernal mist. With the powerful spiritual sense of the three-body integration stage beings in the distance, there were no concealment measures that Han Li could take that would allow him to avoid detection. Thus, he made no effort to conceal himself at all as he blatantly flew away into the distance. Loud rumbling booms were erupting in the distance amid piercing flashes of spiritual light. Even if those two foreign beings wanted to hunt him down, they were currently too busy to do so. Han Li was only escaping now as he'd identified this as a brilliant opportunity. In the distance, the white-robed man that had transformed into the massive monster was blasting forth countless arcs of azure lightning from his hands to force back the oncoming skeletal bird. All of a sudden, he turned toward the direction that Han Li was fleeing in, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Don't get distracted, Brother Min, let's kill this thing first. If we pile on a bit more pressure, it won't be able to last much longer," his companion urged, despite also catching sight of Han Li fleeing the scene. "I don't need you to tell me that," the horned monster harumphed coldly. A boom thunderclap erupted from the monster's horn, following which a bolt of azure lightning as thick as a water tank shot forth, transforming into a massive lightning blade in a flash before hurtling toward the skeletal bird in a vicious manner. The bird showed no intention of backing down as it let loose a sharp cry and raised one of its talons. A gargantuan talon projection that was enshrouded in black chi emerged before directly meeting the lightning blade amid a resounding boom, and the resulting explosion sent shockwaves radiating in all directions. A cruel smile appeared on the crimson-haired being upon seeing this, and he raised the trident in his hand to blast forth an extraordinarily thick ice spear, a gust of gale-force winds, and a bolt of white lightning in unison. The battle between the three seemed to have intensified even further. Initially, Han Li was flying toward the direction that would take him deeper into Tianping race territory, but after flying for close to 100,000 kilometers, he suddenly looped around and flew deeper into the ocean. This was a precautionary measure to prevent the two foreign beings from hunting him down if they were to take care of that skeletal bird in a short time. After throwing what was essentially a feint, Han Li would naturally be a lot safer. Even so, Han Li still didn't dare to stop for a single instant during the next dozen or so days. Instead, he flew deep into the ocean with all his might, and only after making certain that he wouldn't be chased down by those two beings did he heave a long sigh of relief and change directions yet again. On this occasion he was slowly flying parallel to the shore. Generally speaking, the powerful sea beasts and perils within the sea were more dangerous than those on land. Even after reaching the spatial tempering stage, he had never intended to go so deep into the ocean as he knew just how perilous the sea could prove to be. However, Han Li no longer planned to remain in the area controlled by the flying spirit race either. On one hand, he wanted to get away from the Tianping race, and on the other hand, the arrival of the two foreign body integration stage beings struck him with a sense of foreboding, thereby further fueling his decision to get away from this place. He was going to keep flying along the seashore until he flew out of flying spirit race territories. Powerful sea beasts from deeper in the ocean general wouldn't come so close to the shore, and most flying spirit beings detested the ocean, so it was rather unlikely that he'd encounter any of them here. Thus, he'd be able to avoid a lot of trouble by taking this course of action. Having made up his mind, Han Li flew toward the east. At his current cultivation base, even though he wasn't flying at full speed as he was trying to be more cautious in his journey, it was still no issue at all for him to cover millions of kilometers in a single day. As he flew along, he pulled out one of his azure flying swords and stroked it with a finger while wearing a contemplative look on his face. All of his azure bamboo clouds warm swords had been converted to pure wood attribute treasures, and they'd all become as light as air. Furthermore, injection of magic power could make the sword's transition between a substantial state and a light form. Han Li held onto the hilt of the sword and injected his magic power into it. A vast expanse of azure light immediately erupted before him like a peacock spreading its tail, but as he flicked his wrist through the air, all of the azure light instantly converged to form an azure longsword. The speed at which these transitions took place was quite astounding, and Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this. If he wanted to continue to refine his flying swords to truly achieve oneness with them, he wouldn't be able to do so through the use of any external items. He'd only be able to use his own power to slowly nurture them. Thus, Han Li was in high spirits as he continued to fly through the air while studying the spring dawnsword formation. Time passed by one day after another, and Han Li flew along the seashore for over half a year. On this day, a few of Han Li's flying swords had just flown forth at his behest to strike down a sea python that was attempting to attack him, when his expression abruptly changed as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. The sky in that direction had been bright and clear just a moment ago, but it had suddenly turned into a vibrant red color. Immediately thereafter, countless crimson clouds swept toward him from that direction, soundlessly reaching the air above his head in mere moments before rapidly extending even further into the distance. In the blink of an eye, those clouds had stretched to as far as Han Li's eyes could see in all directions, and the air around him reeked of a strong rank odor. It was as if he'd somehow found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. Han Li sniffed at the air around him and his face paled slightly. The scent in the air clearly belonged to that of fresh blood. How much fresh blood was required to condense into so many blood clouds? Han Li immediately became extremely wary. He abruptly stopped mid-flight as a lightning robe appeared over his body, then transformed into a flickering layer of azure and white arcs of lightning. At the same time, golden light shimmered all over his body as golden scales emerged alongside the projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. Meanwhile, Han Li had his arms crossed as he looked up into the sky. He narrowed his eyes and blue light flashed within his pupils. The bizarre scenes unfolding around him struck him with the suspicion that something was onto him. Thankfully, with his current cultivation base and the new abilities he'd mastered, he had a decent chance of escaping even in the face of a body integration cultivator. Thus he was still quite calm and collected. Of course, he'd also immediately unleashed his spiritual sense in all directions, trying to seek out the potential hidden enemies lurking within the blood clouds. However, the results of his detection immediately made his heart sink. There was not a single enemy to be found within the vast area encompassed by his spiritual sense. Instead, what he discovered was that the entire sky in a radius of thousands of kilometers around him had been enshrouded under the same blood clouds. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Could it be that he'd been targeted by someone or that he was situated within a certain mysterious restriction? Those were the only conclusions that Han Li could arrive at. After a period of indecision, he suddenly shot forth as a streak of azure light, disappearing into the distance after just a few flashes. Regardless of why such a harrowing phenomenon had appeared, it was best to get far away from this place. At Han Li's current cultivation base, flying at full speed allowed him to cover a distance of over 1,000 feet in an instant, and his speed could almost match that of a body integration cultivator. This was partially due to the fact that Han Li's cultivation base had improved significantly, but the main contributory factor to this was how light his newly refined flying swords had become. Han Li was able to travel at such high speed as he was flying atop one of his swords. This came as quite a surprise to him, but it was obviously quite a pleasant one. However, Han Li's smile soon stiffened on his face as an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. He had flown for over 500,000 kilometers, but he still hadn't been able to escape from these blood clouds, and there was still no end to them in sight. Han Li was astonished to see this, and he began to accelerate even further. After flying for over an hour, the blood clouds remained hanging over his head, and Han Li finally stopped as the azure light around him faded. At this moment Han Li wore an extremely dark expression. It was quite clear that he was situated within some type of profound restriction. Otherwise something like this definitely wouldn't be happening. However, the size of this restriction was downright staggering. Han Li hovered in midair as he rapidly scrambled for a way to extricate himself from this situation. However, before he could think of anything, the blood clouds in the air suddenly surged violently, and a series of fist-sized crimson runes emerged from within. These runes swirled through the air before emitting a low buzzing sound, but the noise was growing louder and louder, and slowly becoming quite deafening. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. Azure light flashed from his body as 72 azure flying swords flew forth from all parts of his body, then circled around him and transformed into 72 azure lotus flowers. However, that wasn't the end. After releasing his flying swords, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a black shadow flashed as a miniature black mountain that was several inches tall appeared over his hand. He tossed the miniature mountain into the air, and it instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, creating a massive shield above Han Li. Even though he didn't know what was going to happen, he still instantly set up several layers of defense. Just as Han Li was looking on with a grim expression, the crimson runes up above suddenly converged toward Han Li in unison as if they'd found a target. With the massive divine essence-fused mountain up above, none of the runes overhead were able to reach him. However, the crimson runes in all four directions and down below were surging toward him in a frenzy. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed at the azure lotus flowers around him. The flowers rotated on the spot before transforming into countless streaks of azure sword chi that flew toward the oncoming runes. Strings of dull thumps erupted as all of the runes were instantly slashed into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist then attempted to surge through the gaps between the azure sword chi, only for Han Li to let loose a low cry as the azure and white arcs of lightning around his body swelled, forming a massive lightning net that repelled the blood mist. Just as Han Li was heaving a faint sigh of relief, all of the blood mist was swept back and disappeared into the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye. The clouds instantly began to tremor violently, and following an earth-shattering boom, a massive crimson rune that was around 300 feet in size slowly descended. Even Han Li was quite intimidated by the sight of such a gigantic blood rune. He took a deep breath before pointing a finger up at the black mountain above his head. A dull thump immediately erupted from the mountain as countless gray strands of light shot forth, forming a huge gray net in preparation for the descent of the massive blood rune. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li scratching his head. The massive rune didn't plummet straight down as he imagined it would. Instead, it slowly swirled beneath the blood clouds, emanating an eerie crimson light in the process. Han Li stood still on the spot and waited for a full 10 minutes, only for nothing to happen. His brows furrowed as he pondered what the purpose of this giant rune could be. However, his expression then suddenly changed, and he seemed to have discovered something as he abruptly swept a hand over the storage bracelet on his wrist. Azure light flashed and a jade box flew forth before landing in his grasp. There were several talismans of different colors plastered to the jade box, but its lid was still tremoring incessantly while flashing erratically with spiritual light. What was even more incredible was that in the instant Han Li summoned the box, the massive blood rune in the sky seemed to resonate as it began to flash violently. The talismans plastered to the box suddenly self-ignited and were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Almost at the exact same moment, a resounding boom erupted, and the jade box exploded amid a burst of white light, sending countless shards of shrapnel flying in all directions. If Han Li were a normal cultivator, that alone would have been enough to severely wound him. However, Han Li's body had truly reached an extraordinarily powerful state, to the extent that the shrapnel merely bounced off his body in a harmless manner as if they'd struck a statue forged from steel essence. After the white light faded, the item within the box hovered before Han Li in a motionless manner. The surface of the item was slightly yellow, but there were dark green patterns running all over it, and it appeared to be a long and thin wooden rod. It was none other than Han Li's profound heavenly fruit. As soon as the profound heavenly fruit appeared, the blood rune in the sky tremored violently before disappearing with a dull thump. An extremely bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The situation was far too bizarre. These blood clouds had gathered for his profound heavenly fruit? Before he had a chance to ascertain what was happening, A loud rumbling boom suddenly erupted from within the blood clouds up above. Han Li faltered before hurriedly looking upward, and the sight that he was greeted by gave him quite a fright. Countless projections had been manifested within the blood clouds, most of which were projections of all types of demon beasts, while a small portion of them were foreign beings that Han Li had never seen before, many of which appeared to be flying spirit beings. All of the projections wore twisted expressions, as if they were in extreme agony. This is a blood sacrifice. With Han Li's vast knowledge and experience, he was immediately able to identify what he was seeing. Right at this moment, the crimson projections converged toward the center of the blood clouds, following which brilliant crimson light erupted, and a crimson formation that encompassed almost the entire sky gradually took shape. Han Li drew a sharp breath as he abruptly grabbed the profound heavenly fruit, then instantly sped to over 1,000 feet away as a streak of azure light. The situation clearly wasn't quite right, so he decided to flee the scene right away. After just a few flashes, he disappeared into the distance. However, the massive formation was still taking shape in an unhurried manner, showing no signs of stopping due to Han Li's departure. After a while, Han Li had flown to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away after fleeing with all his might. He was still enshrouded under the blood clouds, but he'd lost sight of the massive formation long ago. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he finally slow down a little. All of a sudden, a loud rumbling erupted within the blood clouds overhead again. Han Li's heart sank upon hearing this familiar sound, and he hurriedly raised his head. The sedentary blood clouds up above suddenly dispersed, and the entire sky warped as crimson light flashed, following which a massive crimson formation appeared. The mysterious light formation was hovering right over Han Li, and his face instantly paled. He didn't know the purpose of this formation, but it was definitely not a good thing for such a massive formation to be stalking him. Thus, Han Li immediately fled into the distance as a streak of azure light again. Right at this moment, the crimson formation up above suddenly sprang into action. Even so, he had no choice but to unleash them in the face of this perilous situation. However, the scenes that unfolded next immediately made Han Li falter in his attempt to summon the gold-devouring beetles. Just as the runes were about to strike his body, they suddenly changed direction before surging into toward the object in his hand as specks of spiritual light. Han Li felt a warm sensation in his palm, following which the profound heavenly fruit in his hand struggled free from his fingers and flew into the air as a ball of white light. After just a few flashes, the fruit rose over 1,000 feet into the air, enshrouded by countless crimson runes in the process. Immediately thereafter, the fruit rotated in mid-air before swelling drastically to several times its original size, repelling away countless crimson runes around it. After that, countless streaks of sword chi began to emanate with brilliant white light, shredding all of the runes in the air. The white light then faded and disappeared without a trace while the enlarged profound heavenly fruit remained hovering in mid-air. Han Li looked on at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a flabbergasted expression. However, he quickly came to his senses, and the magic power that he'd gathered surged into the projection above him in a frenzy. The projection shuddered, and shimmering golden light rapidly revolved around it before proliferating in all directions in the blink of an eye. A scintillating ball of golden light akin to a golden sun rose up above Han Li's head. Han Li then began to chant something, and the projection raised all three of its heads in unison while also waving its 6 arms in all directions, then letting loose a low deep cry. The golden sun overhead expanded and shrank before abruptly exploding. Following an earth-shattering boom, waves of golden light proliferated forth like substantial shockwaves. As the golden shockwaves surged through the crimson light, the latter flashed erratically before being forced back in a frenzy. With Han Li at the center, all of the crimson light within a radius of over 100 feet was forcibly repelled, thereby allowing him to recover his freedom. This ability was something that Han Li had attained from the Provenance True Devil Arts after progressing to the early spatial tempering stage. In reality, it was merely borrowing the power of his projection to focus the power of his cultivation art into one spot, then releasing it all at once. That seemingly ordinary attack had actually expended close to half of all of the magic power within Han Li's body. Of course, what was unbeknownst to Han Li was that the Provenance True Devil Arts contained both Buddhist and devilish elements at the same time, giving it an extremely special attribute. If any other cultivation art had been used, even body integration cultivators wouldn't have been able to break free from the crimson light. Hence, it had to be said that he had been quite lucky here. However, after finally escaping from the restriction of the crimson pillar after expending extensive effort, a burst of loud howling suddenly rang out from within the black hole in the crimson formation up above, following which countless vibrant crimson threads shot forth, attempting to ensnare the profound heavenly fruit. However, the profound heavenly fruit seemed to have attained sentient will as it tremored gently before releasing boundless white light. The white light and crimson threads instantly intertwined with one another amid a series of crackles and pops. The white light was extremely sharp and managed to shred most of the crimson threads, but it was quickly overwhelmed and enshrouded in a massive crimson cocoon. The profound heavenly fruit struggled with all its might within the crimson threads, but the two waves of white light it had unleashed just then had clearly expended all of its power. Thus, it was dragged toward the large black hole in a powerless manner. However, right at this moment, golden light exploded within the crimson light down below, sweeping aside a vast expanse of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, a streak of azure light shot forth from within the crimson light, then surged toward the crimson cocoon and forming a massive azure hand that grabbed toward it. The azure hand caught the crimson cocoon in a tight grasp, following which countless streaks of sword chi shot forth from within the massive hand to strike down on the cocoon. However, a peculiar scene then ensued. The sword chi merely passed through the cocoon as if it were an imaginary structure, unable to damage it in the slightest. The azure light receded, and the massive azure hand transformed into Han Li. Azure threads then erupted from within one of his sleeves before ensnaring the profound heavenly fruit within the crimson cocoon. However, the enormity of the crimson cocoon's pulling power was far beyond what Han Li had imagined, so the profound heavenly fruit was still slowly rising up into the air. If it weren't for the fact that the fruit itself was struggling with all its might to resist the immense force being exerted by the crimson threads, it would have most likely been drawn into the black hole already. Even so, it would only a matter of moments before it would disappear into the hole. In his state of urgency, Han Li abruptly pointed a finger toward the azure flying sword in the air, and a long cry erupted from the sword, following which it blurred into a faint azure mark, as if it had lost all of its substance. This was none other than the sword's void form ability. Immediately thereafter, the azure blur shot forth, slashing through the air amid a string of dull thumps. The seemingly insubstantial crimson threads were instantly sliced into countless segments. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air before flying forth as an azure thread. At the same time, all of the other flying swords caught up to Han Li in a flash, then disappeared into his body. At Han Li's current speed, he was able to cover a distance of around 2,000 feet in the blink of an eye. After just a few more flashes, he was going to completely disappear into the distance. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief, thinking that he'd finally managed to escape this ordeal. However, right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. The black hole within the crimson formation contracted, following which a clump of crimson threads shot forth from within. The thread merely blurred before covering a distance of 2,000 feet, reaching Han Li at a speed that was greatly astounding to him. Before he had a chance to react, crimson light flashed before his eyes, and both he as well as the profound heavenly fruit were swept up by the crimson threads. The crimson threads then flashed before surging back into the black hole just as quickly as they'd reached Han Li. He couldn't see what was happening outside the clump of crimson threads, but he knew that he had to have been drawn into the black hole. Otherwise, such a peculiar occurrence wouldn't have taken place. In his urgency, Han Li slapped a palm toward his own glabella. Black light flashed there, following which a black eyeball emerged. It was none other than the law destruction eye that Han Li had cultivated arduously for many years. Seeing as ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against the crimson threads, he could only use this ability that specifically targeted restrictions. In his desperation, Han Li had made the right decision. A beam of black light that was as thick as a finger shot forth from within the law destruction eye, puncturing the seemingly indestructible crimson threads with ease. The thin beam of light then swiped across to slice open a 10 feet long opening in the clump of crimson threads. Han Li was initially quite surprised that his law destruction eye had managed to sever the crimson threads so easily, following which an ecstatic look appeared on his face. He immediately flapped his wings without any hesitation, flying out through the opening created by the beam of black light in a flash. The spiritual light around him then flashed before Han Li appeared within the black hole while his wings continued to flap incessantly. This wasn't because he was unleashing some kind of movement technique. Instead, he required the thunderstorm wings flight abilities just to stay aloft in the air. Otherwise, he was going to immediately plummet straight into the depths of the black hole. Ghostly howls erupted in the surrounding area, and countless crimson projections rushed toward him. Han Li's expression darkened as he rubbed his hands together, and a loud thunderclap erupted as countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from his hands. These arcs of lightning were all extremely thick, far more so than the divine Devilbane lightning that Hanli had used in the past. This was one of the additional unexpected benefits of employing the sword planting method. Not only had the newly refined flying swords completely absorbed the spiritual chi within the golden lightning bamboo, they had also absorbed the divine Devilbane lightning imbued within the bamboo. As a result, not only had his flying swords been refined to become pure wood attribute swords, the divine Devilbane lightning they contained was far more plentiful and powerful than before. Hence, they naturally appeared to be a lot more unstoppable now when unleashed by Hanli. Following a burst of rumbling explosions, the vast expanse of golden lightning flashed and repelled all of the oncoming crimson projections. However, there were simply too many of them, and it seemed as if there were no end to these crimson shadows, which were pouncing toward Hanli in swarms without any fear for their own safety. Some of the more substantial ones were even able to open their mouths to blast forth putrid crimson threads then punctured through the net of divine Devilbane lightning, piercing right through to Hanli. However, all of these threads were kept at bay by the void-form sword chi he'd unleashed. Streaks of azure light flashed through the air, shredding crimson threads into countless segments. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from within the crimson formation, and the spatial fluctuations erupting from within the black hole intensified even further. Hanli only had to look around to realize that he was facing some kind of unknown peril. His expression changed drastically as he flapped his wings, flashing over to the edge of the black hole in an attempt to escape. However, Hanli then stumbled back following a dull thump, as if he'd crashed into an invisible wall. He flapped his wings violently several times, and only then was he able to arrest his momentum with an enraged look on his face. Just as he had stabilized himself and was about to unleash another powerful ability to break this invisible barrier, a burst of enormous suction force suddenly erupted from deep within the black hole. The suction force was so immense that Hanli was drawn back to the same place he had been situated at before almost without being able to offer any resistance, and he was quickly dragged beyond that point, pulling him further into the black hole. Hanli's expression changed drastically, and it wasn't difficult to imagine the shock surging through his heart. The crimson formation began to tremor even more violently, and the surface of the formation had already formed one massive blur and become quite transparent, as if it were going to disappear at any moment. Many things had happened during this time, but only the span of a few breaths had actually passed. Hanli was trapped by the suction force from the black hole, and in his desperation he unleashed all of his abilities at once without any inhibitions in the hope that they would free him from his ordeal. All of a sudden golden light, gray light, five-colored flames, golden arcs of lightning, and streaks of azure sword chi erupted forth in unison. The power of so many abilities unleashed at once was obviously quite astounding. Balls of five-colored flames appeared around Hanli before completely inundating his body, and despite how powerful the suction force was it, still eased during that instant. Hanli was ecstatic, and he was just about to fly out of the black hole when an anguished wail erupted from the crimson shadows in the surrounding area. Immediately thereafter, a string of dull thumps rang out, and all of them exploded at once to form bursts of crimson light. These bursts of light then instantly disappeared without a trace into the depths of the black hole. Hanli immediately sensed his surroundings blur and warp, and a sense of déjà vu welled up in his heart. His countless past experiences in teleportation alerted him to the fact that he was being teleported away once again. He didn't know where he was going to be teleported to, but it certainly wasn't going to be somewhere good. Thus, he immediately blasted forth a pillar of black light from his Law Destruction Eye again, and the light quickly disappeared into the darkness. The blurry scenes around him congealed slightly before continuing to blur and warp. Hanli wore a thunderous expression as he blasted one beam of black light after another out of his glabella. At the same time, the golden projection above his head was swinging all 6 arms through the air, sending streaks of golden light flashing past in an attempt to cut off the teleportation. However, a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the cave, and all of the attacks disappeared in a flash, seemingly having not resulted in any effect. It was quite clear that this teleportation wasn't like anything he'd seen before, as it was completely immune to the effects of these attacks. Hanli's heart sank and he was struck by a sense of powerlessness for the first time. At the same time, a peculiar look appeared on his face. In his past experiences with teleportation, he should have been teleported away already right after his surroundings blurred, so why was this process taking so long? Just as Hanli was scrambling for answers as well as a way to save himself, a sharp pain suddenly shot through the hand that was holding the profound heavenly fruit, as if he'd just been pricked by a sharp needle. He immediately looked down in a startled manner to discover that even though he's activated his Providence True Devil arts to their maximal extent, a small hole had still been stabbed into his hand, and blood was flowing from the small puncture wound. An extremely sharp wooden spike had appeared on the profound heavenly fruit, and it was stained with blood, so it had clearly been responsible for inflicting the injury. Han Li's body was even more resolute than the average treasure, and when activating his Providence True Devil arts, his hands were several times more robust than normal. As such, it was simply incredible that he was injured so easily by a small wooden spike. If he hadn't have seen it for himself, he would have found it very difficult to believe. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face, and before he had a chance to try and stop the bleeding, white light flashed from the profound heavenly fruit before it began absorbing his blood essence. A crisp ringing sound then erupted from the fruit, piercing directly into the heavens. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he tried to hurl the profound heavenly fruit away as if he'd just been bitten by a snake. However, the fruit remained tightly glued to his palm, refusing to move so much as a single inch. Han Li's face immediately paled even further. He could feel his blood essence surging toward the profound heavenly fruit at an alarming rate, and even though he was trying to arrest this trend with all his might, he was completely unable to do so. In the blink of an eye, he'd lost more than 2/3 of his blood essence before the fruit finally stopped leeching at him. Thankfully, Han Li's powerful body allowed him to handle such a massive loss of blood essence with minimal side effects. If a normal cultivator were to lose so much of their blood essence, they'd most likely be in an extremely feeble state. But then again, if a normal cultivator had been in Han Li's shoes, the profound heavenly fruit most likely wouldn't be satisfied even if it sucked them dry. At this moment, the profound heavenly fruit skin had turned into a vibrant red color, and the green patterns on its surface squirmed before transforming into countless tiny profound runes. At the same time, countless specks of five-colored light appeared around Han Li's body, all of which flew toward the profound heavenly fruit like moths to a flame. Green light flashed from one end of the profound heavenly fruit, and a sword blade that was around a foot long suddenly shot forth. The blade of the sword is extremely bright and as smooth as a mirror. However, at the center of the blade was a straight line of strange green runes, of which there was a total of 5. The profound heavenly fruit just so happened to have become the hilt of this sword, so Han Li had become the sword's wielder. All of this had Han Li rather flabbergasted. However, as soon as the sword appeared, the crimson formation outside seemed to have received some kind of stimulus. Following an earth-shattering boom, the entire formation and the black hole at its center tremored violently before vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the blurry surroundings of the black hole disappeared, and Han Li was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of crimson, following which he was struck by a rush of dizziness. In his astonishment, Han Li reflexively slashed the sword in his hand through the air without any direction. Not only was he able to instantly cut off the teleportation, he'd even managed to slice open space. However, the price for unleashing that sword strike had also been quite a hefty one. Not only had all of his magic power been exhausted, the sword had even drawn upon his spiritual sense. As such, he was sucked into the spatial rift he'd created with the sword, then immediately fallen unconscious. However, thinking back, he'd only been able to unleash a tiny portion of the sword's power with that slash. The sword had clearly drawn upon his magic power, spiritual sense, and even his blood essence to fuel itself. However, after ascertaining just how horrible of a state that his body was in, Han Li was instead feeling rather relieved. Blood essence, magic power, and spiritual sense were all things that could be recovered through pill consumption, as well as rest and recuperation. As such, no permanent damage had been done, and he'd be able to recover in a few years. His surroundings were quite peaceful, and the fact that he'd appeared in this place alive indicated that he'd at least most likely escaped from that perilous ordeal. He couldn't open his eyes and nor could he release his spiritual sense, but from the humidity in the air and the slightly salty breeze washing over him, he could ascertain that he was situated on a certain beach. The ground below was quite soft, and he seemed to be lying on a patch of grass. Could it be that he hadn't been teleported too far away? With that in mind, Han Li was beginning to grow concerned again. However, in his current condition he was unable to move at all, so he could only continue to lie on the grass. After a long while Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he was able to just barely peel back his eyelids by a sliver. He was immediately greeted by the sight of clear blue skies that were completely devoid of those nightmarish blood clouds, and he heaved a faint sigh of relief. A few hours later Han Li was able to move his neck, thereby allowing him to swivel his head from side to side in order to survey his surroundings. He seemed to be situated within a small valley with short hills on 3 sides while a narrow exit stood on the remaining side. The entire valley was only just over 10,000 feet in size, and he was situated right at its very center. A hint of amusement appeared in Han Li's eyes, and his lips began to curve up into the faint smile, but even that immediately made him grimace with pain. Only then did he discover that all of the muscles in his entire body had become extremely sore and lethargic. This was a feeling that he'd never been afflicted by ever since he cultivated the Provenance True Devil arts. It appeared that aside from his magic power and spiritual sense, unleashing that sword strike had also caused something else to be depleted from his body. Otherwise, there was no way that his powerful body would be reduced to such a sorry state. Han Li continued to ponder his current situation as he lay on the bed of grass. After the better part of a day had passed, Han Li was finally able to move one of his fingers, thereby indicating that he'd recovered a shred of strength. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, but his expression soon stiffened. Right at this moment, a string of dull thumps suddenly erupted from outside the valley. From the tremors running through the ground beneath his body, Han Li could sense that there was a gargantuan being making its way toward the valley. Han Li cast his gaze toward the entrance of the valley as a grave expression appeared on his face. Moments later, a massive creature that was over 100 feet tall barged into the valley. It was a massive crab with hooked spikes all over its body. The crab had a pair of shimmering green eyes, and its exoskeleton was emanating faint azure light, making it appear as if it were wearing a suit of azure armor. The crab was quite massive in stature, but it certainly wasn't slow. Within moments, it had reached within 70 to 80 feet of Han Li, and it'd be able to attack him with its giant claws after just one more flying lunge. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eye as his lower abdomen bulged slightly. At the same time, he puckered his lips together as if he were about to blast something out of his mouth. Right at this moment, a sharp screech rang out, following which a streak of silver light flashed through the air before striking the giant crab's body. The crab's azure exoskeleton appeared to be indestructible, but the silver light was able to force its way through before plunging into the crab's body. A jet of green blood erupted forth, and the streak of silver light was revealed to be a silver trident that was around 10 feet long. However, its upper half had been completely plunged into the giant crab's back, and only its lower half could be seen. Having been wounded by that trident, the giant crab let loose an earth-shattering screech before immediately rushing toward the opening in the valley. The attack clearly hadn't inflicted any substantial wounds, but had merely enraged the giant crab instead. Han Li faltered upon seeing this before hurriedly also turning his gaze toward the opening of the valley. There, he discovered a dozen or so humanoid figures of different heights. There were both male and female humanoid figures around them, and all of them were holding shimmering silver javelins, tridents, and other weapons that were made to be hurled. The men among them had their muscle-bound arms exposed while the women wore tight-fitting short-sleeved leather garments, and all of them gave off a tough and formidable aura. However, when Han Li's gaze swept over their lower bodies, a surprised look instantly appeared on his face. The lower limbs of these humanoid figures didn't consist of pairs of legs. Instead, all of them had serpentine lower bodies of different thicknesses and colors, as well as layers of faintly visible scales. These were definitely foreign beings, and they seemed to be from a foreign race that he'd never heard of. Before Han Li had a chance to consider this notion any further, the giant crab was already almost upon these beings. The burly man at the forefront of the ground let loose a low roar, and all of his companions quickly organized themselves into 2 orderly rows with 6 men at the front and 7 women at the back. The man let loose a loud cry, and everyone in the front row hurled their silver projectiles at once. 6 streaks of silver light flashed before striking the giant crab's body, but the projectiles were only half buried into its shell, thus unable to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, the giant crab only became more enraged as green blood flowed down its body. It opened its mouth to blast forth a ball of putrid white froth. The expression on the face of the man at the forefront of the group changed slightly, and he murmured something to himself, seemingly in quite a frustrated and furious manner. He then pulled out a flat round stone disc from behind his back, and the disc was shimmering with faint light, indicating that it seemed to be a more powerful weapon than the silver projectiles being used. The man hurled the disc toward the oncoming ball of white froth without any hesitation. In the instant that the stone disc left his hand, it transformed into a ball of red light that shot forth through the air before crashing into the white froth amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of fierce flames then immediately enshrouded the white froth, and both of them nullified one another within moments. However, the giant crab had taken advantage of this opportunity to charge ahead, and it was now only just over 100 feet away from the foreign serpentine beings. Right at this moment, the 6 men in the front row split up into 2 groups that rushed forward on either side. They then flicked their wrists in unison before leaning back together, and the oncoming giant crab was suddenly brought to an abrupt halt. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and only then was he able to identify that there were semi-transparent threads attached to each of the 6 beings' wrists, thereby ensnaring the giant crab. The threads had been stretched completely taut by the 6 beings, clearly indicating that they had remarkable arm strength. However, what Han Li was more intrigued by were the yellow bracers each of them wore on their wrists. Spiritual light was shimmering from the bracers, and they seemed to be low-grade treasures. The 6 of them were able to use these bracers and their own brute strength to bring the giant crab to a complete standstill. However, the crab was only stopped for an instant before its 2 pincers shot forth like lightning. 2 dull thumps rang out in unison as 2 of the 6 threads were severed, leaving extremely smooth incisions as if they'd been severed by a sharp blade. The 2 men were leaning back to exert force against the threads with all their might, and they were immediately sent tumbling through the air by their own momentum. The giant crab was about to sever the rest of the thin threads when the women in the second row hurled their silver tridents through the air. Bursts of dull thumps rang out, followed by a blood-curdling howl from the giant crab. 7 of its leg joints had been punctured by silver projectiles, and it was immediately keeled over. With only one of its legs remaining completely intact, there was no way that it could maintain balance. The giant crab crashed to the ground amid a resounding boom, smashing a crater into the ground that was several feet deep. All of the tense serpentine beings immediately let loose cries of elation, seemingly assured of their victory. Indeed, the crippled giant crab was completely at their mercy. The serpentine beings rushed forward at once, making sure to keep a distance of around 10 feet away from the crab while drawing the weapons strapped across their backs, then hurling them toward the giant crab's vital regions. At such close quarters and with the giant crab completely crippled, their attacks naturally landed with unerring accuracy. Moments later, the giant crab's body had been punctured by several tens of silver projectiles, and it was completely dead. Han Li looked on as he lay on the ground with a calm expression, but his mind was racing rapidly. From the weapons, treasures, and tactics that these beings had used to bring down the giant crab, these foreign beings seemed to be quite an organized unit. However, if this was the extent of their powers, then there was no way they'd be able to pose any threat to him even if he couldn't move. Interestingly enough, these foreign beings were quite lithe and athletic, but there was no spiritual chi emanating from their bodies. As such, they reminded Han Li of the body refinement warriors of the human race. Han Li didn't understand what they were saying, but their intentions were quite obvious. After a brief pause, Han Li nodded in response to their question. All of the beings before him were all ecstatic upon seeing his response. The 2 women beside him extended another respectful bow each before carefully lifting Han Li up from the ground by his arms and legs, then gently placing him onto the stretcher. After that, they carefully adjusted his position to ensure that he would be in the least amount of discomfort possible. At this point, the other serpentine beings had already finished dismembering the giant crab, and they wrapped up all of the materials and flesh secured from its carcass in soft beast hide before carrying them on their backs. These beast hide packages were each over 20 feet tall, and were almost twice the size of the serpentine beings that were under them. However, these beings were able to carry these packages with ease, clearly indicating that they were extremely strong. The 4 women carried Han Li over to the group, and their leader issued an instruction, prompting the group to depart from the valley. Only after exiting the valley did Han Li discover that the ocean was only several kilometers away from here. With the sea so close to this place, it was no wonder that creatures like the giant crab would rush into the valley from time to time. However, the surface of the ocean was very placid at the moment. There was the occasional salty breeze that would blow past, but there weren't any particularly strong waves to be seen. It was exactly because of this that Han Li hadn't heard the sounds of the ocean tide in the valley. The serpentine beings carried Han Li along the seashore for a while as Han Li inspected his surroundings, and he quickly discovered that this wasn't the seashore of some continent. Instead, he was situated on an island that didn't appear to be very big. After traveling for about 10 more kilometers, the group arrived in front of a pile of rocks, between which were parked 7 or 8 thin and long-boned boats. There was one particularly large one among them that could carry around 4 or 5 people, while all of the other ones appeared to only be capable of carrying around 2 people each. Each of these bone boats had a pointy end while the other end consisted of carvings of all types of different beastly heads. Han Li and two of the women got onto the largest boat while the others boarded the other smaller boats, and they set off into the ocean as the bone oars on the boats sliced through the waves. With their remarkable strength and stamina, the serpentine beings were able to row their oars almost without any pause, and the boats sped through the waves like arrows. The ocean was extremely calm and no sea beasts attacked the boats, thereby culminating in quite a smooth journey. After just 2 hours, a black spot appeared up ahead, and it was another island. Han Li narrowed his eyes as blue light flashed within his pupils, and he was able to make a rough appraisal of the island from afar. The island was a medium-sized one that was several hundred kilometers in area, and it was filled with undulating mountains as well as lush forests, making it quite a good place to inhabit. However, there was a hint of red visible at the pinnacle of the tallest mountain on the island while the rest of the mountain seemed to be covered in ashes and soot. It was a volcano. Han Li wasn't able to conduct a more thorough inspection of the island as he was yet to recover his magic power, so he couldn't inject more power into his spirit eye ability. The bone boats sped through the ocean, quickly drawing closer to the island. A short while later, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the island. Right at this moment, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared over the clear skies above, following which howling winds were swept up as a torrential downpour came pelting down from the heavens. The rate at which the weather could change when out at sea was truly astounding. However, none of this was able to pose any impediment to the bone boats as the serpentine beings all pressed a certain bump on their boats, thereby summoning miniature spell formations from the undersides of the boats. White barriers of light abruptly appeared, encompassing all of the boats within them. However, the serpentine beings weren't looking much more relaxed despite the measures they'd taken. If one were to call him powerful, the issue was that the spiritual pressure emanating from his body was almost non-existent and barely more powerful than her own. However, if one were to call him weak, she'd beg to differ as her spiritual sense was completely unable to ascertain his cultivation base. Such a strange situation naturally had to be left to the high priestess to assess. Thus, after issuing a few instructions to the hunting party that had just returned, she pulled out a leather pouch, then released a snowy white spirit bird from within. This was a fist-sized bird that resembled a parrot. However, its eyes were of a scorching red color, as if they were a pair of miniature fireballs. The woman stroked the bird a few times while clucking to it in a peculiar manner, then releasing it from her grasp. The bird instantly flew deeper into the island as a streak of white light, disappearing in just a few flashes. I've already sent a message to our high priestess. Allow me to guide you to our Fireyang city, Mr. Han, the woman said with a smile. Han Li merely nodded and closed his eyes upon hearing this. Thus, the woman immediately led the other 4 serpentine women who were carrying Han Li's stretcher toward the center of the island, along a small stone path. The island was several hundred kilometers in size, and even though these serpentine women were slithering quite quickly, it would still most likely take them a long time to reach the center of the island. However, with Yen Wu leading the way, a crude shack appeared up ahead after the group had traveled for several kilometers. There were a few male and female serpentine beings inside, looking after a dozen or so lizard beasts. On the other end of the shack was a black carriage that had been covered by a black cloth made from some unknown material. As soon as they caught sight of their assistant priestess, 2 of them immediately rushed out to greet her in a respectful manner. Yen Wu issued a few instructions in response while pointing at the aforementioned black carriage. The 2 serpentine beings were seemingly rather surprised by what they'd heard, and they couldn't help but steal a few glances at Han Li while nodding emphatically in response. They then immediately returned to the shack and strapped a pair of lizard beasts to the black carriage before drawing the other 3 over as well. Thus, Han Li was carefully lifted onto the black carriage by the serpentine women, and 2 of them sat on the lizard beasts drawing the carriage while the others got onto the other 3 lizard beasts. Due to the fact that these serpentine women were lacking legs, there was a tubular saddle strapped to the backs of each of these lizard beasts that allowed them to slide their tails into. Thus the group continued onward. These lizard beasts were rather maladroit and made for a rather bumpy ride, but they were quite fast in their movements, making a significant improvement compared to the ground being covered before. 4 hours later they arrived in front of an earthen city. This was a true earthen city completely constructed from yellow mud, and it was only a few kilometers in size. The buildings in the city were also mostly constructed from mud, and there were very few stone buildings within. Han Li was slightly surprised to see this, but his expression remained unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the dozen or so serpentine guards standing at the city gates instead. These guards were also mostly women with a minority of men among them, and all of them were wearing armor constructed from unknown materials. They were all holding shimmering silver halberds with long silver projectiles on their backs, giving off the impression that they were armed to the teeth. From a distance, Hanli could tell that there were also many armed serpentine beings standing atop the nearby earthen walls, and it seemed that all of them were on high alert. After arriving at the city gates, Yen Wu brought her lizard steed to a halt before jumping down from its back. A serpentine woman among the guards at the gates immediately made her way toward Yen Wu before extending a smiling greeting. Yen Wu also said something in response, but the smile on her face gave way to a serious expression as she pointed toward the carriage behind her. The female guard's smile also faded as she nodded in a solemn manner. She then waved a hand, and the guards behind her immediately opened up a path to allow everyone through. Thus, Yen Wu jumped onto her lizard steed again and the group entered the city. Han Li sat within the carriage and appraised his surroundings. The earthen city wasn't very large, but the streets were very wide and paved with faint white stones, creating a stark contrast with the earthy yellow buildings around them. There were many serpentine beings slithering along the streets. The men were all powerful and muscle-bound, while the women were also lithe and athletic, and most of them were carrying weapons. Even the serpentine children that were only several feet tall were also carrying some smaller weapons that appeared to have been constructed from wood. Han Li fell into deep thought upon making these observations. The little spiritual sense that he'd retained couldn't be released out of his body, but it was naturally no problem for him to read a jade slip or something like that. A fawning smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, and she produced a glossy black stone shard before tossing it toward Han Li. After resting for so long, Han Li had recovered some of his magic power, but he was still feeling quite weak and feeble. He could tell that the stone shard was something that was similar to a jade slip, so he opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, sweeping the jade slip toward his forehead to try and examine its contents. However, right at this moment, the stone shard abruptly exploded amid a dull thump, and a burst of inky black mist dispersed through the air, enshrouding Han Li's entire body within. Han Li sat still and closed his eyes as the mist descended over him. The mist revolved around Han Li for a long while before finally dissipating into nothingness. After the mist dissipated, Han Li opened his eyes, and when he spoke again he was using a language that was identical to what the serpentine beings were using. This is quite an interesting tool refinement method. I could glean the contents of the stone shard even without using my spiritual sense. You're far too kind, Senior. This is just an insignificant trick that we learned through experimentation. Here is a map of the Flame Coral Islands, Senior, the woman replied with a modest smile before tossing a white stone shard over to Han Li. On this occasion the stone shard didn't explode. Instead, it was drawn to his forehead by the spiritual light expelled from within his mouth, and it stayed there in a motionless manner. Han Li's eyes narrowed as a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face, but his expression quickly returned to normal again. The red-robed woman was rather perplexed by Han Li's reaction, but she refrained from saying anything. Moments later, the white stone shard detached itself from Han Li's forehead before springing back toward the woman. The woman caught the stone shard and stowed it away, but Han Li remained silent with a contemplative look on his face, seemingly in deep thought about something. The woman merely smiled and left Han Li to his own thoughts in silence. After a while, Han Li raised his head and mused, "From what I've gathered, this place is rather close to the Thunder Continent. It's only about half a year's flight away." "Half a year? That's only at your speed, Senior. For us, we wouldn't be able to get to the Thunder Continent without at least a few decades, and that's not even taking into account the perils that we'd encounter along the way," the woman chuckled with a wry smile. Han Li nodded before asking, "From the maps, it appears that your Fire Yang race doesn't have control over many islands. Are the other islands inhabited as well?" "It's indeed true that our race owns very few islands, and in reality, this Firecloud Island is the only one that's inhabitable. The other islands are merely places that our brethren go to source food and materials from. As for the rest of the Flame Coral Islands, most of them are under the control of other powerful races, and some are inhabited solely by upper race beings like you, Senior. Our Fire Yang race is not a powerful nor prominent race by any stretch of the imagination," the woman sighed. "I see." Han Li nodded before falling silent. However, after a brief hesitation, the woman asked, "You seem to have come from somewhere extremely far away, Senior. May I ask what business you have here? My cultivation base may be quite pitiful, but our race has inhabited this island for a long time, and we'd be happy to provide any assistance we can." The woman seemed to be quite eager to please. I am indeed not from this area. I unintentionally triggered some kind of restriction elsewhere and was teleported to this place. During the teleportation process, a minor mishap occurred, and I ended up in this pitiful state, Hanli replied in an indifferent manner. Not at all, Senior. Your mobility is hampered at the moment, but I can sense that your cultivation base is completely unfathomable to me. You must require a place with extremely rich spiritual chi for your rest and recuperation, right, Senior? Our Firecloud Island may not be very large, but we have a few brilliant spirit veins. If you don't mind, we'd be more than happy to provide a place for you to rest and recover at, the woman said with a respectful smile. You want me to rest on your island? Hanli chuckled in an ambiguous manner. The woman was slightly flustered by his response and she hurriedly continued, Rest assured, Senior, the spirit veins on our island aren't inferior to those on the larger islands nearby. On top of that, we also have some rare spirit medicines and a supply of spirit stones on the island that you may use as you please, Senior. Han Li's smile faded upon hearing this. His voice cooled slightly as he said, I don't have a habit of taking free handouts, and nor do I like people who act and speak in a roundabout manner. If you have something to say to me, then just tell me in a straightforward manner. Only then after hearing Han Li's response did the woman realize that she'd acted in too desperate of a manner, and her expression changed slightly before she heaved a long sigh. Seeing as you've already identified my intentions, then I'll no longer hide anything from you, Senior. All of you can go for now. The woman's last sentence was directed at the serpentine beings within the hall. All of the serpentine beings immediately bowed before exiting the hall. Han Li looked on with a calm expression and refrained from saying anything. After all of the serpentine beings had left, the woman turned back to Han Li with a solemn expression, and asked, How do you rate my cultivation base, Senior? It's passable, Han Li replied in a calm manner. As little as a month ago, I was still like my other brethren and hadn't attained this body that belongs to upper race beings, the woman continued as a peculiar look appeared in her eyes. What are you referring to when you say upper race? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. I'm naturally referring to those who've attained upper race bodies. Only cultivators of my cultivation base can attain an upper race body, the woman explained with a smile. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded and asked, Oh? From the sounds of it, you don't seem to have reached this cultivation base through conventional means. Could it be that you ingested some kind of spirit medicine or used a secret technique to forcibly raise your cultivation base to this level? Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. I did indeed consume a few rare pills within the race, then used an extremely damaging secret technique to raise my cultivation base to this level. However, because of this, my cultivation base will never progress again, and my lifespan has also been reduced to less than half of other upper beings at the same cultivation base. I've done this because our Fire Yang race is truly in grave peril, and I have no choice but to put my life on the line, the woman said with a grim expression. Grave peril? Tell me about it. Han Li was rather intrigued. Half a year ago, one of our neighboring Naga race branches, the Saber-Tooth race, was completely wiped out. All of the female beings in the race were eaten with only their bones left behind, while all of the male beings disappeared. Not long after that, the neighboring Scorpiontail race also suffered the same fate. There was a courtyard consisting of several green wooden cabins situated at the foot of the small mountain, and the cloud stopped in front of the courtyard as the woman turned to Han Li with a smile. What do you think of this place, Senior Han? Han Li took a deep breath, and he nodded with a pleased expression as he sensed the rich spiritual chi surging toward him. The woman was ecstatic to see this, and the white cloud immediately descended into the courtyard at her behest. She pushed open the doors of one of the wooden cabins, then turned to Han Li, preparing to carry him into the cabin. However, Han Li suddenly smiled at this moment and said, There's no need to trouble you any further, fellow Taoist, I can go in on my own. Han Li's body swayed as he spoke, and he stood up on the white cloud before slowly hovering down from it. The woman was quite startled to see this. My injuries still haven't healed, but I can at least move around now, Han Li explained with a smile. Then I must congratulate you, Senior. I was considering sending a few of my disciples over to look after you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. I'm sure you don't want to be disturbed, Senior, the woman said as her expression reverted back to normal. Indeed, I'd rather not have anyone close to me while I recover from my injuries. This is quite a good place, I'll stay here for a while. It'd be best if you could get that scorching sun divine pill to me as soon as possible. If it really does prove to be effective, I'll do my best to recover as quickly as possible, and I'll be sure to do what I can for your race thereafter, Hanli said with a serious expression. Of course, Senior. It's just that the scorching sun divine pill is still being nurtured within the earthen flames, so it'll take me several days to extract it. I hope that's all right with you, Senior, the woman explained. I'm naturally willing to wait a few days. You can go now, I'd like some rest, Hanli replied with a calm nod. Seeing as Hanli was asking her to leave, the woman naturally obliged. She immediately extended a respectful bow toward Hanli before departing from the courtyard atop her white cloud. Hanli stood on the spot and looked on as the white cloud disappeared into the distance. Only then did he turn around and walk into the wooden cabin that had been prepared for him. The cabin wasn't very large and it was only sparsely furnished with some wooden furniture. Hanli didn't look at anything else. He made his way straight over to the wooden bed in one corner of the room, then sat down upon it with his legs crossed. He exhaled as an exhausted look appeared on his face. Just standing up for a while has completely expended all of the magic power I just saved up. Looks like I really have lost far too much blood essence, Hanli murmured to himself. He then brushed a hand over his storage bracelet, and faint white light flashed as 4 or 5 vials of different designs appeared in his hand. Hanli poured out a few pills from each vial, then stuffed them all into his mouth at once before closing his eyes to digest the powers of the pills. Moments later he felt a scorching sensation in his dantian, following which a few bursts of cool and refreshing energy began to circulate throughout his body in meridians, nurturing and repairing his injuries in the process. Hanli was quite elated by this development. As expected of regenerative pills refined using myriad-year spirit medicines, they were truly very effective. A short while later, a faint layer of golden light surfaced over Hanli's body, and a faint flickering golden projection also appeared over his head. The wooden cabin fell completely silent. At the same time, the woman returned to the earthen city atop her white cloud, and descended in front of the palace on the plaza. Several tens of white-robed low-grade priests were still waiting for her there in silence. Come with me, Yenwu. Also, summon the hunting party that first discovered Mr. Han. I have some questions to ask them, the woman instructed. Yes. The white-robed serpentine beings did as they were told while Yenwu followed the woman into the palace again. You stayed with that man throughout the entire trip here. Tell me your impression of him as well as all of the observations you made. Make sure not to skip any details, the woman said with a serious expression. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know. At the time I was on duty at the dock. Yenwu was rather nervous in the face of the high priestess' steely demeanor, but she still gave a detailed recount of the observations she'd made during her time spent with Hanli. Even though the events being recounted were all quite boring and mundane, the woman still listened with an expression of rapt focus on her face. Several hours later, the serpentine hunters who had first discovered Hanli arrived at the palace in the earthen city atop their lizard steeds. They said something to the white-robed serpentine beings outside the palace, then hurriedly rushed in through the gates. The group was in there for over an hour before they finally re-emerged with Yenwu. At this moment, the woman was sitting on the main seat within the palace with an indecisive look on her face, seemingly grappling with some kind of dilemma. Are you experiencing some troubles, mother? A clear voice suddenly sounded within the palace. The woman faltered initially upon hearing this voice before an elated look appeared on her face. Jure, is that you? When did you get back? Right at this moment, white light flashed in front of the woman, and a slender serpentine being emerged. This was a young serpentine woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age with a head of long black hair and a set of peerlessly beautiful facial features. There was a string of shimmering silver rings woven into her hair, and a large yellow bow as well as 3 bone arrows strapped to her back. There was also a black leather pouch hanging from her waist, and she was holding a white flag in her hand. This woman also had the lower body of a snake, but it was extremely white, to the extent that her scales were barely visible at all. She stood there with a vibrant smile on her face, revealing a pair of sweet little dimples on her gorgeous face. It really is you, Jure? Your cultivation base really has progressed markedly since I last saw you. The woman hurriedly rose to her feet with a doting look on her face before enveloping the young serpentine woman in a tight hug. I should be saying that to you, mother? We've only been apart for a few years, but you've already reached the metamorphosis stage, Jure giggled. You think far too highly of me, Jure. I didn't have the power to break through to this stage on my own. I merely consumed that immortal fruit to assist me, the woman sighed as her smile faded. What? You ate that immortal fruit, mother? Aside from the Black Rakshasa race, what other types of beings would abduct our men and devour the flesh of our women? The only thing I don't understand is that our three races have been here for thousands of years. If the Black Rakshasa race were also nearby, why did they wait so long before attacking us? A hint of bewilderment appeared in the woman's eyes as she spoke. The young woman was naturally unable to answer her mother's questions, but she took a deep breath and responded with a question of her own. Even if it really is the Black Rakshasa race that's targeting us, won't we be able to take care of them with your current cultivation base and my assistance? I'd naturally be quite confident if we were facing normal Black Rakshasa beings, but from the traces that they'd left behind, it appears that there are Black Rakshasa royals among them, the woman replied with a shake of her head. Black Rakshasa royals? That's impossible. Several of our Naga race's heavenly priests combined their powers to unleash a powerful divination technique countless years ago. Didn't they discover at the time that all of the royalty of the Black Rakshasa race had been destroyed back then? The young woman exclaimed with incredulity in their eyes. We'd also thought at the time that all Black Rakshasa beings had been driven to extinction, but that clearly wasn't the case. Hence, it's certainly not impossible that a few Black Rakshasa monarchs had managed to escape from that battle. Those Black Rakshasa royals possess abilities that place us Naga beings at a severe disadvantage, and aside from Naga royalty, other Naga beings wouldn't even be able to unleash a tenth of their powers in the face of Black Rakshasa royals. Furthermore, the rate at which Black Rakshasa royals progress in their cultivation is definitely not inferior by much compared to the beings of the major races on the Thunder Continent. Now that they're slaughtering our three races with reckless abandon, it's quite clear that they're absolutely confident in their ability to destroy all of us, the woman said with a concerned look on her face. Her daughter also fell silent upon hearing this. However, moments later, she suddenly continued, I still think there's no need to be so worried, mother. If those Black Rakshasa beings truly are so terrifying, then why would they allow our Fire Yang race time to prepare? They must have sustained casualties to their forces while wiping out the other two races, which means that they're still susceptible to our powers. That would be best, but don't forget about all of the male beings that they've abducted. A thought abruptly occurred to the young woman upon hearing this, and her face paled even further. What you're saying is they're currently... That's right. This is why their race had become the sworn enemy of our Naga race in the first place. They'll most likely only attack us after they finish doing that. After all, our Fire Yang race is the most powerful among the three races, and our island is more heavily guarded than that of the other two races as well. It would only make sense for them to attack us after making ample preparations. If that Mr. Han truly possesses a cultivation base as powerful as I predict, then it could well be the case that he could be the key to our race's survival, the woman said with a grim expression. Is that man really that powerful? I heard from your conversation with the others that he's carrying extremely severe injuries. Will he even be useful to us at all? The young woman furrowed her brows with a perplexed look on her face. I've already decided to give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill, the woman said in a calm manner. What? You're giving him the Divine Pill? You can't. If you consume the Divine Pill for yourself, you could recover part of your lost lifespan, but you'll be stuck like this if you give the pill to him, the young woman objected vehemently as she struggled free from her mother's arms. That's what I was hesitating about. If that man's cultivation base is comparable to that of your master, then it would naturally be a worthwhile investment to give him the Divine Pill. However, if he's not much more powerful than me and he's only concealing his cultivation base using a special treasure, then that would be a massive waste, the woman sighed with a wry smile. How can that man possibly compare with my master? She's a fifth-tier upper race being, one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in this nearby region, the young woman said in a skeptical manner. The woman hesitated momentarily before replying in a cautious manner. I couldn't ascertain that man's cultivation base, but I could deduce that he's most definitely far more powerful than me. Even with such severe injuries, my instincts still told me that he could kill me with ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such an effort to beg him to stay. If that man really can help our race survive this ordeal, then giving him the Divine Pill wouldn't be a big deal. From your conversation earlier, it sounds like that man hasn't shown you any of his power this entire time. If we give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill like this, it would simply be a blind investment. Even if we do choose to give him the pill, we have to test him first, the young woman said with furrowed brows. Test him? How are we going to do that when he's currently nowhere near his peak condition? The woman was tempted by this notion, but she didn't see how it was possible. Even if he's carrying severe injuries, A high-grade upper race being like him would undoubtedly possess powerful spiritual sense. How about I accompany you to visit him when you give him the scorching sun divine pill? I'll work something out when I see him in person. If that man really does possess unfathomable power, then we can give him the pill for the future of our Fire Yang race. If not, then we definitely can't hand over such an important pill, the young woman said with a determined expression. Well? The woman became rather hesitant upon hearing this. The scorching sun divine pill could indeed restore her lifespan to a significant extent, so she was quite reluctant to offer it to someone else unless it was for a worthy cause. Alright, you can give it a try, Zhuer, but no matter what you do, don't overstep the mark and get on that man's bad side. The woman nodded in agreement in the end. Don't worry, mother, I'll do things within reason, the young woman replied with a sweet smile. I should be able to extract the divine pill from the earthen flames after 3 days. You can come with me to visit the man then. The Black Rakshasa race most likely won't delay for much longer, and I've sent out requests for help to a few races that we're on friendly terms with, but I don't think we can count on them. During this time I'll discuss with our race's elders to further bolster our island's defenses, the woman decided in the end. Zhuer nodded emphatically in response, and after that the two of them began to discuss some details regarding their defensive efforts against the Black Rakshasa race. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. That was clearly the extent of his current capabilities. This made Hanli feel quite uneasy. Setting aside the power of the long sword that the profound heavenly fruit had transformed into, just the recollection of the price that he'd had to pay to unleash a single sword strike still sent chills running down his spine. If he were to use the sword in battle, he's most likely inflict just about the same amount of damage to himself as he would to his enemies. After a long while, Hanli finally let his arm fall back to his side. By this time he'd already made a decision. Once he recovered his magic power, he was going to immediately force this treasure out of his arm. Otherwise, it was far too unsettling to have such a volatile treasure enclosed in his arm. After the two women left, the Hanli that was seated on the bed with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and asked, "Why did you decide to scare that girl for no reason?" He waved a hand through the air as he spoke, and the entire wooden cabin was enshrouded under a white light barrier again. "Master. That insolent little girl was only at a core formation stage, yet she dared to try and test your spiritual sense. I naturally had to make her realize the foolishness of her actions," the other Hanli chuckled in response. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from his body, and he shrank down to become a small black monkey. The monkey then leaped onto Han Li's shoulder before offering the jade box to him in a fawning manner. Han Li merely shook his head with a smile and didn't speak any further about this matter as he accepted the jade box. Ever since the Weeping Soul Beast had attained intelligence in Deep Heaven City and absorbed all of Han Li's knowledge, it was becoming more and more difficult to tell it apart from the real Han Li when it took on his appearance. After opening the jade box, a swath of red light and a scorching aura wafted toward Han Li, making him feel as if he had been plunged into a furnace. However, not only was Han Li not alarmed by this development, an elated look appeared on his face instead as he appraised the crimson thumb-sized bead in the box. So this is the Scorching Sun Divine Pill. It really is quite interesting, Han Li murmured to himself before extending 2 fingers into the jade box in an unhurried manner. In the instant that his fingers began to approach the bead, a ball of crimson flames suddenly erupted from it before immediately enveloping his entire hand. If Han Li were a normal cultivator, he'd most likely sustain severe burns from this alone. However, with Han Li's current powerful body, he was naturally able to completely disregard these flames. Thus, he plucked the red bead out of the box with his fingers, even as the flames continued to rage around his hand. The Weeping Soul Beast sat on Han Li's shoulder, and it was also appraising the bead with curiosity in its large black eyes. Han Li stared at the bead for a long while as a contemplative look appeared on his face. According to what the woman had just told him, the fire attribute power within this pill was extremely volatile. As such, consuming it required many complex steps, and any slight lapse could result in further harm to his body from pill backlash, thereby achieving the opposite of the intended effect. Hence, it was best to use a large number of glacial pills and medicines to nullify the pill's fire attribute power before consuming it. However, he could sense that the pill did indeed contain extraordinary fire attribute power, and it would be a waste to nullify and squander it. With that in mind, Han Li opened his mouth to expel Silver Fireball. It was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. The fireball transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven, then flew in a few circles around Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow before tossing the crimson bead in his hand up into the air, and the silver fire raven immediately let loose a clearly cry before pouncing onto the bead. In the next instant, the silver flames completely enveloped the divine pill. Meanwhile, the woman and her daughter were already several tens of kilometers away as they flew atop their white cloud. All of a sudden, white light flashed and the cloud decelerated slightly. "Zhuer, are you all right?" the woman asked. "I'm fine, mother. I was merely given a fright." The young woman was still clearly quite shell-shocked, but she forced a smile onto her face in response. "I'm glad you're okay. It looks like this Mr. Han really is an unfathomably powerful being. In that case, it wasn't a waste to give him the scorching sun divine pill," the woman said with a relieved expression. "I was unable to detect anything specific, but he does indeed appear to be quite powerful. What are we going to do about your lost lifespan, mother?" the young woman asked with a sad expression. "He, as the high priestess of our race, it is my duty to protect the race to the best of my ability. Our race has only been able to exist for so long as the past high priests before me have also fulfilled their duties. Looking back in time, how many of our past high priests have actually died from old age? That's enough of this depressing topic. Let's just hope that Mr. Han can absorb the power of the divine pill as quickly as possible so he can lend us his assistance," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. But tears welled up in the young woman's eyes and she still wanted to say something. However, the woman didn't want to continue this conversation any longer, and she made a hand seal, causing the white cloud underfoot to surge before enshrouding both of them within. Immediately thereafter, the white cloud transformed into a ball of white light that shot forth through the air and quickly disappeared into the distance. The woman's expression initially changed slightly after hearing that Han Li hadn't fully recovered, but she was then elated after hearing Han Li's confident declaration. It appeared that Han Li was even more powerful than she'd estimated. Otherwise, where could his confidence be stemming from? Many of the priests in the palace had seen Han Li before, while the others were only meeting him for the first time. As such, Han Li's arrival naturally stirred up a heated yet muted discussion between them. Han Li ignored the pairs of eyes that were fixed on him and sat down on the chair that the woman had prepared for him in advance. After making some small talk with her, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The woman cast a stern gaze toward the priests in the room, and all of them immediately stopped chattering as well. Thus, the entire palace turned completely silent. However, Han Li could still sense a pair of eyes lingering on his face, and his brows furrowed slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, just in time to see Bai Zhuer appraising him with a wary expression. As soon as their eyes met, a hint of horror flashed through the young woman's eyes, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. It appeared that the weeping soul beast had truly given her quite a fright during their previous encounter. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he closed his eyes again and fell into deep thought. The fire attribute power within the scorching sun divine pill had been easily refined by his spirit engulfing fire raven, and the woman hadn't exaggerated about the pill's effects at all. It wasn't able to facilitate an instant recovery for him, but it most definitely was superior to all of the regenerative pills that he was carrying. His lost blood essence and spiritual sense had been replenished at an incredible rate, and as for his magic power, even without the assistance of this pill, the past half a month or so of rest had been enough for it to completely recover. Seeing as the pill really had helped his significantly, Han Li naturally wasn't going to revoke his promise. He had already progressed to the spatial tempering stage and possessed many powerful abilities. There was a good chance that he'd be able to escape from a body integration cultivator, so he naturally wasn't going to fear any enemies that the Fire Yang race could have. Coincidentally, less than half a day after Han Li had emerged from seclusion, the enemies finally arrived. The ground within the Earthen City suddenly began to rumble violently, and it was as if many massive monsters were galloping toward the city from all directions. The priests sitting within the palace rose to their feet almost in unison, and most of them wore extremely anxious expressions. Even though the woman hadn't divulged any information regarding the Black Rakshasa race, it was quite apparent to them that the enemies they were going to face on this occasion were extremely powerful. In contrast, the woman remained quite calm, and she only furrowed her brows slightly even as the ground began to tremor beneath her feet. "There's no need for panic. We've already set up ample defensive measures, and it would be impossible for our enemies to break through our 3 layers of restrictions in a short time. Let's ascertain who our enemies are and how many of them we're facing first." The woman immediately rose to the occasion as the leader of the priests, instantly calming everyone with her logical instructions. Han Li also opened his eyes in response to this commotion, but he remained completely expressionless. He'd participated in countless battles more significant than this one in the past, so the events currently unfolding certainly weren't enough to faze him. At this moment, the woman rustled a sleeve, and a red badge suddenly appeared in her hand before she waved it toward the center of the palace. Red light immediately flashed from the surface of the badge, following which a ball of red light shot forth from it before disappearing into the ground. A loud buzzing sound rang out as red light flashed from the ground, and a crimson formation appeared, at the center of which flames were tumbling and surging incessantly. The woman rapidly waved her badge through the air a few times, and the flames converged to form a crimson crystal ball that was around 10 feet in diameter. The surface of the crystal ball was glittering and translucent, and it was slowly revolving above the center of the formation. 8 white-robed serpentine beings suddenly stepped forward before sitting down around the edge of the formation. All of them then began to chant something as they cast one incantation seal after another into the crystal ball. Immediately thereafter, countless wisps of flames appeared within the center of the formation, forming fiery snakes that were around as thick as a human finger before squirming into the crystal ball. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Red light suddenly flashed violently a few times from the surface of the crystal ball, following which an extremely vivid image appeared within the flames. The image was broadcasting the scenes unfolding all over the earthen city, depicting groups of armed serpentine beings surging up the city walls. There were also groups of serpentine beings on lizard steeds gathering near the city gates. Among these groups, there were many high-ranking serpentine beings that were yelling war cries and instructions with killing intent in their eyes. Thousands of serpentine beings were gathered in the blink of an eye, and Han Li looked on with a hint of surprise on his face. The function of this spell formation and crystal ball was rather similar to that of his myriad dragon beads, and it was rather surprising to him that a small race like the Fire Yang race had access to such treasures. Switch to an image of the scenes outside the city walls, the woman instructed with a dark expression. The ground was beginning to tremor more and more violently, clearly indicating that those massive beings were not far away from the earthen city. The 8 white-robed serpentine beings responsible for activating the formation instantly cast more incantation seals, and the image within the crystal blurred before being inundated by red light. Moments later, a new image appeared, revealing the scenes unfolding outside the city walls. It was already getting rather late, so the image within the crystal ball was slightly dim. Thus, the serpentine beings were initially unable to see anything, but all of them still looked on with bated breath. Only Han Li continued to look on with the same expression as before. They didn't have to wait long before a particularly violent tremor ran through the ground, and the loud rumbling noise suddenly died down. Not long after that, all of the white-robed serpentine beings drew a sharp breath and their expressions changed drastically in unison. In the darkness of the night, a series of massive cow-like creatures that were around 70 to 80 feet tall and over 100 feet long began to emerge. All of them were clad in suits of black scale-like armor, and each of them was carrying a massive frame comparable to the size of cabins on their backs. These frames were filled with humanoid figures of different heights, and it was as if they had taken up all of the area on the backs of these giant creatures. Even though these cow-like creatures were all extremely massive, they were currently able to approach the earthen city in a completely silent wraith-like manner after decelerating drastically. Those appear to be black armor beasts. Those beings riding on these beasts, could they be? One of the white-robed serpentine beings murmured in disbelief. They can't be black Rakshasa beings. Our Naga race should have exterminated all of them long ago. Another serpentine being yelled vehemently. That's right, it can't be those beings. Exactly, they should have disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings immediately chimed in agreement, seemingly in an attempt to inject themselves with courage. However, once those giant cows emerged from the night and the humanoid figures on their backs became visible, all of the priests fell silent with grim expressions on their faces. The upper bodies of these humanoid figures on the black armor beasts were those of women with purple skin and dark green eyes. All of them had long shoulder-length hair and were wearing suits of black armor while wielding all types of black weapons, creating a stark contrast with their gorgeous features. However, once the women leaped down from the giant cow beasts and revealed their full bodies, Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted. These women possessed lower bodies of centipedes. Even Han Li couldn't help but shudder at the sight of these beautiful women with abhorrent centipede lower bodies. These women seemed to have all been well trained, and they managed to arrange themselves in an orderly formation in mere moments. One of the higher-ranking beings among them abruptly strode toward the earthen wall, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. However, this was a grotesque smile that literally spread from ear to ear, revealing rows of small sharp teeth and a serpentine forked tongue. What had been a beautiful woman just a moment ago had suddenly transformed into a sinister nightmarish creature. It would not be impossible for a more cowardly person to faint from fear upon witnessing these beings for the first time. Han Li naturally wasn't that inept, but he had still been given a massive fright. The woman and Baizhuer looked on with grim expressions, while hints of fear crept into the eyes of all of the other priests present. So what if these are black Rakshasa beings? They're just a bunch of pathetic cowards that managed to escape the extermination tens of thousands of years ago through sheer luck. Our Naga race was able to eradicate them so many years ago, and we can replicate that feat now. The other two races must have only been destroyed as they've been caught completely off guard. In contrast, we've set up ample defenses in advance, so we have nothing to fear, the woman harumphed coldly as she swept a sleeve toward the crystal ball. Red light instantly flashed, and the entire formation ceased functioning, following which the image being broadcasted by the crystal ball also abruptly disappeared. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings stirred upon hearing this, and they immediately bowed as they nodded in agreement. Following the woman's brief yet rousing speech, all of them had been injected with renewed courage, and the fear in their eyes was immediately wiped away. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The woman didn't appear to have done anything, but in reality she's unleashed a secret technique while spurring on the priests present. The secret technique was quite discreet, but it was naturally unable to escape Han Li's notice, seeing as he'd cultivated the great development technique. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to reinvigorate these low-grade priests. Knowing who our enemies are makes things a lot easier for us. All of you split up into 4 groups and direct our troops at the 4 city gates. If you encounter any black Rakshasa priests, make sure to keep them at bay. Any deserters will be severely punished. The woman instructed with a stern look on her face as she rose to her feet. The serpentine beings all accepted their orders with respectful bows before exiting the hall. Thus, the woman, her daughter, Han Li, and 4 other serpentine beings were the only ones left in the palace. All 4 of these serpentine beings were quite old and possessed core formation stage cultivation bases, thus, making them the most powerful beings within the race aside from the High Priestess. Han Li merely glanced at the 4 serpentine beings in an indifferent manner before withdrawing his gaze. The woman heaved a long sigh before turning to Han Li with the intention of saying something. However, right at this moment, earth-shattering booms suddenly erupted from all sides, and the ground began to rumble once again. A dull clang rang out as a streak of black light hurtled forth from the shadows to clash with the small sword. At the same time, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and brilliant azure light erupted from the small sword. It then instantly destroyed the streak of black light that it was locked in combat with before rushing toward the black figure at a speed that was more than twice as fast as before. The black figure was given a massive fright by the azure sword's sudden acceleration, but she reacted extremely quickly as her body twisted, and she flew through the air as a black thread. The black thread appeared over 100 feet away after just a single flash, but to everyone's surprise, the small sword also transformed into an azure thread before setting off in hot pursuit. The black thread had only paused for a split second before the azure thread was almost upon it, and it was forced to flee again. Thus, an azure thread and a black thread flashed through the air one after another in the air, appearing on one side of the palace in one instant before suddenly appearing in another corner before anyone could trace them. The threads were moving at such an incredible speed that everyone in the palace could only look on in astonishment. All of a sudden, the black thread blurred before suddenly transforming into 7 or 8 identical threads that hurtled forth in different directions. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to summon the small sword back to him before drawing it up his sleeve. Throughout this entire process, Han Li's expression remained completely calm and collected, as if he'd merely been toying with his opponent. The black threads in the air converged to form a single thread again in mid-air, and black light flashed before a black Rakshasa being with a pair of golden eyes appeared. This woman was glowering at Han Li with a vicious expression of fury on her face. The woman immediately shuddered at the sight of the black Rakshasa being's golden eyes, and she exclaimed, "Golden and silver eyes. You really are black Rakshasa monarchs. You two must have been the ones who killed the high priests of the other 2 races." Looks like you've done your homework. However, your knowledge isn't going to save you. I've come to eradicate your race in person, so your fates are sealed, the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being said in a sharp voice. At this moment, the first black Rakshasa being to have appeared suddenly vanished in a wraith-like manner, then reappeared beside her golden-eyed companion. Han Li inspected the two women through narrowed eyes to find a strange layer of spiritual light draped over their bodies, thereby preventing him from being able to ascertain their cultivation bases despite his immensely powerful spiritual sense. As such, they had to be carrying some kind of special concealment treasure. With that in mind, Han Li decided against immediately attacking them. Before anyone else had a chance to say anything, Bai Zhuer suddenly raised her bow before drawing it and letting loose the knocked arrow. The bone arrow shot forth before tremoring mid-flight, immediately transforming into countless identical arrows that enshrouded the black Rakshasa beings down below. In her mind, a battle was unavoidable, so there was no need for words. As such, taking the initiative by attacking first was clearly the best option. The woman was initially rather surprised to see this, but she then immediately gritted her teeth before waving her short red rod through the air, and it escaped her grasp before transforming into a crimson fiery W-arm. The four white-robed serpentine beings glanced at one another before also slashing their silver blades through the air, sending silver saber projections hurtling toward the two enemies. Thus, all of the fire yang beings were attacking in unison. Spiritual lights of different colors intertwined with one another, instantly inundating the two black Rakshasa beings. However, the two women remained completely unfazed in the face of such ferocious attacks, and they merely raised a hand each to blast forth two balls of black light. The balls of black light then immediately expanded before rapidly revolving around the two of them. This man was naturally none other than Han Li. After the golden thread in the distance missed its target, it suddenly swerved around to fly toward the young woman again as if it refused to rest until she was dead. Elsewhere in the palace, the high priestess was also desperately evading a similar silver thread. However, she was a nascent soul stage being after all, and with the four white-robed serpentine beings assisting her in keeping the silver thread at bay, she was able to just barely ensure self-preservation for now. So it can reflect attacks. That's quite interesting. Han Li murmured to himself before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a swath of gray light instantly appeared before Bai Zhuer. However, the golden thread merely faltered for a split second after plunging into the divine essence-fused light before puncturing through it without any impediment. Bai Zhuer's face paled again upon seeing this. However, a layer of five-colored flames then immediately appeared thereafter to enshroud the golden thread again. The extraordinarily fast thin thread immediately slowed down significantly after entering the five-colored flames, as if it were a fish caught in a net. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, but his smile quickly stiffened in the next instant. This was because the thin thread suddenly pierced through the five-colored flames just as it had done with the divine essence-fused light, then continued on toward the young woman. Following this startling turn of events, Bai Zhuer's heart sank even further, and she was well and truly in despair. However, what unfolded next had her flabbergasted yet again. The thin thread swayed and suddenly disappeared on the spot without any premonition. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and the golden thread emerged before flying directly toward his face at an astonishing speed. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes, but he made no effort to evade as a cold look appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth in response. A ball of silver flames erupted from his mouth, crashing into the golden thread in a flash. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Even the divine essence-fused light and five glacial flames were unable to trap the golden thread, yet it was stopped cold by the silver flames as if it had encountered the bane of its existence, and it curled up into an egg-sized ball amid a faint sizzling sound. The silver fireball then transformed into a small silver bird, while the golden ball melted away within its body at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, vanishing into nothingness in virtually an instant. The silver fire raven then spread its wings and let loose a triumphant cry before disappearing in a wraith-like manner. In the next instant, silver light flashed before the silver thread that was giving the high priestess an extremely hard time, and the fire raven reappeared before devouring the pesky thread. A dull thump then rang out as the silver fire raven exploded on the spot, dissipating into specks of silver light. Only then did Han Li turn toward the pair of black Rakshasa beings with a hint of a smile on his face. The previous sequence of clashes seemed to be quite complex, but they actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. All of the Fire Yang beings heaved a long sigh of relief, having just escaped that life-threatening ordeal. Only then did they finally understand how the higher-ups of the other two races had been eradicated so easily. The high priests of the other two races were inferior in power to their high priestess, even before she'd consumed the immortal fruit. However, even after consuming the immortal fruit to forcibly enhance her cultivation base, there was still no way that she could have been able to take even a single attack from that revolving evil spirit light. As such, the woman was ecstatic that Han Li just so happened to possess an ability that could oppose this light. It was quite clear that none of them would be able to oppose these two black Rakshasa monarchs, so they had no choice but to rely on Han Li. With that in mind, the woman immediately cautioned, "Be on your guard, Senior Han. Not only can that revolving evil spirit light reflect attacks, it can disregard most restrictions and abilities, and it's extremely poisonous. If one were to be struck by it, the poison would immediately spread to all parts of the body, and there's no way to get rid of it. Many of the powerful beings of our Naga race had fallen to this accursed light many years ago." The woman was quite concerned that Han Li would be adversely affected by the revolving evil spirit light after it had been devoured by the silver fire raven that had flown out from his body. Poison, eh? A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. However, seeing as his spirit-engulfing heavenly flames were able to devour this so-called revolving evil spirit light, it would have naturally already converted the poison into energy that could be used by him, so there was no way that it'd be able to harm him. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to divulge the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames abilities to the woman. He merely nodded to acknowledge the fact that he'd heard her words of caution. Throughout this entire process, his eyes remained firmly fixed on the two black Rakshasa beings. "You dare to devour the revolving evil spirit light?" Han Li was unable to glean the expressions of the two black Rakshasa monarchs as they were enshrouded under black light, but the astonishment in their voices was quite apparent. "Hee, this ability of yours is quite interesting. It's just a pity that you haven't honed it to a passable degree. Otherwise, even my flames wouldn't have been able to vanquish it so easily. Alright, looks like there really are only two of you here. I'll take care of you two as quickly as possible so I can go back and rest." Han Li chuckled before striding directly toward the two black Rakshasa beings. He didn't appear to be moving very quickly, but each and every step he took covered a distance of several tens of feet, and he was soon just over 200 feet away from the two black Rakshasa monarchs. At the same time, brilliant golden light erupted from Han Li's body, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin. Simultaneously, a golden halo surfaced above his head, and at the center of the halo sat a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of the projection's 3 faces were quite clear, both of which were identical to Han Li's appearance, while the third one remained rather blurry and indistinct. Not only were the Fire Yang beings astonished by this new ability that Han Li was unveiling, even the two black Rakshasa beings within the black light were quite taken aback. The black light around them immediately began to buzz before tremoring and warping, transforming into a giant black blade around 70 to 80 feet in length in a flash. The blade then hurtled toward Han Li with ferocious might. The giant blade was completely inky black with an arc of golden and silver light flashing at its center, creating a rather mysterious sight to behold. A resounding boom rang out, and a massive golden hand that was no smaller than the blade appeared beneath the ladder before lifting it upward. The two clashed and black and golden light flashed violently. The massive golden hand remained completely still, and the giant blade was forced to falter in midair. Both the black Rakshasa beings were stunned to see this. However, the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being then immediately made a hand seal, and her body instantly swelled to several times its original size. At the same time, golden light flashed from her tail, and a massive golden hooked tail was manifested, then hurled toward Han Li like lightning. Meanwhile, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being opened her mouth, and a sinister look flashed through her eyes as she let loose a guttural beastly snarl. Immediately thereafter, a swath of white mist appeared above her head. Silver light flashed within the mist, and a giant man-faced centipede projection emerged. The silver light flashed again, and the projection also pounced toward Han Li as a streak of silver light. The man-faced centipede opened its cavernous mouth mid-flight, and a vast expanse of silver light was expelled from within. In the face of this joint attack unleashed by the two black Rakshasa monarchs, Han Li continued to remain completely expressionless. He merely swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of small azure flying swords shot forth. These swords then blurred before flying toward the giant golden hook as azure sword projections. The golden hook emitted a ringing sound as countless runes suddenly appeared on its surface, making it appear as if it were about to unleash some kind of powerful ability. However, in the next instant, azure light flashed, and the azure sword chi converged upon the golden hook, following which the latter let loose an anguished wail before plummeting from above, having been sliced into countless pieces. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was quite stunned to see this. At the same time, Hanli raised his other hand in the face of the man-faced centipede, and he spread open his 5 fingers as his hand turned into an inky black color. A gray light barrier then instantly appeared before Hanli, keeping the silver light unleashed by the centipede at bay. After that, silver light flashed from the center of his palm, and a miniature black mountain suddenly appeared. Hanli took a glance at the oncoming man-faced centipede and flipped his hand over in a nonchalant manner. An astonishing scene then ensued. The miniature mountain instantly disappeared as he did so, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the man-faced centipede, following which the miniature mountain appeared amid a flash of gray light. At the same time, the miniature black mountain swelled drastically to over 100 feet tall in the blink of an eye before crashing down upon the man-faced centipede's back with devastating force. A look of excruciating pain appeared on the human face of the centipede projection, and it let loose a series of shrill screeches as its body was forced to plummet from the sky by the immense weight of the divine Isis-fused mountain. The silver-eyed black Rakshasa being was stunned to see this, and she hurriedly made a series of hand seals. As she did so, a series of silver lines appeared on her gorgeous feminine face, presenting quite a sinister sight to behold. She then opened her mouth to expel a mouthful of silver blood essence, and as soon as this blood essence appeared, it transformed into a string of silver runes amid a dull thump. These silver runes then disappeared in a flash into the body of the centipede projection. As a result, the man-faced centipede seemed to have received a significant power boost. Silver light flashed from its body, and it began to squirm beneath the black mountain. In fact, half of its body had already coiled around the lower half of the mountain, and it was attempting to topple the mountain through brute strength alone. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he pointed at the mountain from afar while uttering the word heavy. The black mountain shuddered as a burst of mundane gray light emanated from it. Its form didn't appear to have changed at all, but its weight was suddenly increased in excess of tenfold. The man-faced centipede was just barely able to withstand the immense weight of the mountain a moment ago, but that fine balance was instantly shattered as it was sent plummeting down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, causing the entire palace to tremor violently, and the small black mountain forced the man-faced centipede firmly into the ground. A crater that was around 300 feet in size and over 10 feet deep was smashed into the ground, and the black mountain sat firmly at the center of the crater. The man-faced centipede beneath it let loose a cry of anguish before dissipating into specks of silver light. The strange stone blocks that Hanli had fused with the divine Isis-fused mountain were comparable in weight to gargantuan mountains, so the mountain was certainly far too heavy for the centipede to withstand. In the instant that the centipede protection was destroyed, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's face paled, and she threw up a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was of a blackish-red color on this occasion, rather than silver color it had been before. All of this had taken place in the mere span of just a few breaths. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was still reeling from the fact that her giant golden hook had been vanquished so easily by Han Li's flying swords, and her expression abruptly changed as she realized that her companion had sustained significant injuries. As such, her body swayed, and she immediately appeared behind the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being before laying a hand on her back. Golden and silver light flashed from the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's body, and her complexion improved significantly. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger toward the several tens of azure flying swords in the air. All of the flying swords shuddered before flashing toward his two opponents as lightning-fast azure threads. Shock and horror finally appeared on the faces of the two black Rakshasa beings upon seeing this, and they exchanged a glance before suddenly raising an arm each. 2 more balls of black light surfaced as a result before enshrouding their bodies. Right in that instant, the azure thread struck the black light. A cold expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he immediately activated his sword arts without any hesitation. All of the azure threads shuddered at his behest before transforming into azure flying swords, each of which was around a foot in length. However, all of them had become extremely faint, as if they'd been turned into mere projections. This was none other than the void form ability that Han Li's newly refined flying swords had obtained. In their new insubstantial form, the swords were able to puncture through the black light in their way without any impediment. The two black Rakshasa beings were clearly caught completely off guard by this incredible development, and they immediately fled for their lives with shock and horror etched on their faces at the sight of the oncoming flying swords. However, the swords were far too fast for them to evade at such close quarters. The flying swords pierced through the air, and two howls of anguish rang out in quick succession as countless bolts were punctured into the bodies of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. All of the fire-young beings were ecstatic to see this. However, blue light suddenly flashed in Han Li's eyes, and his body swayed as he arrived beside the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. He then extended both arms at once before grabbing the nearby air like lightning. A layer of silver flames immediately erupted from each of his hands, and two balls of light, one golden and one silver, were forced out of thin air, then enveloped by these fierce silver flames. The balls of light were then revealed to be a golden centipede and a silver centipede. The two centipedes were only several inches in size, but they each had the face of a female human that were identical to the faces of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. The two centipedes were trapped within the silver flames, screeching incessantly with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. The golden and silver light emanating from their bodies was none other than the revolving evil spirit light, and they would have been able to escape in the face of any other ability. Unfortunately for them, Han Li's spirit engulfing heavenly flames completely dominated their revolving evil spirit light, thereby placing them at his mercy. Han Li had no intention of letting these two go. He joined his flaming hands and rubbed them together in a casual manner. The golden and silver lights being emitted from the bodies of the two centipedes quickly dissipated, and the centipedes themselves were then reduced to nothingness by the silver flames. Only then had Han Li truly slain the two black Rakshasa monarchs. However, he didn't think much of this. During their clashes, he was able to deduce that these two were merely early deity transformation stage beings at most, and if it weren't for their revolving evil spirit light, he would have slain them within seconds. However, Han Li was rather intrigued by the fact that he had been unable to detect their cultivation bases with his spiritual sense. As such, his gaze immediately fell on the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings. He made a grabbing motion, and both sets of remains slowly flew up into the air toward him. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and blue light flashed from his pupils as he conducted a thorough examination. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he waved a hand toward each of the two sets of remains. Two sections of black veil emerged from the bodies of the two women before landing in his grasp. Han Li took a quick glance at the black veils before immediately flipping his hands over, upon which they disappeared. At this moment, the woman made her way over to Han Li with her daughter by her side, and she wore an elated look as she said, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Han. Our fire-young race will never forget your kindness." As for the two black veils that Han Li had just taken, she didn't mention anything about them and merely pretended as if she had never even seen them. Only then did she truly understand that Han Li was far more powerful than she'd imagined. As such, her heart was filled with gratitude as well as awe and veneration. The two black Rakshasa beings had seemed virtually invincible to Baizhur, yet Han Li had just slain them with ease, so her heart was filled with astonishment and awe. Even though she didn't say anything, there was clearly a more respectful look in her eyes as she cast her gaze toward Han Li. As for all of the other Serpentine priests, all of them also gathered around with respectful smiles on their faces. It wasn't much. Seeing as I've already decided to help you, I'll take care of all of the other black Rakshasa beings outside as well, Han Li chuckled. All of the fire-young beings were naturally ecstatic to see this, and they all expressed their gratitude again. Han Li smiled as he stowed away his flying swords in Black Mountain. He then rustled a sleeve, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a small leopard-like beast that landed on the ground several feet in front of him. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. The fire-young beings faltered initially upon seeing this beast, but all of them drew sharp breaths after sweeping their spiritual sense toward it. The immensely powerful aura emanating from the body of this little beast sent chills running down even the high priestess' spine. "Go and kill all of the black Rakshasa beings," Han Li instructed in a concise manner. A ferocious light appeared in the leopard Kirin beast's eyes upon hearing this, and its body swayed as it manifested 7 or 8 identical projections, all of which rushed out of the palace at once. The beastly projections merely blurred before reappearing several hundred feet away, and after just another, they'd completely disappeared out of sight. The speed at which they were moving was truly astonishing. The woman only managed to barely recompose her expression after a short while, but the shock in her heart still lingered. A thought then immediately occurred to her, and she suddenly produced a badge before rapidly pointing at it a few times while chanting something. Spiritual light immediately flashed from the badge, and the five-colored light barrier outside the palace instantly vanished. Seeing as everything has been taken care of here, I'll be going back to rest now. Don't worry about that spirit beast, it'll come back to me after all of the enemies have been destroyed, Hanli said in a calm manner. Before the fire young beings could express their gratitude toward him again, azure light flashed from his body, and the flew out of the palace as a streak of azure light, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The fire young beings were left to their own devices with awestruck expression in their eyes. After a long while, one of the white-robed serpentine beings heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank heavens you convinced this Mr. Han to stay High Priestess. Otherwise our entire race would have most likely been eradicated." Indeed. We were all quite perplexed by High Priestess' decision to give the divine pill away to an outsider, but I can see now that we've been far too short-sighted. Another white-robed priest chimed in with a nod. However, a wry smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing these words of praise. "You two think far too highly of me. I only gave the divine pill away as there was no other alternative, and thankfully my final roll of the dice resulted in a favorable outcome. We were blessed by the heavens to have discovered someone as powerful as Mr. Han. Zhuer, how do you think Mr. Han compares with your master?" The woman turned to her daughter with a serious look on her face. Bai Zhuer's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a brief pause did she hesitantly reply, "My master is a fifth-tier upper race being, but even if she were here in person, it'd still most likely be a lot more difficult for her to slay those two black Rakshasa monarchs." The young woman's reply was rather ambiguous, but the implications behind her words were quite apparent, and the woman nodded in response. However, peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the white-robed priests upon hearing this, and one of them murmured, "Could it be that Mr. Han is a powerful upper race being? In that case, even the most powerful being in the nearby region, Layman Silver Shark, wouldn't be a match for him." That may not necessarily be the case. Layman Silver Shark is a spatial tempering stage being, and cultivation arts as well as treasures are extremely important in deciding the outcome of battles, so it would be unfair for us to make such comparisons, the woman replied. All of the white-robed serpentine beings nodded with contemplative expressions upon hearing this, and they all fell silent. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. "How long does Mr. Han plan to stay on Firecloud Island? Does he have any intention of permanently settling here?" The woman could sense what the priest was trying to ask, and she immediately shook her head before replying, "I'm not sure, but he most likely won't leave right away. Having said that, it's also very unlikely that he would choose to stay on our island permanently. Someone of Senior Han's powers surely wouldn't be willing to confine themselves to a small island like ours." The other white-robed serpentine beings furrowed their brows upon hearing this, and the entire palace fell silent again. "All right, we'll discuss these matters another time. The battle outside hasn't reached a conclusion yet. Even though the two black Rakshasa monarchs have been slain, there could still be other high-grade black Rakshasa beings out there. Mr. Han's spirit beast is indeed quite powerful, but we can't just let it do all the work for us, so let's join the battle outside as well. The sooner we can get rid of all of these black Rakshasa beings, the fewer casualties our race would incur," the woman suddenly instructed. All of the white-robed serpentine beings immediately bowed and nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, the six of them flew out of the palace and rushed toward the locations where the battle was most intense. A short while later, Hanli returned to his wooden cabin and reactivated the restriction before taking a seat on the wooden bed in a cross-legged manner. A contemplative look then appeared on his face. The two most powerful black Rakshasa monarchs had already been slain, so the leopard Kirin beast would be more than enough to take care of the rest of the battle. As such, he'd already returned the favor for the pill that the woman had bestowed upon him. All he had to do now was rest and recover for around half a year, and he should be back to his peak condition. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he abruptly flipped a hand over. Black light flashed and a thin veil appeared over his hand. This was none other than one of the treasures he'd taken from the remains of the black Rakshasa monarchs. Han Li stared at the veil in his hand, and an intrigued look appeared on his face. This was a thin black veil that was quite smooth and soft to the touch, and also gave off a rather cool sensation. Just by adjusting the orientation of the veil under the light, Han Li could see faint black runes on its surface, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary treasure. After inspecting the veil for a while, Han Li extended a finger toward it. An azure light flashed from his fingertip as he injected a vast amount of pure spiritual power into the treasure. He then flicked his wrist, and the black veil rose up into the air before transforming into a piece of semi-transparent material that was around 10 feet in size. Han Li inspected the item through narrowed eyes, then cast an incantation seal toward it. The incantation seal disappeared into the black veil in a flash, following which it descended toward Han Li and completely obscured his body. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the veil landed on Han Li's body, he suddenly became quite blurry and indistinct, and he completely disappeared after a few flashes. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he inspected his hands, then glanced at his concealed body. Immediately thereafter, blue light suddenly flashed within his eyes, and it was only growing brighter and brighter. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected, he was unable to see through this veil's concealment ability unless he activated his spirit eye ability to its very maximal extent. Those two black Rakshasa beings had presumably used these treasures to sneak their way into the palace. With that in mind, Han Li released a wisp of spiritual sense and attempted to pierce through the veil with it. However, as soon as his spiritual sense made contact with the black veil, he felt as if it had fallen into a vast expanse of illusionary mist, making it completely impossible for it to pass through the veil. It appeared that this treasure was responsible for his inability to identify the cultivation bases of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly grabbed onto a corner of the black veil before casting an incantation seal. Black light flashed from the veil, and it abruptly disappeared into his robes. Han Li then used his spiritual sense to assess his own body several times, following which a pleased look appeared on his face. This black veil was indeed quite a brilliant treasure as it had exemplary concealment abilities. In fact, it was second only to the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman among the concealment treasures that he possessed. The High Zenith Invisibility Talisman did indeed possess extraordinary concealment abilities, but it also had many limitations. Not only did it severely hamper his speed, the treasures and cultivation arts he could use with the talisman activated were also significantly restricted. In contrast, the black veil was slightly inferior in terms of concealment ability, but it had none of the aforementioned drawbacks. Furthermore, its concealment ability would become more potent the more powerful its user was. If it weren't for the fact that the two black Rakshasa monarchs possessed cultivation bases that were far inferior to his, he wouldn't have been able to see through them so easily. Han Li experimented with the black veil for a while longer before stowing it away. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to engage in silent cultivation. Golden light flashed from his body, and golden halos proliferated above his head as the seated golden projection appeared once again. Han Li remained completely still, and several days passed by in a flash. During this time, the woman had brought a batch of rare spirit medicines and high-grade spirit stones to his doorstep in person. On that occasion, Han Li hadn't opened the door to greet her. Instead, he merely asked her to place the medicines and spirit stones outside the door, clearly indicating that he had no intention of entertaining any guests during the upcoming period of time. The woman naturally didn't dare to express any displeasure toward this, and she immediately set the items down outside the wooden cabin before taking her leave. Only then did Han Li get the weeping soul beast to carry the items into the room. Throughout this process he didn't leave his bed nor open his eyes even once. One day passed by after another and several months flew by in a flash. During this time, none of the higher-ups of the Fire Yang race dared to disturb Han Li again. On this day Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The silver flames immediately transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven. It was none other than the spirit-engulfing fire raven. Han Li looked at the fire raven, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. At first glance, the bird's appearance didn't appear to have changed at all, but after sweeping his spiritual sense toward it, he discovered that something seemed to have appeared within its body. Blue light flashed through his eyes and he was finally able to identify what this thing was. Within the silver flames, a series of barely visible golden threads had appeared. These golden threads had only appeared after the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames had completely refined the so-called revolving evil spirit light, so there was most likely a direct correlation between the two. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the silver fire raven in front of him. The fire raven immediately spread its wings before flying in circles in the air above Han Li. Immediately thereafter, the fire raven opened its mouth to blast forth a thin golden and silver thread. The thread struck the restriction that Hanli had set up in a flash, and the white light barrier tremored slightly before the thin thread was able to pass through it without any impediment. Following another flash, the thin thread re-entered through the light barrier, encountering no obstruction whatsoever yet again. The fire raven then blasted the thin thread out of its mouth again, aiming it at a wooden chair in the room on this occasion. The scenes that unfolded next immediately sent a stir running through Han Li's heart. After the thin thread flashed past the wooden chair, the latter immediately turned into a pitch-black color before being corroded into nothingness. This golden and silver thread really was extraordinarily toxic. Han Li exhaled as he made a hand seal, and the silver fire raven flew toward him before disappearing into his body in a flash. Han Li then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. However, in the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes again as his brows furrowed slightly. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside. Junior Qing Xiao is here to pay her respects to Mr. Han. May I have the honor of requesting an audience with you, Mr. Han? This was an unfamiliar female voice that carried with it an irresistible air. Qing Xiao. Han Li was rather perplexed. He was sure that this was definitely the first time he'd heard such a name. With that in mind, Han Li released his spiritual sense, and it passed through the white light barrier, thereby allowing him to glean the scenes outside the wooden cabin. There, he discovered a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s in an azure palatial dress. She was extremely beautiful, and there was an indescribable air of regal grace about her. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward her to find that this young woman possessed a mid-deity transformation stage cultivation. After a brief pause, he slowly asked, "Who are you? You're not a Fire Yang being from Firecloud Island, are you? How do you know that I'm staying here?" "I'm the master of Baizhuer of the Fire Yang race. I heard that the Fire Yang race was in grave danger, so I came here to offer them my assistance, but I heard that you had already saved the entire race. My disciple told me that you're immensely powerful and could be a senior of the upper 3 tiers of upper race, so I decided to pay you a visit in the hopes that I could perhaps learn something," the woman said with an earnest smile on her face. "You're that little girl's master? Alright, I wanted to come out of seclusion in the next few days anyway, and I also have some questions for you. Seeing as you've paid me a visit, it looks like I have no choice but to meet you," Han Li chuckled. Before Qing Xiao had a chance to reply again, the white light barrier around the wooden cabin suddenly dissipated, immediately following which the wooden door opened of its own accord. The woman hesitated briefly before calmly making her way into the cabin. After entering the cabin and catching sight of Han Li, a hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. It was quite clear that Han Li's youthful appearance came as quite a surprise to her. However, a respectful look immediately appeared on her face after she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, and she extended a curtsy as she said, "You really are a being of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. It appears I was right to come here. Your cultivation base is nothing to be scoffed at either, fellow Taoist. Take a seat," Han Li said in a calm manner as he inspected the woman with a faint hint of blue light flashing through his eyes. Qing Xiao expressed her gratitude before taking a seat on a wooden chair beside the bed. "You're using wind attribute cultivation arts, right?" Han Li suddenly asked. His question immediately brought a hint of surprise to the woman's face. "How did you know, senior? Could it be that we've met before?" Qing Xiao asked. "That's not the case. It's just that your movements are quite light and graceful, and the aura of the treasures you're carrying are all of the wind attribute, so I deduced that you were perhaps a wind attribute cultivator," Han Li explained in a calm manner. Han Li's reply was quite nonchalant, but the woman was quite stunned. It wasn't difficult to identify a person's cultivation base at a glance, but it was quite extraordinary that he was able to even identify the attributes of the treasures hidden within her body. As these thoughts raced through her mind, the expression on Qing Zhao's face became even more respectful as she carefully said, "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. I am indeed mainly using wind attribute cultivation arts. I heard from Zhuer that you're a sword cultivator, and that you're not from our Flame Coral Islands, senior. May I ask if you're from the Thunder Continent or perhaps elsewhere in this nearby region?" Han Li smiled upon hearing this and he replied, "I'm neither from the Thunder Continent nor from anywhere nearby." Qing Zhao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her as she exclaimed, "Does that mean you're from another continent, senior?" "You really are a smart person, Fairy Qing," Han Li replied with a smile. Qing Zhao's heart jolted with shock upon hearing Han Li's admission. Only after a long while did the shock on her face fade, and she exhaled as she said, "The fact that you were able to get here from another continent is a testament to your abilities, Senior. It's no wonder that you were able to kill those two black Rakshasa monarchs so easily. However, most seniors from other continents traveling to our Thunder continent wouldn't pass through our Flame Coral Islands, so you're the first cultivator from another continent to have graced this region in the past 10,000 years. Hehe, when you put it that way, I feel quite honored. However, I must clarify something. I never intended to come here and I only ended up in this place as a result of an accident," Hanli replied with a wry smile. "Regardless of how you got here, it's undeniable that you possess extraordinary powers, Senior. I've encountered a few issues with my cultivation recently. Would you be able to enlighten me, Senior?" Qing Xiao asked with a smile. "I wouldn't dare to claim that I can provide you with enlightenment, but we can certainly exchange our knowledge with one another," Hanli replied with a calm nod. Qing Xiao was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately expressed her gratitude. She was naturally aware that even though Hanli was speaking about this as if it were a fair exchange, she was the one that would be benefiting far more from this due to the vast disparity between their cultivation bases. Thus, the woman began to make cultivation-related inquiries to Hanli. Even though the cultivation arts they were using differed quite drastically, there were common issues that the vast majority of cultivators encountered at certain points in their cultivation. Hanli made no effort to hide anything either. After carefully listening to the issues she raised, he really did give her some useful instructions. Even though he didn't say much, he was still a spatial tempering cultivator, so his guidance was undoubtedly vastly beneficial to Qing Xiao. As such, she was ecstatic as she listened with rapt focus, and her eyes were bright with excitement. Of course, the woman also revealed some of her cultivation secrets during this process, and some of those aspects were also somewhat helpful to Hanli as well. Thus, the two of them conversed with each other for half a day. After Hanli answered the woman's final questions, she closed her eyes and silently processed his response for a long while before suddenly opening her eyes. She then rose to her feet and extended a grateful bow toward Hanli as she said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Your teachings have saved me at least several decades of arduous cultivation." "It wasn't much, I was merely answering your questions. Besides, I have some things that I'd like to ask you as well, so it'll be an exchange of sorts," Hanli replied in a calm manner. "Please ask me any questions you may have, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability, Senior," Qing Xiao declared without any hesitation. "I don't have any particularly complex questions. I just wanted to ask you if there were any long-distance teleportation formations nearby that could teleport me to another continent," Hanli said in a serious voice. "Teleportation formations? Are you trying to get back to your own continent, Senior?" Qing Xiao immediately guessed Hanli's intentions. "Indeed. I'm almost fully healed from my injuries and I don't intend to stay here for much longer. According to my experience, long-distance teleportation formations should exist in all places inhabited by large numbers of cultivators," Hanli replied with a nod. A wry smile appeared on Qing Xiao's face upon hearing this. "That is indeed true, Senior, but I'm going to have to disappoint you." "What? There are no teleportation formations here?" Hanli's heart sank a little upon hearing this. "If you'd come here several thousand years ago, then there would still be a teleportation formation on Flame Coral Islands that led straight to the Thunder Continent. However, this formation was destroyed by a massive beast from another region of the sea thousands of years ago, and the high-grade cultivators guarding the formation have also all been devoured by this beast. Unless you're confident in your abilities to fly to the Thunder Continent, I'm afraid this region of the sea is virtually inescapable, Senior Han. I presume that's also why the Black Rakshasa race were able to reveal themselves in such a reckless manner and suddenly attack the Naga race," Qing Xiao sighed. Hanli was silent for a long while before a grim expression appeared on his face, and he asked, "Is there no way to repair the teleportation formation?" "If we had sufficient materials, it would certainly be possible to repair the formation," Qing Xiao replied. "Oh? From the sounds of it, the main caveat here is the inability to gather sufficient materials?" Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. He was carrying many types of rare materials, so he was starting to grow hopeful again. "We've gathered most of the materials required, but the main core that ensures the function of the teleportation formation is a chunk of spatial cloud crystal, and that material is extremely rare. There are only a few mines that produce such a material on our Thunder Continent, and it's impossible to find it here," the woman explained. "Spatial cloud crystal?" Hanli's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing this. It was his first time hearing such a name. However, that was not all that surprising. After all, teleportation formations were extremely profound, and each continent most likely had a different method of constructing them, thereby necessitating the use of different materials. Just as Han Li's expression was gradually darkening even further, Qin Shao suddenly said something that instilled him with renewed hope. What? You're saying that spatial cloud crystal was devoured by that giant beast, and that the beast is roaming the nearby area? Han Li was rather incredulous. Indeed. At the time, the giant beast devoured most of the entire teleportation formation, including the spatial cloud crystal, and it left this region of the sea immediately thereafter. However, someone discovered this beast again over 100 years ago in the deep sea to the south. On that occasion it was discovered by a dozen or so upper race beings, but only 2 of them managed to escape while the others all died. During the next several decades after that, we arranged many hunting parties to try and kill this beast in order to repair our teleportation formation. But not only was this beast extremely powerful, it possessed brains and brawn in equal measure. When there were too many people around, it would hide deep within the sea and refuse to show itself, and it would only attack stragglers or small hunting parties. As such, many cultivators perished during our attempts to slay the beast, all to no avail. Qin Shao sighed in a resigned manner. What kind of abilities does this beast possess to make it such a difficult opponent? Han Li asked with a peculiar look on his face. Generally speaking, regardless of how powerful a sea beast was, it would inevitably be slain if it were to be hunted down by a group of cultivators. We haven't been able to identify what species this beast is, but it seems to be a mutated sea beast. From a distance, it appears to be a massive whale, but it can expand or shrink as it pleases, and it's capable of unleashing a water movement technique that allows it to move extremely quickly in the sea. Even on the few occasions where we managed to force the beast into a dire situation, it was able to easily escape after unleashing that technique, thereby making all of our prior efforts go to waste. On top of that, the sea beast is extremely violent and ferocious. Aside from Layman Silver Shark, who's the most powerful cultivator in this region of the sea, no one dares to face the beast on their own, the young woman said with furrowed brows. The elation on Han Li's face also faded upon hearing this. It appeared that things were not going to be as easy as he imagined. However, a skeptical look then appeared on his face as he asked, "Will the spatial cloud crystal still remain in the sea beast's body after so many years? Wouldn't it have been refined or absorbed already?" Rest assured, Senior, the spatial cloud crystal possesses spatial attribute powers, so there's no way to destroy it unless an attack imbued with spatial powers is used. That sea beast possesses a diverse range of powers and abilities, but it doesn't possess spatial attribute powers. That's something that we've managed to ascertain after hunting it for so many years, Qin Shao replied in a confident manner. Han Li nodded in response before falling into deep thought. Fellow Daoist Qing, do you know the rough location that this sea beast tends to appear in? Han Li asked. Do you intend to kill this beast, Senior Han? The woman asked as a grave look appeared on her face. Indeed. It wouldn't be plausible for me to fly to the Thunder Continent. Even if I fly without any rest, it'll take me the better part of a year, and unless I become significantly more powerful than I am now, I'll most likely perish along the journey considering all of the hazards that are present deep within the ocean. However, if I want to return to the continent that I was originally from, then I have no choice but to visit the Thunder Continent, which is the continent closest to us. Only there will I be able to find teleportation formations capable of teleporting people between continents, Han Li mused as he stroked his chin. It would indeed be vastly beneficial to everyone in this region if we could repair the teleportation formation. This region of the sea has a few decent spirit veins, but cultivation resources are sorely lacking, and many people have reached bottlenecks, only to find themselves unable to progress any further. After a few more millennia, all of the cultivation resources in this area would most likely be completely exhausted. If you intend to hunt down this beast, then how about you join forces with us, Senior? The woman offered with a smile. She then paused momentarily before continuing, Truth be told, I left my cave abode on this occasion to visit Layman Silver Shark on his island as he was trying to organize another hunting party to kill that sea beast. I've actually come here to visit you with the intention of inviting you to come along with us, Senior. If you can repair the teleportation formation, then of course I wouldn't mind working with all of you, Han Li replied with a smile. Rest assured, Senior, we have all of the other materials ready, as well as capable formation masters who are able to repair the formation. All that we're missing is the spatial cloud crystal, Qin Shao said with an elated expression. That's good to hear. Han Li nodded in response. With your assistance, there's a good chance that we'll be able to succeed this time. Layman Silver Shark has asked everyone to gather on Blue Lake Island located to the south in 4 months, and the hunting party will set off from there to search for that sea beast. If you truly intend to join us, then you'll just have to turn up on the designated date with this Silver Shark badge. Qing Xiao flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering silver badge as she spoke. Han Li accepted the badge from her before giving it a quick inspection. The badge was of a gleaming silver hue, as if it had been forged from pure silver, and there was a large shark character emblazoned onto its surface. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he stowed the badge away. Qing Xiao was overjoyed to see Han Li agree to join their hunting party so quickly, and she chatted with Han Li for a while longer before finally taking her leave after extending a respectful bow. After she flew away as a streak of white light, the white light barrier appeared around the wooden cabin once again, and at the same time the wooden doors slowly swung shut. Over 2 months later, a long cry and incessant cry erupted from the foot of the small mountain, piercing straight into the heavens. Almost all of the Fire Yang beings on the island heard this cry, and all of them turned toward that direction with bewilderment etched on their faces. The High Priestess was discussing some things within the palace with some high-grade serpentine beings, and she immediately emerged from the palace upon hearing this sound. She stood on the plaza and cast her gaze toward the small mountain with a peculiar look on her face. Moments later, the long cry drew to an abrupt conclusion, following which a streak of azure light shot forth from the foot of the mountain. The streak of light reached an extremely high altitude in a flash, then flew toward the edge of the island. Not long after that, the silver streak of light appeared over the surface of the ocean several hundred kilometers away from Firecloud Island, heading toward the southern direction without any pause or delay. Han Li flew within the streak of light in a completely expressionless manner while contemplating what he was about to do next. If he could join forces with the hunting party and slay the sea beast, then that would naturally be the ideal outcome. After recovering the spatial cloud crystal, he'd be able to head to the Thunder Continent, then return to the Tianyuan continent from there. If they failed to kill the beast, then he'd have to wait in this area for further opportunities to arise or to hunt down the sea beast again in the future. In any case, he was carrying a large quantity of spirit medicines as well as that small vial, and they would be sufficient to support his cultivation for a long time. Having said that, though, it had been a long time since Han Li had left the territory of the human race, and he was wondering what state the human race was currently in. Had a battle with other foreign races broken out? Was Deep Heaven City still standing? He hadn't stayed in that city for long, but he certainly didn't want to see the human race being wiped out. In reality, the main reason why he wanted to return to the territory of the human race was because he was worried that Nangong Wan might ascend to the spirit realm soon. According to his estimations, it would take quite a bit more time before Nangong Wan could ascend to the spirit realm through a spatial node, but he obviously couldn't reliably foresee the future. Perhaps Nangong Wan could have encountered some kind of miraculous opportunity that had taken her to the deity transformation stage, and maybe she'd already ascended to the spirit realm. With his current cultivation base and abilities, he was powerful enough to protect Nangong Wan on his own in the human territories. Even for one as calm and steadfast as Han Li, he couldn't help but be struck by a sentimental feeling at the thought of his beloved wife. However, it only took him mere moments to cast aside that train of thought and refocus on the task at hand. Much to Han Li's surprise, this journey was quite a smooth one. He slew a few insolent demonic birds that dared to attack him along the way, but he didn't even encounter so much as a single sea beast. Thus, over a month later he finally arrived in an unfamiliar region of the sea. As he sped through the air, his spiritual sense scoured the area down below. According to the map that he was consulting, he should have been close to the so-called Blue Lake Island. However, there were no islands to be seen in the nearby area. Han Li felt this to be rather strange, but his expression suddenly changed slightly after he flew ahead for several tens of kilometers further, and he abruptly changed directions while accelerating at the same time. Thus he soon flew into a strange region of the sea. The weather there shifted in the blink of an eye, and it began to snow over the ocean. Countless white snowflakes were swept up by the gusts of frosty winds, striking one with a bone-chilling sensation. What was even more peculiar was that the ocean down below didn't show any signs of freezing despite the frosty weather. Instead, there seemed to be bursts of hot steam rising up from the surface of the ocean. The hot and cold air combined and intertwined in a peculiar phenomenon, creating a vast expanse of mist over the ocean. After flying for a while through the wind and snow, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion downward to draw a stream of seawater into his grasp, only to find that it was extremely hot. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face as he drew to an abrupt halt. He then immediately made a hand seal, and golden light flashed from his body as he activated his Provenance True Devil Arts. Through doing so, he was able to forcibly repress his churning blood, but before his bodily condition had completely returned to normal, the skin on his back was suddenly struck by a scorching sensation, as if it were being directly baked over an open flame. Han Li's brows furrowed, and he immediately took off the upper half of his robes to reveal his upper body. He then raised a hand, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a shimmering golden mirror. The mirror revolved in the air before appearing above Han Li, and spiritual light flashed from its surface as it instantly revealed to Han Li the scenes currently unfolding on his back. From the image in the mirror, Han Li discovered that 4 extremely clear and vivid tattoo-like images had appeared on his back. There was a vibrant rainbow phoenix, a massive azure bird, a 5-claws golden dragon and a 5-colored peacock. These were none other than the manifestations of the 4 true spirit bloods that Han Li had absorbed into his own body. At this moment, not only were these 4 images shimmering with spiritual light, they were moving around incessantly as if they'd sprung to life. If it weren't for the fact that the power of his Provenance True Devil Arts was repressing them, it appeared that the 4 true spirit bloods were preparing to fly out of his body. Han Li was naturally quite astonished to see this. He had already used the 12 awakening transformations to completely refine the 4 true spirit bloods, so how was this happening? Furthermore, all of this had been caused by nothing more than that thunderous roar. Han Li's mind was racing rapidly, yet before he had a chance to figure anything out, another resounding roar erupted in the distance. Brilliant light erupted from the true spirit images on his back, and they began to thrash around even more violently, as if they were attempting to find some avenue through which they could leave his body. Han Li harumphed coldly as he made a hand seal, and golden light radiated from his body, following which the true spirit images immediately ceased moving. Han Li took a deep breath before waving a hand through the air, and the small golden mirror exploded with a dull thump, then dissipated into specks of golden light. Meanwhile, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and flew deeper into Ice Island, heading directly toward the direction where the thunderous roars had erupted from. These unsettling roars were able to disrupt the true spirit bloods that he'd already refined in his body, so he certainly couldn't leave this mystery unresolved. His decision to venture further into the island was also contributed to by the fact that he'd become vastly more powerful, to the extent that virtually no beings below the body integration stage could pose a substantial threat to him. Back when he was still at the deity transformation stage, he would have most likely been a lot more hesitant. After just a few flashes, the streak of azure light disappeared into the distance. The roars didn't seem to have come from very far away, but even after traveling for over 20 kilometers, Han Li still hadn't reached the source of the commotion. Furthermore, this ice island itself was also rather strange. It seemed to have been enshrouded under some kind of natural magnetic field that significantly hampered one's spiritual sense, thereby limiting his detection radius to less than 10 kilometers. However, after flying onward for a short while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he drew to an abrupt halt. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the sky up ahead, and 7 or 8 streaks of light of different colors came hurtling toward him. Han Li narrowed his eyes to try and get a better view of what was coming toward him, and the sight that he was greeted by sent a jolt running through his heart. The streaks of light flying in his direction consisted of a group of cultivators, all of whom were at around the nascent soul stage. All of them wore extremely horrified expressions as they flew as quickly as they could, indicating that there seemed to be something extremely fearsome hunting them down. Han Li cast his gaze into the distance behind this group of fleeing cultivators, only to find nothing there. His brows furrowed, and he was just about to call out to these people when a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. One roar after another then rang out in a relentless sequence, and an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the roars rang out in quick succession, the spiritual light around the bodies of the nascent soul cultivators flickered unsteadily, and their skin suddenly took on a vibrant red color. Immediately thereafter, several blood-curdling cries sounded as these cultivators' physical bodies and souls all exploded into clouds of blood mist in unison, then dissipated into nothingness. A grim look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed once again up ahead, and 2 more streaks of light came hurtling toward him. Han Li focused his gaze on those 2 streaks of light, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Within one of those streaks of light was a woman in a palatial dress. It was none other than Qing Xiao. Her companion was a young woman in a black dress who was not inferior to her in the looks department. However, both of them also wore horrified expressions, and their skin had also become quite flushed amid the string of resounding roars. Fortunately for them, they were able to maintain the layers of spiritual light around their bodies, and they managed to stave off the fate of self-detonation that befell those who had come before them. This was clearly because both of these women were mid-deity transformation cultivators, and their superior cultivation basis compared to the others was the key for their survival. Even so, both of them had clearly been severely debilitated and were flying significantly slower than they would otherwise have been capable of. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and he was just about to fly over to them when his expression abruptly changed while his pupils contracted drastically. A murky gray shadow that was several thousand feet in size had appeared several kilometers behind the two women, and it was flying directly toward them. The string of thunderous roars was coming from none other than that gargantuan creature, and even though Han Li had activated his Providence True Devil arts, he could still feel the four true spirit bloods struggling to free themselves from his body. The gray shadow immediately faltered, and the unsettling roars also came to an abrupt halt. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads revolved around the giant moth's body, quickly slicing it into countless pieces. However, Han Li was not elated in the slightest by his easy victory. Instead, his eyes narrowed as a wary look appeared on his face. Having just been saved from certain death, Qing Xiao and the woman in black were ecstatic. The massive moth's roars had just cut off, thereby freeing them from its restrictive power, and they immediately took this opportunity to fly toward Han Li with all their might. At the same time, Qing Xiao yelled out from afar, "Be careful, Senior Han. This thing seems to possess an immortal body that can't be killed by normal treasures." An immortal body? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, the countless sections of the giant moth's body suddenly converged, and gray light flashed as it instantly regenerated back to its original form. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and all of his flying swords transformed into azure threads again at his behest, then hurtled toward the giant moth. However, the massive creature let loose a thunderous roar of fury, and at the same time, it flapped its wings to emit those invisible fluctuations again. The ripples proliferated in all directions, instantly sweeping up all of the oncoming azure threads. The azure threads shuddered in unison before reverting back to their sword form, then exploding into balls of azure light in quick succession. Han Li didn't know what kind of ability those invisible fluctuations were, but even his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords were completely unable to withstand it. Qing Xiao and her companions' faces paled again upon seeing this. They'd only opened up a little bit of distance between themselves and the giant moth at this point, so if it were to let loose its roars again, they would still be in a dire situation. However, Han Li remained completely unflustered at the sight of his flying swords being destroyed. Instead, he harumphed coldly and made a rapid series of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the distance. An astonishing scene then ensued. The countless azure flying sword fragments suddenly began to emit a loud buzzing sound while revolving around the massive moth. The fragments then joined together to form 72 azure flying swords again, and the two women were struck by a sense of déjà vu as they witnessed those swords slicing the giant moth into countless pieces once again. Han Li had naturally just unleashed his flying sword's void form ability, and the two women were truly flabbergasted. However, they quickly came to their senses and flew even faster over to Han Li before stopping right beside him. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. However, this monster is too powerful. We should run away while we still can," Qing Xiao said in an urgent voice. "You two can do as you please. I'm rather interested in this thing, so I want to see if I can kill it," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Senior, we don't know where this beast came from, but it's extraordinarily powerful. Even Layman Silver Shark suffered a terrible death at its hands. I think it's best to retreat first and work out a strategy before returning to try and hunt it down." The woman in black was clearly also of the opinion that a temporary retreat was the best option. Even though Han Li just displayed the abilities of his powerful flying swords, the two women still didn't think that he'd actually be able to defeat the monstrous moth. "Rest assured, you two, even if I can't defeat it, it'll be no problem for me to ensure self-preservation." Han Li shook his head with a faint smile. At this moment, gray light flashed in the distance, and the giant moth's body regenerated back to its original form again. However, the monster had flown into a thunderous rage, having been killed twice in quick succession, and it began to roar and flap its wings with even greater ferocity. Earth-shattering booms akin to loud thunderclaps rang out as a series of ripples radiated from the moth's body, proliferating in all directions in a frenzy. All of the flying swords exploded into even smaller pieces than before. However, the massive moth had learned its lesson from last time, and it continued to flap its wings violently without any respite. The moth was being kept at bay by the flying swords, so it wasn't able to approach Han Li, but its roars immediately made Qing Xiao and her companion's skin turn a deep shade of red again, as if their blood were about to escape from their bodies. In contrast, Han Li merely furrowed his brows and activated his Providence True Devil arts to a slightly greater extent, thereby allowing him to ward off those negative effects. He then caught sight of the two women's dire conditions, and his hand shot forth like lightning as he thrust his palm toward them. Golden light flashed from his hand, and two golden pillars of light disappeared into their bodies in a flash. The two women immediately felt the churning blood within their bodies settle down to a great extent, and their flushed skin also reverted back to a more normal complexion. Both of them immediately heaved a collective sigh of relief before thanking Han Li for his assistance. This beast's roars are quite peculiar and can affect quite a vast area, so you two should get out of here for now, Han Li said as he waved a dismissive hand. He could see that the space within an area with a radius of over 10,000 feet around the giant moth was twisting and warping incessantly, making it feel as if he were appraising a massive illusion. Han Li wondered whether this was a result of the monster's roars or the invisible ripples emanating from its flapping wings. The two women were already petrified of the monster's devastating roars, so they already intended to flee the scene. They attempted to persuade Han Li to leave with them one last time, only to met by a refusal again. As such, they could only extend respectful parting curtsies before flying away as two streaks of light again. They fled for close to 100 kilometers, all the way until they reached the sea outside of the ice island's borders. Only there did the monstrous moth's roars completely fade. The two women stopped in midair before turning around to look behind them with lingering fear in their eyes. The woman in black took a moment to compose herself before asking, "Sister Qing, is that the Mr. Han you were talking about last time?" "Indeed. Mr. Han possesses the same cultivation base as Layman Silver Shark, but he appears to be far more powerful," Qing Xiao replied with a nod. "No matter how powerful he is, there's no way that he could be a match for that monster. Even Layman Silver Shark and his Silverlight Shark Spirit Beast working together could only last a few exchanges before they were killed by that thing. That monster's lower serpentine head is even more fearsome than its upper head. Senior Han's decision to engage it in battle really is quite unwise," the woman in black sighed. "That may not necessarily be the case. It appears that Mr. Han can remain completely unscathed in the face of the moth's roars, so he must have some kind of powerful protective ability. Also, the fact that he's so confident indicates that he'll at least be able to get away from that thing even if he can't defeat it. Let's wait here for now for the outcome of the battle. In the worst-case scenario, we'll just have to gather all of the upper beings among the races here to set up a few powerful formations to combat this beast." Qing Xiao was quite confident in Han Li's abilities, and she was already thinking ahead into the future. In the face of such a powerful monster, we can only rely on the power of spell formations. Otherwise, no matter how many people we gather, all of them will simply fall to those accursed roars. Thankfully, this thing appeared here quite early. Otherwise, in a month from now, all of the members of the hunting party will be gathering here, and even more fellow Taoists would perish, the woman in black said with a wry smile. "That's true. I wonder where this beast came from. It doesn't appear to be a sea beast," Qing Xiao murmured to herself with a set of furrowed brows. A hint of confusion also flashed past her companion's face, and she naturally didn't have the answer to that question either. After the two women departed, Han Li's flying swords continued to be shattered into smaller and smaller pieces by the invisible power unleashed by the moth's wings. However, Han Li merely looked on with a cold smile on his face. This monster was at the late spatial tempering stage, and its abilities appeared to be quite powerful as well, but he certainly wasn't going to be fearful of it. After all, he was a simultaneous cultivator who had cultivated to the second part of the Providence True Devil arts, and he possessed several insanely powerful abilities. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light emanated from his body as a golden halo appeared above his head. Within the halo, a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually surfaced, and each of its 6 hands was making a different hand seal. Han Li let loose a low cry, and the golden projection waved all 6 of its arms toward the giant moth in unison. A string of dull thumps rang out, and 6 pillars of golden light that were as thick as large bowls shot forth from the projection's palms. The pillars of light pierced through the warped space up ahead, and was just about to strike the massive moth's body when a peculiar turn of events abruptly unfolded. The moth's gargantuan body suddenly blurred, and the 6 pillars of golden light were diverted away from their original paths, thereby glancing past the moth without hitting their target. Han Li faltered upon seeing this, but he then immediately reached out with an inky black hand before gently thrusting it toward the giant moth up ahead. A vast expanse of gray light immediately erupted from his fingertips, forming a gray light barrier that hurtled toward the giant beast in a frenzy. The divine essence-fused light continued to expand drastically as it surged through the air, and it quickly encompassed virtually the entire sky. Such a large-scale attack was quite alarming even to the monstrous moth, and its green eyes flashed as it directed all of the invisible fluctuations from its wings toward the oncoming gray light. The gray light and invisible ripples clashed with a resounding boom akin to that of a thunderclap, and they seemed to be evenly matched as their clash resulted in a complete stalemate. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the 5 fingers on his inky black hand suddenly curled inward slightly. All of a sudden, a black shadow appeared within the gray light, following which a small black mountain appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The small mountain then expanded at an alarming rate, reaching over 10,000 feet in size in just a few flashes. It was none other than the divine essence-fused mountain. The giant moth faltered initially upon seeing this mountain, but it then immediately let loose a thunderous roar. The invisible ripples hurtling through the air suddenly converged, forming a semi-transparent pillar of light that was visible to the naked eye, which then sped directly toward the underside of the massive mountain. These invisible ripples had been able to pulverize Han Li's flying swords, so it wasn't difficult to imagine their destructive power when condensed into a single pillar of light. Prior to fusing with those strange stone blocks, the divine essence-fused mountain may not have been able to withstand this pillar of light. However, ever since those stone blocks had been melted into it, the mountain had become resolute to an incredible degree. Gray light flashed from the underside of the mountain, and the pillar of light struck it amid a resounding boom. However, the pillar of light was quickly vanquished, but it had been unable to leave so much as a single scratch on the underside of the mountain. The giant moth was stunned to see this, and it was almost unable to believe its eyes. In contrast, Han Li remained completely expressionless as if he'd anticipated this in advance. He quickly made a hand seal and the mountain came crashing down with devastating might. The massive moth was still conjuring up invisible ripples with its wings, but those ripples were swept aside with ease by the divine essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and power. Just as the black mountain was about to crush the massive moth into mincemeat, its lion head suddenly blurred before transforming into the giant serpentine head that had its eyes closed. The green serpentine head then abruptly opened its eyes to reveal a pair of shimmering golden pupils. It wore a frosty look on its face as it raised its head to appraise the oncoming black mountain. An eerie hissing sound escaped its mouth, and as it continued to flap its wings, puffs of gray powder suddenly began to permeate through the air, completely enshrouding and concealing the monster's body within. It seemed to be preparing to unleash some kind of powerful ability. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he abruptly made a hand seal, following which the black mountain accelerated in its descent, sinking into the gray powder in the blink of an eye. Not only was its serpentine tail repelled away, its 2 monstrous arms had clearly been severely wounded and reduced to masses of gory flesh and blood. This monstrous moth perhaps possessed slightly superior strength to Han Li, but its body was nowhere near as stalwart, and the small crystalline shields it had conjured up didn't appear to be very effective against attacks from actual weapons. The giant moth hissed with pain and fury, clearly having been completely taken aback by the result of that clash. However, a vicious light then flashed through its golden eyes, and a layer of green light surfaced over its mangled arms. The wounds on its arms began to rapidly heal as a result, and it abruptly flapped its wings again to release a vast expanse of scintillating white light. The wings then disappeared in a flash, transforming into hundreds of shimmering flying blades, each of which was around half a foot in length. A ferocious light flashed through the monster's eyes, and the flying blades behind it began to emit a buzzing sound, seemingly as if they were about to fly toward Han Li. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly smiled as golden light flashed from his body. The golden scales and 4 golden arms that he'd conjured up suddenly blurred before disappearing, and the giant moth was rather taken aback by this development. All of a sudden, Hanli made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out from behind him as a pair of shimmering wings appeared on his back. With nothing more than a gentle flap of those wings, Hanli instantly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, another thunderclap rang out several hundred feet away, and Hanli re-emerged out of thin air. However, he didn't unleash any cultivation arts or treasures. Instead, he merely crossed his arms and appraised the giant moth with a hint of a smile on his face. The massive moth was quite bewildered by this, but its ferocious nature instantly vanquished the doubts in its mind. It let loose a loud hiss as all of the scales on its body instantly stood up on end before it attempted to fly toward Hanli. However, Hanli suddenly chuckled as he rubbed his hands together before uttering the words, "Fall, fall, fall." As soon as those words were uttered by Hanli, the giant moth suddenly felt a rush of dizziness, following which it began to experience an unbearable itch on its chest. A section of its body also instantly lost all feeling, and its massive body began to sway in an unsteady manner. The monster was naturally both infuriated and alarmed, and it hurriedly looked down to discover that the tiny puncture wound on its chest still hadn't healed. Not only that, but a small section of its body had turned a dark purple color with that puncture wound at the center of that area, and a putrid smell was emanating from that section. That was also the same section of its body that it had lost all feeling in. It appeared to have been afflicted by some kind of lethal poison. This poison was extremely potent yet discreet, and it had completely failed to notice it until now. The giant moth was stunned by this drastic turn of events. It immediately opened its mouth to expel a burst of green light, within which a green egg-sized bead was faintly visible. The burst of light then disappeared into the wound on its chest in a flash while the bead revolved in midair just in front of the wound. At the same time, the bead began to release a peculiar fragrant aroma that immediately nullified the putrid odor emanating from the poisoned wound, and the dark purple poison section of its body instantly ceased spreading. Hanli was rather surprised to see this. He had witnessed just how potent the poison of the revolving evil spirit light was in person, and the fact that the giant moth wasn't immediately killed by the poison indicated that its body was quite resistant to toxins. However, Hanli merely chuckled coldly upon seeing this, and brilliant azure light erupted from his body as he transformed into a massive azure bird over 100 feet in size. He then flapped his wings and hurtled toward the giant moth, sweeping up gusts of fierce azure winds in his wake. At the same time, a loud thunderclap rang out, and thick bolts of golden lightning instantly surfaced over the massive bird's body. The lightning turned the bird's huge talons into a golden color before they grabbed toward the giant moth with ferocious might. The monstrous moth down below hurriedly sent the flying blades behind it hurtling toward Hanli, but the massive azure bird merely continued to fly on ahead, completely ignoring the oncoming blades as it maintained its astonishing speed. The flying blades quickly struck the giant bird, only to be swatted aside by its massive wings amid a string of loud clangs, rendering them completely ineffective. This was not a surprising occurrence. After all, Hanli's physical body was already powerful to the extreme, and after undergoing his Kuan-Ping transformation, it was enhanced even further, so there was naturally no way that these blades would be able to harm him. In contrast, his sharp talons swept through the air like lightning and managed to tear through the monstrous moth's body with ease. The moth's body was completely dismembered by Hanli's attack, but it was only an empty husk without flesh or blood within it. The true body of the moth had disappeared, leaving only a ragged chrysalis in its place. Even the green bead that it was using to eradicate the poison within its body was merely a projection, and it also vanished in a flash. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this before blue light flashed through his massive eyes. He then flapped his wings violently a few times, and the golden arcs of lightning surging all over his body shot forth amid a string of explosive thunderclaps. Arcs of golden lightning instantly appeared in a radius of several thousand feet, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. A resounding boom rang out as golden lightning exploded around 500 feet away from Hanli, transforming in countless thin arcs of lightning that flashed in an erratic manner. These thin arcs of lightning then formed a massive golden net that was sent swooping down from above, but a streak of green light suddenly flashed from down below before piercing through the golden lightning net. The giant moth stumbled out of the golden lightning, and at this point around 2/3 of its body had turned into a dark purple color. It was holding that green bead in its mouth to keep the poison from spreading toward its head, and its arms and tail also seemed to be resistant to the poison to a certain degree. Even so, it was quite clear that it was in a very sorry state and could barely even keep itself aloft. It was no wonder that it had immediately attempted to flee the scene and didn't dare to engage Han Li in battle any longer. Unfortunately, despite its discreet concealment techniques, it was still unable to escape the detection of Han Li's bright-side spirit eyes. In order to withstand the divine Devilbane lightning, it had no choice but to muster up some of its magic power, but as a result, there was insufficient magic power dedicated to repressing the poison within its body, and the toxins spread at an alarming rate. Han Li flapped his wings and flew over to the giant moth in a flash before looking down at it from above with a cold look in his eyes. Even though the giant bird that Han Li had transformed into wasn't actually a Kunpeng true spirit, he had absorbed its true spirit blood, so the aura emanating from his body bore a strong resemblance to that of a true Kunpeng. A hint of fear finally flashed through the golden eyes of the monstrous moth upon seeing this, and gray light emanated from its body as it attempted to unleash some kind of movement technique in order to flee the scene. However, in the next instant, a crisp crack suddenly sounded as the green bead that it was holding in its mouth abruptly shattered. Both Han Li and the giant moth were quite taken aback by this unexpected development. However, the monstrous moth then let loose a shrill screech, and piercing light erupted from its body as it swelled drastically to several times its original size. Gray light then flashed beside its huge serpentine head, and its other feline head also appeared. Both of its heads wore deranged expressions as it pounced toward Han Li with ferocious might, and it swung both of its arms violently through the air, conjuring up a pair of gargantuan claw projections. The world's origin chi within a radius of several kilometers formed countless specks of light before being absorbed by the two giant claw projections, and they swelled drastically to encompass heaven and earth before slowly traveling toward Han Li. In the face of the colossal claw projections, Han Li was struck by the sense that there was no way for him to evade this attack, and his pupils contracted drastically. He let loose a clear cry, and azure light revolved around his body as he instantly transformed into a peacock that was enveloped in five-colored spiritual light. The peacock was only around 10 feet in size, but the five-colored light swirling around its body seemed to possess some kind of mystical defensive properties. Han Li had activated his 12 awakening transformations to adopt this five-colored peacock form. For some reason, he had instinctively undergone this transformation in the face of the oncoming claw projections. As a result, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Just as the claw projections were about to reach Han Li, the feathers from the five-colored peacock's body suddenly shot forth before fusing into the five-colored light around it. The five-colored spiritual light instantly swelled to several tens of times its original size, then swept directly toward the giant claw projections. From a distance, it appeared as if a five-colored waterfall of light was descending from above. A hint of incredulity flashed through the massive moth's eyes at the sight of the five-colored peacock and the five-colored spiritual light. The giant claw projections and the five-colored waterfall of light clashed, yet the collision was completely silent and anticlimactic. The five-colored spiritual light flashed violently a few times, and the massive claw projections somehow suddenly disappeared without a trace into the waterfall of light, as if they had never even existed in the first place. Han Li was rather bewildered by the scenes unfolding before his eyes, and he retreated as a precautionary measure. Five-colored spiritual light flashed from his peacock body, and he suddenly appeared over 200 feet away. After its final attack proved to be ineffective, the monstrous moth could only glower at Han Li with resentment and fury in its eyes. However, in the next instant the poison spread upward, and its two heads also took on a dark purple hue. The monster's body then shuddered one last time, and its eyes glazed over as it plummeted toward the ground. Right at this moment, the five-colored peacock shrank down before reverting back into Han Li's human form, and he looked on at the plummeting moth with a cold expression, showing no intention of giving chase. The giant moth's purple body crashed onto the icy island down below before falling completely still. Only then did Han Li make a grabbing motion, and a silver ball of flames appeared out of thin air before him. It was none other than the spirit engulfing heavenly flames that had been trapped by the monstrous moth earlier. The silver fireball immediately hurtled downward at Han Li's behest, transforming into a shimmering silver fire raven along the way. The bird flew through the air as it headed directly for the giant moth's carcass, preparing to plunge headfirst onto its remains. Right at this moment, the moth's two massive heads suddenly exploded in unison to form a vast expanse of blood mist. Two fist-sized balls of green flames emerged from within the mist, then fled in opposite directions. Han Li immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the two balls of green flames, following which two clumps of azure threads emerged out of thin air. The azure threads dispersed before ensnaring the two green fireballs in a flash, and regardless of how vehemently the green flames struggled, they were unable to break free from the restrictive threads. At this moment, a small green cauldron appeared nearby, and Han Li pointed a finger toward it from afar. The silver fire raven that was flying toward that direction exploded amid a dull thump, then flew through the air as two silver fireballs before striking the pair of trapped green fireballs with unerring accuracy. A pair of shrill shrieks rang out, and the two balls of green flames converged within the silver flames to form a pair of eyeball-like objects. The pair of eyeballs turned toward Han Li, and they blinked as a peculiar light flashed from within them. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he reflexively disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the two green eyeballs were completely reduced to nothingness within the silver flames. Only then did Han Li reappear over 100 feet away amid a flash of azure light, and his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked down from above. The souls of high-grade beings were most definitely quite useful, but he didn't dare to keep them in case they possessed certain abilities that could harm him. As for using a soul search technique, that was not advisable on beings of a higher cultivation base than himself, as he could easily suffer spiritual backlash. However, Han Li was quite surprised by the fact that this monster possessed two independent souls. Furthermore, the pair of eyeball-like objects that the souls manifested into in the end were also rather peculiar. After conducting a thorough examination of his own body, Han Li didn't discover anything amiss, so it appeared that the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had eradicated those two objects before they could unleash any abilities. With that in mind, Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief as he swept a sleeve through the air. Immediately thereafter, his spirit engulfing heavenly flames, heaven void cauldron, divine essence fused mountain, and azure bamboo clouds warm swords all flew back toward him before disappearing into his body. Only then did Han Li slowly descend toward the giant moth carcass down below. Unbeknownst to Han Li, right after he had slain the monstrous moth, a sequence of events was unfolding in a palace constructed from flawless white jade located deep within the pitch-black ocean. There were 12 ancient copper lamps placed in a row on the ground within a dark secret chamber on the deepest level of the palace. These lamps were each around a foot tall, and there were faint green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps. There was a tall and thin humanoid figure seated with their legs crossed in a motionless manner in front of the ancient lamps. The humanoid figure had its head lowered, and its entire body as well as its face was concealed under a golden cloak. There was a series of strange patterns emblazoned onto the cloak, and it was shimmering with spiritual light. In the instant that Han Li had destroyed the two souls of the monstrous moth, one of the medium-sized lamps was suddenly snuffed out. A strange creaking sound rang out from the humanoid figure's body as it slowly raised its head, and two balls of green flames appeared, instantly revealing its true appearance. The humanoid figure had a white skeletal face, and the two balls of silver flames were burning within its eye sockets, creating a very eerie and unsettling scene to behold. The skeletal head turned to appraise the snuffed-out ancient lamp with a cold look in its eyes, and it let loose an enraged harumph as it suddenly opened its mouth to expel a ball of black light. The object that had been expelled was a square black seal. The object was extremely smooth, but there was an inky black true dragon carved onto its surface, revolving several times around the seal. The skeleton uttered a strange incantation, and a swath of black light swept forth from the black seal, following which a giant black object appeared. Under the dim light of the lamps in the secret chamber, the black object was revealed to be an azure beast that was around 30 to 40 feet in length with the head of a giant cow. The monster lay motionlessly on the ground, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of its chest, one could be forgiven for thinking that it was a dead carcass. The skeleton opened its mouth and a possessed ball of fire flew forth from within, then disappeared into the monster's body in a flash. The monster shuddered, and a series of cracks and pops sounded from its joints, following which it opened its eyes and rose to its feet. It looked around in a confused manner initially, but a hint of clarity soon crept into its eyes, and its hands balled up into fists as it threw back its head and let loose a loud roar. A rumbling thunderclap erupted, and arcs of azure lightning surfaced over the beast's body. The skeleton suddenly let loose a string of inhuman screeches, as if it were giving the monster a series of instructions. The cow-headed monster nodded before the arcs of lightning emanating from its body intensified in brightness, and it abruptly disappeared amid another thunderclap using a lightning movement technique. The secret chamber turned dim and silent again following its departure. The green flames in the eye sockets of the skeleton flashed, and it cast its gaze toward the ancient lamp that had just been snuffed out before pointing a skeletal finger toward it. Following a barely audible thump, the flame in the lamp was relit, but it was only a feeble possessed flame that looked as if it could be snuffed out by a gentle breeze. After doing all that, the green flames in the skeleton's eye sockets flashed a few times, and it withdrew its gaze from the ancient lamp as it cocked its head to the side in deep thought. However, in the next instant, it suddenly swiped a finger through the air and drew a circle up ahead. As soon as the circle took shape, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a shimmering silver mirror was manifested before the skeleton. The skeleton opened its mouth to expel a ball of green light onto the mirror, and the mirror's surface flashed with bright spiritual light before a series of images appeared on it. Some of these images were extremely clear, as if they were right before the skeleton's eyes, while some were quite murky and indistinct, as if they'd been concealed by something. Each and every image depicted a different setting and subject, some of which were humanoid in nature while others were beastly creatures, but all of them appeared to be extremely powerful. All of a sudden, the skeleton suddenly pointed toward the mirror, and it locked onto a single image. The image depicted a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was hovering in midair in a completely expressionless manner and dressed in a set of azure robes. The man in the image was none other than Han Li. The skeleton appraised the image of Han Li in the mirror with a cold expression for a long while before waving a hand through the air in a nonchalant manner. A crisp crack immediately rang out, and the mirror shattered down the middle before dissipating into specks of azure light. The green flames within the skeleton's eye sockets then burned for a while longer before they were also snuffed out, following which it lowered its head and fell completely motionless again. Meanwhile, Han Li had just descended next to the carcass of the monstrous moth and was carefully inspecting it. With a beast of such a high caliber, many of its body parts would naturally be extremely rare and precious materials. However, the thing that interested Han Li the most wasn't the beast's inner core. Instead, it was those scales that could conjure up small crystalline shields, as well as the pair of giant wings that could manifest countless sharp blades. Despite Han Li's interest in the moth's carcass, now wasn't the time to dissect it. As such, he rustled his sleeve, and a storage bracelet shot forth from within before expelling a swath of azure light. The carcass of the monstrous moth rapidly shrank down within the azure light before being stowed away into the storage bracelet. After that, Han Li drew the storage bracelet back to him before inspecting his surroundings. After a brief pause for contemplation, azure light erupted from his body as he flew into the distance, traveling deeper into the island rather than away from it. A short while later, Han Li appeared above a cluster of buildings that had been reduced to rubble. This cluster of buildings stretched for around several kilometers, and all of them were glittering and translucent, having been constructed from glacial ice. However, all of these buildings were completely empty with only a few traces of blood and ruined scraps of clothing to indicate that they'd recently been inhabited. It seemed that everyone here had been killed by that monstrous moth. Han Li's brows furrowed as he descended toward the largest palatial building down below. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, his expression suddenly changed as he cast his gaze toward a nearby mundane-looking pavilion. "Who's there? Come out right now." Han Li's body blurred, and he abruptly appeared right in front of the pavilion with a cold expression on his face. "Please spare our lives. We're merely servants of Master Silver Shark." A female voice sounded from within the pavilion. Immediately thereafter, a group of several tens of young men and women emerged from within. This was quite a youthful-looking group of beings, with most of them appearing to be around 16 to 17 years of age, and they were led by a white-robed woman who appeared to be in her 20s. As soon as they emerged from the pavilion, all of them knelt down before Han Li with horrified expressions on their faces. Han Li glanced at this group of beings, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. At first glance, these beings appeared to be identical to normal human mortals, and none of them possessed any magic power, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that that was not actually the case. All of these young men and women had remarkably translucent skin, and faint glacial chi was emanating from their bodies. They were also quite sparsely dressed considering the air temperature, and they didn't seem to be fazed by the frosty conditions in the slightest. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and he was just about to ask them a question when he suddenly turned toward another direction. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and two streaks of light shot forth rapidly through the air, reaching the nearby area after just a few flashes. The lights then faded to reveal a pair of slender figures. They were none other than Qing Xiao and the woman in black. As soon as the two women appeared, expressions of shock and elation appeared on their faces. "Senior Han, if you're here, then does that mean the giant moth?" Qing Xiao's voice trailed off as an incredulous look appeared on her face. The woman in black beside her also awaited Han Li's answer with bated breath. "I've already killed that thing," Han Li replied with a smile. He flicked his wrist and the giant moth carcass was dumped onto the ground before him with a dull thump. The two women were naturally ecstatic at the sight of the carcass, and Qing Xiao heaved a long sigh of relief before extending a grateful bow toward Han Li. "Thank you for taking care of this abhorrent beast, Senior Han. Not only did you save the two of us, you've also saved countless more beings on our flame coral islands who would have undoubtedly perished to this thing." The woman in black had also adopted a more respectful demeanor as she chimed in, "Indeed. Even Layman Silver Shark was no match for this monster. If it had been allowed to wreak havoc to its heart's content, then countless lives would have been lost. We are extremely grateful that you've eradicated such a major threat to everyone, Senior Han." "There's no need to thank me. This beast was a little troublesome to deal with, but I just so happen to have mastered a few cultivation arts that are perfect for combating its abilities." "You're far too modest, Senior. This is the first time this being has appeared here, and at the time, we were discussing with our fellow Taoists a course of action to hunt down that sea beast. All of a sudden, this moth flew out of the mist and onto the island, and many of our fellow Taoists were caught off guard before falling to its roars. Thankfully, Layman Silver Shark managed to delay the beast for a short while, thereby allowing some of us to escape. Otherwise we would have most likely all perished already." There was still a hint of fear in Qing Zhao's eyes as she recalled the horrors of the monstrous moth. Han Li's brows furrowed as he nodded before turning to the group of young men and women who had just emerged from the pavilion. "Are these the native inhabitants of this island? Their constitutions seem to be rather special, but they're not cultivators." These are glacial essence beings. These beings are unable to draw the world's origin chi into their bodies, but they can blast some glacial chi out of their mouths, and they'll maintain their appearances after reaching full maturity, only reverting to their rightful elderly appearance in the instant that they pass away from old age. They're considered to be a rather rare race with a population of only around 10,000 on the entire Flame Coral Islands. However, due to the fact that the race can't produce any cultivators, they're forced to become subsidiaries to other powerful races or prominent powers. This group of glacial essence beings are the servants of the late Layman Silver Shark, the woman in black explained. Now that Layman Silver Shark is dead, they'll have to seek protection from another power, Qing Xiao sighed, seemingly feeling rather sympathetic toward these glacial essence beings. "Oh, that's quite interesting." This was the first time that Han Li had heard of such a race, and he couldn't help but take an extra glance at this group of beings. Upon hearing the conversation between Han Li and the two women, the white-robed woman who appeared to be the leader of the glacial essence beings immediately to kowtow to the trio, and the other glacial essence beings behind her hurriedly followed suit. "Are all of you planning to seek refuge under Mr. Han? If that's the case, you may as well take them, Mr. Han. These glacial essence beings are quite useful for organizing cave abodes and looking after medicine gardens," the woman in black said with a smile. "Oh, they're skilled at nurturing spirit medicines?" Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. They're not just skilled in the craft, their aptitude in that area far exceeds even most upper-race cultivators. These beings were able to take refuge under Layman Silver Shark, so they're definitely the cream of the crop among their race. If news were to spread that they were looking for a new master, many upper-race beings would be clambering to take them, Qing Xiao explained with a smile. "It's a pity that I'm used to traveling alone, so I don't like having people with me. If you two would like to take them, then feel free to do so," Han Li immediately refused with a shake of his head. "In that case, then we'd be more than glad to take them. I am really in need of servants in my cave abode. Sister Qing, how about we split them evenly among us?" the woman in black asked as she turned to Qing Xiao with a smile. "I already have more than my fair share of servants on my island, so you can take all of them if you like," Qing Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. The woman in black nodded in response before asking the glacial essence beings whether they'd be willing to come with her. Their original master had already perished, so the glacial essence beings naturally weren't going to refuse the woman's offer. As such, all of them agreed in a respectful manner. After that, they cleaned up the largest palatial building at the woman's behest before inviting Han Li's trio into the palace. "What are your plans from here onward, Mr. Han?" Do you still intend to hunt down that sea beast? Qing Xiao asked as she took a seat on a stone chair within the palace. I do. I've already come all this way, so I'm certainly not going to give up without giving it a try, Han Lu replied in a calm manner. Qing Xiao and the other woman glanced at one another upon hearing this. Are you two of the opinion that I'm not capable of accomplishing such a feat? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Of course not. You were even able to slay that monstrous moth, so it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility that you'd be able to hunt down that sea beast. However, during our past hunting trips, we relied heavily on Layman Silver Light Shark to track that sea beast. Now that the spirit beast has perished along with Layman Silver Shark, so it most likely won't be a simple task to find that sea beast again, the woman in black hurriedly explained. Is that so? Then how was that Silver Light Shark able to find the sea beast? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise on his face. I heard about this from Layman Silver Shark once. Apparently, his Silver Light Shark has a natural tracking ability. As long as it's seen something once, it'll be able to sense it within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, then slowly find it. In the past, the Silver Light Shark led all of our hunting parties to the lair of the sea beast, Qing Xiao explained in a grim manner. In that case, things will indeed be a little troublesome. Looks like I'll just have to travel to the rough area where the sea beast resides and try my luck there, Han Li said with furrowed brows. If you insist on hunting down this beast, why don't you wait for another month or so? A few more of our fellow Taoists should have survived that attack from the monstrous moth, and there are many who've yet to arrive on the island. If we can organize a hunting party, it'd at least be better than going after the beast alone, the woman in black suggested. That's most likely not going to help much. I recall that fellow Taoist Qing had once told me about the sea beast's powers. If we were to split, we'd most likely only be divided and conquered, and if we were to hunt for it together as a group, it wouldn't increase our chances of finding it any more than if I were to search for it on my own. On top of that, everything would be fine if we could hunt down the beast in a short time, but if the hunting trip drags on for too long, dissent would inevitably be bred among the party members. In that case, it would be better for me to go alone. As for everyone else, they can come along if they'd like, but I won't force them if they don't wish to accompany me, Han Li replied with a smile. The two women naturally had nothing further to add upon hearing this. If I do manage to recover the spatial cloud crystal, please assist me in repairing the teleportation formation. Rest assured, Senior, as long as you can recover the spatial cloud crystal, you can leave the teleportation formation repairs to us, the woman in black promised with a smile, and Qing Xiao also followed suit. Han Li nodded with a pleased look after hearing their responses. The rest of the process was quite simple. Han Li inquired about the general location where the sea beast had been sighted in the past, then set up a method through which he could contact the two women before flying away as a streak of azure light. Qing Xiao and the woman in black stood in front of the doors of the palace and looked on his departing figure with complex expressions on their faces. Even now, I'm still in disbelief that Senior Han was actually able to kill that monstrous moth. His cultivation base appears to be quite similar to that of Layman Silver Shark, but Layman Silver Shark was slain by that beast in a matter of mere moments, the woman in black murmured to herself. Didn't Mr. Han say that he's mastered a few cultivation arts that were perfect for combating the moth's abilities? That must be why he was able to defeat the beast, Qing Xiao replied with a peculiar look in her eyes. Are you really going to believe that, Sister Qing? At the very least, I'm not buying it. Setting aside that moth's strange abilities, just its demonic power alone made it comparable to a ninth-tier upper race being. Do you think it's possible that a few convenient cultivation arts could tip the scales so much in his favor that he'd be able to bridge such a vast gulf in power? The woman in black analyzed with a hint of a smile on her face. What are you trying to say? Qing Xiao sighed. Nothing much. I was just remembering that you're still missing a Dao companion. This Mr. Han is a perfect choice, is it not? If you don't want him, then don't blame me for swooping in, the woman in black giggled. What are you saying, sister? I've only met Mr. Han on 2 separate occasions in total, how could I possibly have such bold thoughts? Qing Xiao scoffed as a blush appeared on her face. What's wrong with having thoughts like this? If I recall correctly, you've been stuck at the 5th tier for many years already, right? If you could make a powerful man like Mr. Han your Dao partner, then you should be able to easily break through your bottleneck through dual cultivation. So what if you're still not very familiar with Mr. Han? Everyone starts off as strangers. As long as he doesn't leave this region, you'll have more chances to meet and interact with him. With your looks and talents, you can't tell me that he won't fall for you, the woman in black giggled with a teasing look in her eyes. Stop spouting nonsense, sister. Mr. Han has to return to his own continent sooner or later, so how could he possibly stay here for long? Besides, perhaps he already has a Dao companion. Qin Xiao finally managed to muster up a coherent response after forcibly recomposing herself. That's indeed an issue. However, that sea beast is extremely cunning, and this region of the sea is extremely vast. Tracking it down and killing it will be no easy task. As long as he's unable to recover the spatial cloud crystal, he'll be forced to remain on Flame Coral Islands. In that case, what does it matter if Mr. Han already has a Dao companion or not? The woman in black replied with a nonchalant shake of her head. This time, Qin Xiao didn't say anything in response. She merely looked on toward the direction that Han Li had departed in and heaved a barely audible sigh. Over 2 months later, a streak of azure passed over a certain region of the ocean, flying along at low altitudes. All of a sudden, the streak of azure light swerved around before flying toward another direction at several times faster than its original speed, covering a distance of over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. As such, the monstrous fish that was trying to attack it chomped down onto empty air, but the fish whipped its tail through the turbulent waves to try and pounce toward it again. Right at this moment, a loud cry rang out from within the azure light, and several tens of azure threads shot forth in a flash before revolving around the fish. The massive sea beast was instantly sliced into countless pieces, and its remains plummeted from the sky amid a rain of rank green blood that stained the entire area of the nearby ocean. The streak of azure light then continued onward toward along its original route in an unhurried manner. Within the azure light, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s was standing motionlessly atop a massive azure sword with an indifferent expression on his face. He was none other than Han Li, who had already been searching for the whale-like sea beast in this region for over 10 days. Even though he hadn't been searching for his target for a long time, he was still struck by the feeling that he was searching for a needle in a haystack. During these past few days, he had slain several similar insolent sea beasts that had attempted to attack him, but he'd found no leads indicating the whereabouts of the sea beast he was searching for. Thankfully, there were many tiny islands in this region, and they were separated by distances of several tens of kilometers at most. As such, Han Li wasn't concerned about spiritual qi expenditure. All he had to do was rest on one of those islands for a day or two every once in a while, and his magic power would be fully replenished. Of course, during this time, Han Li wasn't just solely searching for that sea beast. If one could look into his body, then they'd discover a golden and azure nascent soul that was several inches tall situated within his dantian, blasting forth a constant stream of nascent flames to refine the small crystalline shield that it was holding. Most of Han Li's magic power had been dedicated to this purpose. After dissecting the monstrous moth that he'd slain earlier, he procured over 100 scales from it, and refined that small crystalline shield using those scales in conjunction with some other materials. The refinement process wasn't very complex, but the materials required were rather special. Not only was this shield extremely hard and resolute, it had even inherited the monstrous moth's ability to refract light-based attacks, and that was quite a pleasing development for Han Li. After a brief hesitation, he decided to refine this treasure into his body as well. Aside from that, Han Li had also refined 360 flying sabers from the massive wings of the moth, each of which was around an inch in size. These flying sabers were all extremely sharp and could easily tear through normal armor and shields. Unfortunately, the moth's beast core had been completely shattered. Otherwise, Han Li would have been interested in investigating the intricacies behind the monster's peculiar roars. After all, he still didn't know how those soundwave attacks had managed to trigger such a reaction from the true spirit bloods within his body, and this presented quite an unsettling notion to him. Who knew if his 12 awakening transformations possessed some kind of weakness that he was unaware of? What if he were to encounter an enemy with a similar ability in the future? Would the same occurrence repeat itself? Han Li pondered these thoughts while aimlessly scouring the ocean down below with his eyes, as well as his spiritual sense. According to Qin Xiao and her companion, this whale-like sea beast had been sighted many times in this area of the sea during the past century. As such, as long as he was willing to expend some time, there was a good chance that he'd encounter it sooner or later. Most importantly, the sea beast possessed a type of extremely potent water movement technique that made it very difficult to kill. However, during his search, he'd already devised some tactics to counteract this, so he was relatively confident in his ability to kill the sea beast after encountering it. Han Li continued to sweep his gaze across the surface of the ocean, and his brows furrowed slightly. There were some low-grade sea beasts in the nearby seabed, so the whale-like sea beast most likely wouldn't be in this area. With that in mind, the streak of azure light accelerated slightly as Hanli flew further into the distance. Thus, days passed by one after another. Once every month or so, Hanli would rest on a small island for a few days to recover his magic power, then continued his search. As a result, many of the slightly more powerful sea beasts were struck by ill fortune. Those who dared to attack Hanli were naturally all slain with ease, but those that were smart enough to avoid Hanli were left alone after he ascertained that they weren't the target that he was searching for. Hanli was still yet to find the sea beast that he was looking for, but he did encounter a few signs that suggested that it had passed through certain areas that he was searching through. There was even an occasion where he'd found a massive piece of beast hide that the sea beast had shed, and it was extremely sturdy and resolute, making it an exceptional tool refinement material. However, Hanli didn't use it to refine any suits of armor. This section of beast hide was indeed quite sturdy, but it definitely still couldn't compare to his powerful body. Instead, he refined a few talismans using the material, including a set of 9 Palace's heavenly talismans, as well as several armor origin talismans and high zenith invisibility talismans. Among the talismans recorded on that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome, the heavenly halberd talisman was the only one that he still couldn't refine. However, ever since Hanli had progressed to the spatial tempering stage and gained superior control over the world's origin chi, a whole new world seemed to have been opened up to him, and he received some inspiration that took him closer to being able to refine the heavenly halberd talisman. Of course, he still didn't know when he'd be able to refine the talisman, but he was at least making progress. Time flew by in a flash, and before Hanli knew it, he'd been roaming this region of the ocean for several years. However, he wasn't in any hurry. He'd only just recently progressed to the spatial tempering stage, so there were still many things that he had to slowly learn over time. During these past few years he was unable to cultivate his magic power much, but he'd made large strides in many of his cultivation arts and abilities. On this day, Hanli was flying along at a leisurely rate while pondering a certain cultivation art as usual when he suddenly heard a strange cry erupt in the extremely far distance. This was a cry that he'd never heard before, and he stirred as blue light flashed through his eyes. Moments later, an elated look appeared on his face as he cast his gaze into the distance. "I finally found it. But what's that thing battling it right now?" Hanli murmured to himself as he transformed into an azure thread before accelerating into the distance. After just a few flashes, the azure thread had covered a distance of several thousand feet, and following one final flash, it disappeared from view. Close to small island several hundred kilometers away, dark clouds obscured the entire sky and the ocean was raging with turbulent waves as 2 colossal creatures faced off against one another. One of them was a giant crimson prawn that was over 2,000 feet in length. It was half sprawled over a massive rock and possessed a translucent and smooth hard exoskeleton. In the ocean not far away from the rock, there was a whale-like sea beast that was about twice the size of the giant prawn. The sea beast possessed an identical body and tail to those of a whale, but the only difference was that its entire head was covered in scales, and there were also golden horns and pair of long feelers protruding from its head, making it akin to the head of a worm. The 2 giant beasts appraised one another with caution in their eyes, and the giant prawn was roaring incessantly. All of the dark clouds and turbulent waves in the nearby area had been conjured up by this massive beast. In contrast, the giant whale-like monster was merely floating along in a completely silent wraith-like manner. However, its eyes were fixed firmly on the giant crimson prawn, and there was a hint of greed flashing through its eyes. Even though the prawn was causing a massive commotion while the giant whale was quite silent and subdued in comparison, one could sense that the prawn was a lot more uneasy and was merely kicking up a ruckus in a futile attempt to intimidate its opponent. All of a sudden, the whale-like sea beast suddenly turned toward a certain direction with a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance in that direction, and a barely visible azure thread shot forth toward them at an incredible speed, making no effort to disguise or conceal itself in the process. Even the crimson prawn couldn't help but turn toward the azure thread with a wary look on its face. The azure light receded, and Hanli appeared in the air directly in between the 2 giant beasts in a wraith-like manner, then looked down at them expressionlessly. "There's no mistaking it, this is the beast I'm searching for. And there's also a bloodfire prawn here as well. I'm in luck." Hanli murmured to himself in an excited manner. Immediately thereafter, he swept both sleeves through the air at once, and a clear cry rang out within one of his sleeves before several tens of small azure swords came flying out from within. The flying swords hurtled toward the whale-like sea beast, but suddenly disappeared into space mid-flight. Meanwhile, a black shadow emerged from within his other sleeve, and it swelled drastically in size to form a massive black mountain that came crashing down toward the bloodfire prawn. At the same time, Hanli made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light erupted from his body as he conjured up the golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. The projection's 6 arms swept through the air, and 6 pillars of golden light shot forth, 3 of which were aimed toward the prawn while the other 3 flashed toward the whale-like sea beast. Hanli had attacked both sea beasts at once, and he wasn't holding back in the slightest. After activating his Provenance True Devil Arts to its maximal extent, the speed at which the pillars of golden light was traveling through the air was downright incredible. After just a single flash, they were upon the 2 sea beasts. Both of the sea beasts' hearts jolted with shock, and the whale-like sea beast opened its mouth to expel a ball of blue light, while the giant prawn conjured up a layer of crimson light that encapsulated its entire body. A string of dull thumps rang out, and as soon as the 3 pillars of golden light made contact with the blue light, the latter was instantly destroyed, leaving the pillars of light to strike the whale's massive body. A sharp cry immediately escaped from the sea beast's mouth as 3 gaping holes were blasted into its body. Blood gushed out like fountains from those puncture wounds, and the flow of blood simply refused to stop. The whale-like sea beast was naturally extremely stunned to see this. The ball of blue light that it had unleashed didn't appear to be very noteworthy, but it was an extremely powerful defensive ability that drew on the essential power of water, and it had saved its life on countless occasions in the past. As such, it was quite alarmed by the fact that the 3 pillars of golden light were able to pierce through it so easily, and it was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. The damage inflicted on its body by the golden light wasn't a cause for concern. The sea beast merely shook its mountainous body, and the sea around it tumbled and surged, following which countless specks of blue light emerged from the seawater before instantly filling its wounds. Following a flash of spiritual light, the puncture wounds on its body were completely healed. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the other 3 pillars of golden light also struck the layer of crimson light, and even though the latter was once again vanquished with ease, the golden pillars of light had somehow become a lot thinner and weaker than they originally were. The pillars of light struck the crimson prawn's exoskeleton amid 3 dull thumps, and the prawn's massive body shuddered before it flung off the rock that it was perched on. However, only 3 indentations that were several inches deep had been left in its exoskeleton, and it hadn't been punctured by the golden light. Hanli was quite surprised to see this, but that didn't stop him from continuing in his assault. Right after the crimson prawn was blasted away by the 3 pillars of light, the small black mountain was already crashing down toward it. The massive prawn's 2 front claws suddenly glowed with crimson light before expanding to several times their original size, and it hoisted them up into the air, preparing to use its immense strength to withstand the descending divine essence-fused mountain. It was no wonder that the beast would be so complacent. After all, its massive body was around 2,000 feet in length while the small mountain was only just over 1,000 feet tall, so theoretically, there was no reason why it wouldn't be able to keep the mountain at bay. However, as soon as its massive claws came into contact with the underside of the black mountain, gray light flashed, and a couple of crisp cracks sounded. The pair of giant claws shuddered before being snapped into 4 segments by the enormous force of the descending mountain. The giant claws were completely shattered, but the black mountain continued to descend before crushing half of the prawn's body against the massive rock beneath it amid a rumbling boom. The entire rock tremored violently and sank several tens of feet further into the ocean. The crimson prawn roared with shock and fury while thrashing with all its might, but the black mountain was completely immovable, as if it had fused as one with the rock down below. The giant prawn had been completely immobilized by Hanli in a matter of mere moments. A hint of fear flashed through the whale-like sea beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately slapped its massive tail onto the surface of the ocean. Countless water spears that were each around 10 feet in length instantly shot forth from the ocean, hurtling directly toward Hanli like a torrential storm. At the same time, more specks of blue light began to emerge from the nearby ocean before enveloping the entirety of the massive sea beast, causing its body to flash erratically. The beast could see that Hanli was far too powerful an adversary for it to engage in battle, and it immediately threw up a smoke screen before attempting to unleash its water movement technique and fleeing the scene. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air. A vast expanse of gray light surfaced before him, forming a gray light barrier that was several tens of feet in size. The gray light barrier revolved in mid-air, and all of the water spears that struck it disappeared without a trace, like moths throwing themselves onto an open flame. The divine essence-fused light was the bane of all powers of the five elements, so destroying these water spears was naturally a simple task for Han Li. However, Han Li didn't even take a single glance at these water spears. Instead, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the whale-like sea beast. At the same time as he unleashed his divine essence-fused light, he had also silently activated his sword art. Just as the giant sea beast's body was beginning to blur and it was preparing to get away, balls of azure spiritual light suddenly appeared in an area with a radius of several thousand feet around it. These balls of azure light flashed before forming 72 fist-sized azure lotus flowers, and these lotus flowers blurred before manifesting several hundred more identical lotus flowers. All of the azure lotus flowers revolved before expelling bursts of azure light that instantly combined as one, thereby forming an azure barrier of light. An extremely rich burst of wood attribute spiritual chi appeared within the light barrier, completely ensnaring the sea beast within it. All of this had been conjured up in the blink of an eye. However, the sea beast had been able to survive for so long despite the extensive efforts made to hunt it down, so it naturally possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. As such, it immediately realized that it was in a dire situation, and the blue light around its body abruptly exploded to form a dazzling ball of spiritual light. The sea beast's body then swayed before disappearing amid the ball of light like a giant bubble. In the next instant, a burst of scintillating blue light suddenly erupted from one section of the azure light barrier, following which a low roar rang out. Immediately thereafter, a miniature whale that was only around 10 feet in size appeared within the blue light, clearly having been impeded by the azure light barrier. The sea beast was naturally extremely shocked and enraged that its water movement technique had been obstructed. It opened its mouth, and a loud thunderclap erupted as it blasted forth a shimmering blue arc of lightning that struck the azure light barrier with ferocious might. However, the light barrier only rippled slightly before falling still again, having remained completely unscathed in the face of that attack. In its urgency and desperation, the top of its head suddenly opened up, and a ball of red light flew out from within. There was a square red brick enveloped within the ball of light, and it was as smooth and translucent as jade. The brick instantly swelled drastically to several feet in size, and it struck the light barrier in flash amid a thunderous boom. A ball of crimson flames erupted before intertwining with the azure light, but the result was still the same. The azure light barrier merely rippled and tremored slightly, but withstood the attack with no issues whatsoever. This time the sea beast was truly starting to panic. Its body swayed, and it expanded to its former mountainous size once again. Immediately thereafter, brilliant blue light flashed from its body, and crashed directly toward the azure light barrier. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he looked on from above. This spring dawn sword formation truly is quite extraordinary. It relies mostly on illusionary techniques, but it's even more effective than the Aureate sword formation when it comes to restricting all types of movement techniques. This sea beast's water movement technique has mutated slightly, but it's still been completely ensnared within this sword formation. Seeing as this beast had unintentionally fallen into the sword formation, then its fate was already sealed. Furthermore, this was a good opportunity for Han Li to test out the powers of the sword formation. With that in mind, he immediately made a rapid string of hand seals while chanting something in a low voice. A series of peculiar fluctuations then radiated from the azure light barrier in the distance, following which the barrier began to blur slightly. At this moment, the mountainous sea beast crashed into the light barrier, and an astonishing turn of events unfolded. In the instant that the sea beast's massive body came into contact with the azure light barrier, it was able to plunge directly into the barrier without any impediment, as if it had crashed headfirst into empty air. Thus, the entire giant beast appeared to have been engulfed by the light barrier. At the very least, that was how it appeared to Han Li as he looked on from above. All of a sudden, azure light flashed, and right after the giant beast disappeared, it suddenly rushed out of another section of the light barrier. The sea beast faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately changing directions and crashing into the restriction again. However, the same process merely repeated itself over and over again, and the sea beast finally stopped as the dire nature of its situation dawned on it. Right at this moment, Han Li activated the power of the sword formation, and the azure light barrier suddenly flashed before shattering into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed and a floral scent wafted through the air, striking one with the feeling that they had been teleported to a natural paradise. In the sea beast's eyes, it was currently situated within a lush forest that was so lifelike, it was impossible to tell whether it was an illusion or not. However, there was a burst of killing intent rising up from the glorious forest around it. Only after the sea beast looked down in a perplexed manner did it discover that a massive azure lotus flower had appeared beneath it. The lotus flower was close to 1,000 feet in size, and its petals were flashing with shimmering azure light. The giant beast's heart jolted with shock, yet before it had a chance to do anything, wisps of azure light suddenly surfaced in the air around it. The azure light revolved around the sea beast's body, following which it was instantly struck by an immense burst of power that completely immobilized it. In the next instant, azure light flashed and several tens of azure pythons, each of which was as thick as a large bowl, pounced directly toward the giant beast. The azure pythons opened the mouths to reveal sets of sharp fangs, creating quite a sinister sight to behold. Half a day later, a streak of azure light rose up into the air before disappearing into the distance in a flash, leaving behind a placid stretch of seawater that showed no signs of the battle that had just taken place. Only the giant rock that had sunk several tens of feet deeper into the ocean acted as a reminder that the battle had indeed taken place. 2 years later, a piece of monumental news spread through the entirety of the Flame Coral Islands. The teleportation formation that had been in disrepair for thousands of years had been repaired, and there were already people using it to travel to the Thunder Continent. All of the more powerful cultivators on the islands were ecstatic to hear this, and they all rushed toward the teleportation formation for a chance to travel to a land rife with cultivation opportunities. Han Li's eyelids fluttered open, and he took a moment to recover from his rush of dizziness before he assessed his surroundings. He was quite relieved to find himself situated within a hall that was over 1,000 feet in size, and there was not a single person to be seen in the nearby area. However, there was a faint white restriction flashing from the walls of the building, as well as a stone gate that was firmly shut. There was a stone pillar that was several tens of feet tall situated in each of the 4 corners of the hall, and there was an unidentifiable glowing rock embedded onto each of the pillars to illuminate the entire hall. Han Li looked down to find that he was standing atop a massive teleportation formation. Thus, he made his way out of the formation without any hesitation and strode directly toward the stone gate. He pushed the gate open to find that it was virtually completely weightless despite its hefty appearance, and he was immediately greeted by a set of lively and bustling scenes. Han Li was caught completely off guard and slightly startled by this development. Han Li hurriedly cast his gaze around him, and what he saw came as quite a surprise to him. He was situated at the edge of a massive plaza that was tens of thousands of feet in size. The plaza had been paved using some kind of white stone, and there were countless beings situated on top of it. Most of these beings were humanoid in nature and wearing different types of armor. Some of them had extraordinarily long rabbit-like ears, some had black fur all over their bodies, some were as tall and broad as massive apes, and some were completely encapsulated in suits of shimmering golden armor that made it impossible to glean their appearance. There were even some humanoid beings with serpentine lower bodies. These were clearly beings from the Naga race. The most common demographic among them was a type of green-skinned foreign beings. All of them wore suits of green armor and wielded shimmering red halberds. Despite the diversity in the species among these beings, one thing remained constant, and that was that all of them wore extremely concerned looks on their faces. There were some beings among them who were emanating magic power fluctuations, but most of them were at around the foundation establishment stage or the core formation stage. There were nascent soul stage and deity transformation stage beings among them as well, but those beings totaled only around 100. All of them were gathered in groups of varying sizes while discussing something, and Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense throughout the plaza to discover a group consisting of 3 spatial tempering stage foreign beings, a discovery that came as quite a surprise to him. According to Qing Xiao, he should have been teleported to a small city inhabited by several small races, and generally speaking, the most powerful beings here would normally only be a handful of deity transformation cultivators. Under normal circumstances, there would only be around 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators in the entire city, but at present, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on this plaza alone, among which were several that were of the same cultivation base as him, so how could he not be surprised? Could it be that this green light city had undergone some kind of drastic transformation during the thousands of years that the teleportation formation had been in disrepair? Furthermore, his spiritual sense could detect faint restriction fluctuations over the entire plaza, and everyone standing on the ground with not even a single being rising up into the air, so there was clearly a flight restriction in place. Hanli took a deep breath before slowly making his way toward the bustling crowd. Just as Hanli was about to inquire someone about the situation, a dwarven spatial tempering stage foreign being with a disproportionately large and complete hairless head suddenly pulled out a wooden disc with a confused look on his face. The disc was flashing with specks of spiritual light, and there were some unfamiliar runes hovering over its surface. "What is it, Brother Yuan?" a nearby green-skinned foreign being asked. "An upper race being of the upper 3 tiers has suddenly appeared here. If I recall correctly, all of the teleportation formations in the city have been cut off by the Jiaoqi race. How could anyone have possibly been able to teleport here?" The big-headed being mused with a perplexed look on his face. "Is that so? Could it be that the Jiaoqi race became complacent and neglected to cut off a certain teleportation formation? In that case, let's find that being and ask them about this," the green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. "That's impossible. I inspected all of the teleportation formations in person a few days, and none of them are functioning." The big-headed being shook his head as he stared at the wooden disc in his hand. "Let's hurry up and find that being so we can get some answers from them." "Brother Yuan, you should be able to easily track down this being using your spirit light disc, right?" A being enshrouded under fiery red light suddenly interjected. "Hee, that being has just appeared and they're currently on this very plaza. I've already used the restriction to track them down." The big-headed being pointed toward Hanli as he spoke. The other 2 beings naturally turned toward the same direction. There were many people on this plaza and Hanli had used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base, but he still stuck out like a sore thumb amid the group of low-grade beings around him, so the trio of spatial tempering stage beings were immediately able to find him. Hanli could sense those beings looking at him and he also cast his gaze toward them. At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes at how they were able to find him so quickly. However, after a brief hesitation, he voluntarily made his way over to those 3 beings. Moments later, he had arrived before the group of spatial tempering stage beings. "You must be new here in Greenlight City, right, fellow Taoist? May I ask your name?" The big-headed being asked in a calm manner as spiritual light flashed from his hand, following which the wooden disc abruptly disappeared. "My surname is Han, and I've indeed just arrived in this city. What's going on here? Are you all going to war?" Han Li asked in an indifferent manner. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, fellow Taoist Han. You must have teleported here from a very faraway place, right? Otherwise, there's no way that you'd be unaware of the feud between our 13 heavenly cloud races and the Jiaoqi race," the big-headed being said with a peculiar look on his face. "The Jiaoqi race?" Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This race was one of the top 10 most powerful races in the entire spirit realm. "We'll fill you in on everything else later, Brother Han. For now, please tell us how you were able to teleport to Greenlight City. All of the teleportation formations should have been cut off by the Jiaoqi race already," the green-skinned being asked. "I teleported here from the other side of the ocean," Han Li replied in a truthful manner. "The other side of the ocean? Are there such teleportation formations that lead to a small city like this one?" The being enshrouded under red light exclaimed in a surprised manner. "There are indeed 2 such formations, but they'd been destroyed many years ago. Which teleportation formation did you use to get here, fellow Taoist Han?" A hint of surprise also appeared in the big-headed being's eyes. Countless thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, but he merely gave a simple and concise response. "The Flame Coral Islands." "I see. If I recall correctly, that teleportation formation had been destroyed thousands of years ago. Would you be able to explain how you were able to use that formation to get here, fellow Taoist Han?" "The initial forces of the Jiaoqi race have already arrived at the city, and they're awaiting the arrival of the main army. We've gathered everyone here and are planning to abandon the city so we can get away from here before it's too late. However, it's yet to be seen whether we'd even be able to escape from this place. At the very least, they definitely wouldn't allow high-grade beings like us to escape without a fight," the big-headed being explained with a wry smile on his face. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a dull rumbling thump suddenly erupted from the outside the stone gate, following which the layer of white spiritual light surfaced along the walls. The spiritual light flashed sporadically, and the ground tremored violently as if the entire building were about to collapse. What's going on? These tremors naturally couldn't harm these three spatial tempering stage beings in any way, but they were all still quite alarmed by this sudden development. The green-skinned being exchanged a glance with the big-headed being before both of them rushed out of the hall in unison. One of them transformed into a streak of azure light that flew out of the building while the other merely blurred before disappearing on the spot. Even though there was a flight restriction imposed on the entire plaza, beings of their cultivation base could naturally still fly if they wanted to. Doing so would only expend more magic power than normal. Hanli didn't waste any time either. He glanced at the teleportation formation and hesitated momentarily before abruptly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A streak of azure light shot forth before revolving around the formation, completely demolishing it before the streak of azure light returned to him. Only then did Hanli exit the hall, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. As soon as he emerged from the stone hall, he discovered that the entire plaza had been plunged into complete chaos. Countless beings were scrambling to rush into the buildings around plaza while a blue light barrier had appeared in the air above, seemingly encompassing the entire city beneath it. In the air above the light barrier, countless head-sized balls of white light were raining down in a torrential assault. The balls of white light exploded as they crashed into the light barrier, and the latter tremored violently amid resounding booms, seemingly only barely able to withstand the ferocious attacks. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze outside of the light barrier as blue light flashed through his eyes. Moments later, Hanli's eyelids twitched as he drew a sharp breath. Through the use of his Spirit Eyes ability, he had identified what was unleashing the oncoming attacks. A gigantic island had appeared in the air at altitudes of around 30,000 to 40,000 feet. That's right, it was a shimmering island that appeared to have been forged from pure silver, and it was close to 100,000 feet in size. The entire island was riddled with white crystalline pillars that were shimmering with countless runes. These pillars were blasting forth one ball of light after another that were crashing down upon the light barrier overhead. Meanwhile, the big-headed being pulled out a blue mirror and looked into it before his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad, that's a giant battle arc of the Jiaoqi race. How could this be? Could it be that their army has arrived earlier than anticipated? There's no use thinking about such matters right now. Our top priority is to get away from here as quickly as possible. Brother Yuan, you've been in this city for many years, so surely you know of a few secret passageways that lead out of the city, right?" The green-skinned being urged in a flustered manner. A hesitant look appeared on the big-headed being's face, but he then gritted his teeth as he said, "I do indeed know of a secret passageway that leads to a small mountain to the west close to 10 kilometers away from the city. However, I can't just abandon all of the citizens of this city. I'm going to gather everyone to the city gates and make a collective effort to escape. If we're lucky, perhaps some of us really will be able to get away." "All right, we'll do as you say," the being enshrouded under red light immediately chimed in agreement. Han Li and the green-skinned being also expressed their approval of this course of action. Thus, the big-headed being didn't hesitate any longer. Yellow light suddenly flashed from his body, following which a streak of yellow light flew forth before transforming into a massive projection that was around 1,000 feet tall. The projection was completely identical to the big-headed being, both in appearance and in attire. Not only was the projection extremely massive, it was shimmering with dazzling yellow light, so it naturally stood out quite prominently. All of a sudden, the projection let loose a low cry that was akin to the toll of an ancient bell, and everyone who heard this sound was suddenly instilled with a sense of calmness that combated the panic and anxiety in their hearts. Thus, countless pairs of eyes turned toward the massive projection overhead in unison. Only then did the projection face everyone with a solemn expression as it announced, "Don't panic, everyone. The city's protective formation is extremely resolute and will not be falling anytime soon. What you all need to do now is to gather at the 4 city gates. In 15 minutes, I'm going to withdraw the restriction so everyone can attempt to escape. However, before that, allow me to issue a reminder to all of you. The Jiaoqi race has suddenly unleashed an unannounced attack on us, so they're most likely intent on eradicating our 13 heavenly cloud races. As such, I'd advise you to refrain from trying your luck by handing yourselves over in the hopes of being spared. From what I've heard, those who have been captured by the Jiaoqi race have either been reduced to mindless slaves or have had their souls searched and their bodies used as tool refinement or pill refinement materials. All of the beings on the plaza looked at one another upon hearing this, and someone suddenly let loose a loud cry, following which everyone dispersed and rushed toward one of the 4 city gates. Thus, the big-headed being made a hand seal, and the projection in the air above instantly disappeared. After that, he turned to Han Li's trio and said, "Come with me, fellow Taoists. The Jiaoqi race will be making an extra effort to target us, so we can't escape with the others, as that would only place them in even more danger." All 3 nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them instantly flew out of the plaza together as 4 streaks of light. At this point, the blue light barrier overhead had already been completely inundated by the white light resulting from the explosions of the balls of light. The barrier began to emit a low buzzing sound, which was an indication that the formation was at its very limits. The big-headed being looked up into the sky with a bitter expression as he flew through the air. "Are you still reluctant to part with this city, Brother Yuan?" the being enshrouded under red light asked. "I've been residing here in Green Light City for over 1,000 years, and I created all of the restrictions and formations here, so of course I'm unwilling to part with all of this," the big-headed being sighed in a forlorn manner. "There's no need to be so depressed, Brother Yuan. The Jiaoqi race may be quite powerful, but if our 13 heavenly cloud races were to combine our powers, we'd definitely be able to match up against them. Perhaps this city will be recovered one day," the being enshrouded under red light consoled. "I certainly hope so," the big-headed sighed with a wry smile on his face. "Brother Yuan, how was the Jiaoqi race army able to get here so quickly? Didn't our scouts report back that it'd still take them 2 more days to get here? Could it be that the army hasn't actually arrived and the initial forces of the Jiaoqi race are responsible for this attack?" the green-skinned being asked. "I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that either. What we do know is that there definitely weren't any battle arcs among the ranks of the Jiaoqi race's initial forces, but the battle arc that's appeared now is a fortress-level battle arc, which is only below the realm-level and city-level battle arcs of their race. There's a very good chance that there are beings of the 3 holy race tiers within that arc, and we certainly can't hope to contend with such powerful beings," the big-headed being replied with a grim shake of his head. "Humph, even without any beings of the holy race tiers in there will definitely be no shortage of beings with cultivation bases comparable to ours in there, so we'll still have to run for our lives anyway. We can only hope that the beings in the ark haven't noticed us and have instead been drawn to the other beings fleeing the city instead," the being enshrouded under red light chuckled. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to the big-headed being to gauge his reaction, only to find that he remained completely indifferent, showing no intention to refute those claims. Han Li immediately came to a realization upon seeing this. These beings were making themselves sound quite heroic in that they were escaping on their own for the sake of everyone else in the city, but they were merely using everyone as bait to lure away their enemies while they fled the scene. Han Li was a little shaken by this realization, but he didn't say anything about it. After all, these 3 were merely trying to save themselves, so they weren't really doing anything wrong. However, Han Li still reflexively became more wary of these 3 beings. With their cultivation bases, all 4 of them naturally flew extremely quickly, and it only took them mere moments before they arrived in front of a seemingly ordinary pavilion. The pavilion's doors were tightly shut, and before the big-headed being had even landed on the ground, he swept a sleeve through the air to send forth a gust of fierce winds. The doors of the pavilion were instantly shattered into nothingness as if they'd been struck by an immense force, and all 4 of them flew directly into the building. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty aside from a few tables and chairs, as well as a statue of an unknown deity that was several tens of feet tall positioned against one of the walls. The statue was entirely black in color and had a bulging stomach along with 4 eyes and 4 arms. It was seated in a cross-legged manner, and its legs were disproportionately thin and frail compared to its massive stomach, thereby creating a rather peculiar sight to behold. Han Li and the others swept their eyes around the room, but failed to find any entrances leading to the aforementioned passageway, and all of them turned to the big-headed being once again. The big-headed being disregarded everyone's inquisitive expressions as he made his way over to the black statue. He opened his mouth and a round yellow gem shot forth from within, then disappeared into the statue's head in a flash. A burst of piercing light flashed, following which a series of ripples proliferated over the surface of the statue. All of a sudden, yellow light flashed from the statue's 4 eyes, and it suddenly rose to its feet. Han Li and the others were quite stunned to discover that this statue was actually a puppet. As the big-headed being made a series of hand seals, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The puppet waved its 4 arms through the air, and its body expanded to about twice its original size amid a flash of brilliant yellow light. Its massive stature took up virtually the entire space on the first floor of the pavilion, and it patted all four of its arms onto its stomach at once. Spiritual light flashed, and a peculiar rune surfaced on its belly. A crisp crack then rang out as a small entrance suddenly appeared on its stomach, beyond which was a space that was several tens of feet in size. There was a small teleportation formation around 10 feet or so in size situated on the ground within that space, and the big-headed being rushed into the puppet's stomach without any hesitation before standing atop the teleportation formation. Fellow Taoists, this formation leads straight into the secret passageway. I'll be going ahead first. The big-headed being smiled before casting an incantation seal onto the teleportation formation. White light flashed from the formation, and the big-headed being abruptly disappeared, leaving behind only the deity statue in his wake. Brother Yuan sure is resourceful to have installed a teleportation formation inside this puppet of his. The green-skinned being chuckled before also striding into the puppet's stomach, and he also cast an incantation seal onto the teleportation formation before abruptly vanishing on the spot. You can go before me, Brother Han, the being enshrouded in red light offered. Han Li was rather surprised by this gesture, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded and strode forward. The teleportation was extremely quick, and Han Li appeared within a dim and dank cave before he had even experienced any discomfort. He looked around to find that this was only a small cave just over 100 feet in size, but there was a glowing crystal hanging from the roof of the cave that illuminated his surroundings. On one face of the cave was a square entrance to a passageway that was around 10 feet tall. The big-headed being and the green-skinned being were already there, and the former was inspecting a formation plate in his hand with a grim look on his face, seemingly in deep thought about something. Han Li's body swayed, and he exited the teleportation formation. Moments later, white light flashed within the formation once again, and the being enshrouded under red light also appeared. Seeing as everyone was present, the big-headed being raised his head with a smile and was just about to say something, when a dull rumbling erupted around them from all directions, and the entire cave began to tremor slightly. Everyone's expressions immediately changed slightly in response to this alarming development. Let's hurry up and get out of here. The city's protective barrier won't last much longer, the green-skinned being urged. Alright, I'll lift the restrictions on the city gates so everyone else can flee first. The big-headed being nodded with a solemn expression before tossing the formation plate in his hand into the air before making a rapid series of hand seals. Incantation seals of different colors disappeared into the formation plate in quick succession, following which the plate suddenly exploded amid a dull thump. Han Li's trio were all quite taken aback by this. Detonating a formation plate normally brought about much severer implications than just lifting a restriction. The big-headed being seemed to have sensed their bewilderment, and he chuckled, I've already activated a self-detonation formation below Greenlight City, and the entire city will be reduced to ashes in 2 hours. A chill immediately ran down Han Li's spine upon hearing this. This big-headed being really was quite a nasty piece of work. Even though most of the beings in the city had fled to the city gates, there were definitely many mortals as well as cultivators who were hiding within the city in the hopes of being able to weather this storm. In that case, all of them would perish along with this city. The other two beings also exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. However, before the three of them had a chance to say anything, the big-headed being had already flown into the passageway as a streak of yellow light. Han Li and the others naturally immediately followed suit. At this moment, massive holes with diameters of over 1,000 feet had appeared on the light barriers in front of the city's 4 gates, and all of the beings that had gathered there in advance all fled for their lives as countless streaks of light. Some sank into the ground and instantly vanished into the soil, while some rolled onto the grass and also abruptly disappeared. These were beings that were proficient in earth and wood movement techniques. However, the majority of beings were still flying through the air as quickly as they could atop their respective treasures. It seemed that everyone had already decided to split up and escape on their own as everyone was fleeing in different directions. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Jiaoqi race in that silver island had also noticed all of the beings fleeing the city. Thus, silver light immediately flashed from the giant island, following which massive twin-headed white falcons emerged. Not only did these giant falcons each possess 2 heads and bodies that were 30 to 40 feet in size, all of them were also wearing simple suits of white arms, as well as conical metal tips on their talons that appeared to be extremely sharp. There were over 1,000 of these giant falcons, and as soon as they flew out of the Silver Island, they immediately spread their wings before hurtling toward the beings escaping from Greenlight City. All of them were flying at speeds no slower than that of core formation cultivators, and after these giant falcons emerged, there was still spiritual light flashing from the giant island as another vast horde of objects were ejected. On this occasion, these objects were black wooden canoes that were only around 100 feet in length each. All of these canoes had black runes carved onto them, and there were 3 to 5 silver-armored warriors sitting in each canoe. Over 100 of these black canoes flew out at once, and even though they were slightly slower than the giant falcons, they were still far faster than the vast majority of beings that were fleeing from the city. After releasing those 2 waves of pursuers, the giant island fell silent for a short while. However, not long after that, a string of dragon roars rang out, and 7 or 8 massive figures flew forth from the island. These beings all possessed bodies that were several hundred feet in length, and they each had a pair of 5-colored wings. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were winged WRM-like beasts. Aside from their vibrant wings and the golden hue of their bodies, they were completely identical to normal WRMs. As soon as they emerged from the island, their massive bodies swayed, and they blurred before disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, these winged golden WRMs appeared around 300 to 400 feet away, flying at an astonishing speed. After these 3 waves of pursuers had been released from the giant island one after another, all of the fleeing beings became even panicked as they escaped in a blind frenzy. Even though there were tens of thousands of these beings, the vast majority of them possessed rather lackluster cultivation bases. Those who possessed superior cultivation bases had already fled to several tens of kilometers away, while those with the most inferior cultivation bases were still less than 10 kilometers away from the city. Furthermore, the vast majority of beings fell into that latter group, and they were chased down by those twin-headed giant falcons in what felt like the blink of an eye. All of these giant falcons swooped down, sweeping up gusts of fierce winds in their wake. Their metal-tipped talons tore through the defenses of these low-grade beings with ease, then sliced through their bodies like hot knives through butter. Some of these beings were instantly torn apart while others were flung into the air, then pecked to death by the giant falcons waiting up above. Of course, there were some beings who were unwilling to give up without a fight, and many of them banded together to release their treasures or unleash their abilities, creating a collective effort to try and ward off the oncoming falcons. However, these beings were simply far too weak, and the suits of white armor being worn by the giant falcons possessed remarkable defensive properties. As such, only a dozen or so falcons were felled by these attacks, and most of them had fallen to lucky shots that just so happened to strike vital regions peeking through the gaps between their armor. The rest of the attacks were all brushed aside with ease. All of these giant falcons were enraged by these retaliative attacks, and all of them let loose sharp cries as they swooped down to attack with increased ferocity. Thus, more anguished cries rang out as hundreds more blood-stained and mangled bodies plummeted from the sky. At this moment, the black canoes also joined the fray, and all of the armored warriors standing atop the canoes slashed their weapons through the air to summon a series of silver projections. All those who were struck by the projections were instantly dismembered without being able to offer up any resistance. Thankfully, the armored warriors had no intention of expending excessive effort to hunt down these low-grade beings. Instead, the black canoes merely continued onward, pursuing the fleeing beings with superior cultivation bases. As for the golden WIRMs that had emerged last, they were flying directly toward the most powerful beings who had already fled far into the distance. With their fearsome speed, it wouldn't take them long to hunt down their prey either, and thus a completely one-sided slaughter ensued. Meanwhile, azure light suddenly flashed from a mundane-looking rock face on a nameless mountain close to 10 kilometers to the west of Greenlight City, following which a dull explosion suddenly erupted. Following the explosion, a large black hole was blasted into the rock face, and 4 streaks of light whizzed out from within. These 4 were none other than Han Li and the trio of foreign beings. Due to the fact that this place was quite secluded and its direction didn't correspond with that of any of the city gates, no Jiaoqi races forced had appeared in the area yet. However, all 4 of them still wore cautious expressions as they hurriedly scanned through the nearby area with their spiritual sense. Let's get away from this place before the Jiaoqi beings arrive. We'll have to split up from here onward. Staying together will make us too large of a target, the green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. The big-headed being nodded before glancing at Han Li's trio with a hesitant look on his face, then suddenly said, "Of course, but before you all leave, I have something to ask of all of you, and I hope you won't refuse." "What do you need from us?" the being enshrouded under red light asked. Han Li and the green-skinned being were also rather curious to hear what he had to say. However, I must remind you that those items are nowhere near as important to the other races than to our myriad ancient race, so the rewards you'll receive also won't be anywhere near as bountiful. At the very least, you can completely forget about things like myriad wonder pills. The green-skinned beings and the being enshrouded under red light both fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Han Li stroked his chin and also became quite interested in the items within the boxes. If these items are so important, then why don't you take them back to your race yourself rather than entrusting them to us, Brother Yuan? The being enshrouded under red light asked. I'd only just received these items not long ago myself, and Jiaoqi race suddenly sent their forces to attack Green Light City. Keeping in mind the fact that Green Light City is by no means a major city, so theoretically, it shouldn't have come under attack so quickly. I'm concerned that the Jiaoqi race may have somehow been alerted to the fact that I'm in possession of these treasures, so it would be far too risky for me to take them back to my race on my own, the big-headed being explained in a truthful manner. You're saying the Jiaoqi race deployed their army for the items in these boxes? The green-skinned being drew a sharp breath as an incredulous look appeared on his face. Han Li was also quite stunned by this notion. I'm only guessing that to be true, but it may not actually be the case. As such, I'm only entrusting these items to you three as a safety precaution, the big-headed being replied. Alright, in that case I'll take this item for now. The being enshrouded under red light made up his mind first, and white light flashed from his hand, following which the jade box vanished. The green-skinned being seemed to be grappling with some kind of internal conflict, but he also decided to accept this task in the end. Thus, he opened his mouth, and a long translucent green tongue reached out from within before drawing the jade box into his stomach. As a result, Han Li was the only one among the three who hadn't made his decision. Do you still have some doubts, Brother Han? The big-headed being turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Yuan, you do realize that you're handing over such an important item to a complete stranger, right? Aren't you afraid that you'll be entrusting this item into the wrong hands? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. I haven't been able to identify what kind of being you are as of yet, but I can be sure of the fact that you're definitely no Jiaoqi being. I've already deduced that it would be far too much of a risk for me to continue carrying these items, so entrusting it to you is clearly a better option, the big-headed being replied with a smile. A series of thoughts raced rapidly through Han Li's mind before he finally nodded and agreed, all right, seeing as you've placed your trust in me and led us through your secret passageway, then I'll lend you my assistance. Are you planning to leave as well, Brother Han? Before that I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? The being enshrouded under red light suddenly asked. What is it? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're not from the 13 heavenly cloud races, right? In that case, why take the risk to act as their errand boy? Why don't you give me what Brother Yuan just entrusted to you? The foreign being suggested in a calm manner. You want that jade box? A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, I'm very interested in the item in the jade box. It makes no difference to me whether I deliver one box or two boxes to the heavenly cloud races, so why don't you allow me to do the honors in your stead? The foreign being's voice took on a slightly sinister tone as he spoke. What if I were to say no? Han Li asked in an unflustered manner. I'm sure you wouldn't be so foolish, fellow Taoist. What use would that treasures be to you if you were to perish here? The being enshrouded under red light chuckled. Are you going to attack me here? There are Jiaoqi beings all over the place here. Do you want to get us both captured? A frosty look appeared on Han Li's face. The foreign being's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he then suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small translucent vial before offering it to Han Li for inspection. The vial contained a pill that was as crimson as blood, yet was radiating golden light. Fellow Taoist Han, if you deliver the item to the myriad ancient race, then the most you'll get in return will be a myriad wonder pill. I have a golden blood pill that's only slightly inferior to that pill and can also assist you in breaking through your next bottleneck. How about you exchange your jade box for this pill of mine, fellow Taoist Han? The being enshrouded under red light asked as he fixed his gaze firmly on Han Li. Golden blood pill? Han Li's pupils contracted slightly. It was the first time he had heard of this pill, but both his spiritual sense and the medicinal fragrance emanating from within the small vial told him that this was no ordinary pill. He stared at the translucent vial in silence, seemingly truly considering this offer. The being enshrouded in red light was quite ecstatic to see Han Li considering his offer, but his expression remained unchanged as he urged, "I'd advise you to make your decision quickly, Brother Han. The Jiao Qi beings could get here at any moment." What he failed to notice was that the black shadow beneath Han Li's feet had become slightly thinner and longer than before. But then again, no one would be able to notice that slight change unless they were staring intently at Han Li's shadow this entire time. At the same time, a barely visible azure thread shot forth from beneath Han Li's feet before disappearing soundlessly into the soil. "May I ask which race you're from, fellow Taoist?" Han Li suddenly asked. "What do you mean by that? I'm clearly a being from the Fire Moon race. Why would you ask a question you already know the answer to?" The foreign being harumphed coldly. "Is that so? I thought that you were Jiao Qi being who was going to take my jade box, then immediately turn on me." Han Li mused in a rather unsettling manner. The foreign being faltered slightly upon hearing this, but an enraged look then appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "I'm clearly a Fire Moon being. How could I possibly be from the Jiao Qi race? I don't care whether you're Fire Moon being or not, but are you going to deny what you did back in the pavilion after you asked me to go on ahead? How about you give your jade box to me instead, and I'll deliver both of them at once." "One jade box or two makes no difference to me," Han Li said in an indifferent manner. The foreign being's expression finally changed drastically upon hearing this. As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, the Fire Moon being suddenly made a hand seal, and red light swirled around his body as a red moon erupted into the air, then disappeared high into the sky following just a few flashes. At the same time, his body blurred, and two identical projections of himself appeared within the red light. The three identical figures clasped their hands behind their backs and appraised Han Li in an expressionless manner. Much to his surprise, Han Li suddenly rubbed his hands together and burst into laughter upon seeing this. "So you really have been plotting something this entire time? You released your spiritual power to attract the Jiao Qi beings to this place, and you're now preparing to engage me in battle so I won't be able to leave right away." The three identical humanoid figures were all rather perplexed by Han Li's calm reaction to the situation, and one of them said in a high and mighty manner, "I don't know how you caught me leaving mark on that statue, but I've already summoned others to this place, so don't even think about getting away. If you hand over your jade box to me, I can put in a good word for you, and perhaps they'll spare your life." The Fire Moon being seemed to be very confident. That made sense, seeing as the Jiao Qi beings were less than 10 kilometers away, so it wouldn't take them long at all to get to this place. "This is what you just released, right?" A mysterious smile appeared on Han Li's face as he suddenly made a grabbing motion in a nonchalant manner. Red light flashed, and a head-sized ball of red light abruptly appeared in his hand. "Impossible. How did you do that?" The three identical humanoid figures shuddered in unison as expressions of shock and fury appeared on their faces. The red ball of light that Han Li was holding was none other than the ball of spiritual power the Fire Moon being had just released. All of a sudden, the three humanoid figures slowly backed away at once with wary expressions on their faces without waiting for a reply from Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a cold smile appeared on his face. He flipped a hand over, and white light flashed as the white jade box with red talismans plastered over its surface reappeared in his hand. He then tossed the box up into the air before flicking a finger toward it, and several streaks of azure sword chi shot forth toward it. "Are you insane?" The retreating Fire Moon being was given a massive fright by Han Li's actions, and the two projections shot forth in unison from within the red light. Both of them were traveling extremely quickly, with one of them transforming into a massive red hand that hurtled toward the jade box, while the other pounced toward Han Li with a ferocious look on his face. As for the third humanoid figure, he remained completely still within the red light in the distance. He had quite clearly sensed that Han Li was an unfathomably powerful being and had become very cautious as a result. As such, it was only manipulating its two avatars to attack Han Li while it remained a safe distance away. The two projections seemed to be far faster than Han Li had anticipated, affording him no time to react. The massive red hand grabbed onto the jade box while the other projection flashed through the air as a streak of crimson light before puncturing Han Li's body and emerging on the other side. The crimson light then receded, and the projection reappeared several tens of feet behind Han Li before turning around to appraise him. Crimson flames erupted all over his body, and he was incinerated into nothingness within the scorching flames in the blink of an eye. The ease with which Hanli had been slain came as quite a surprise to the Fire Moon being, and a hint of foreboding welled up in his heart as opposed to triumph. Before he had a chance to further assess the situation, the jade box that the massive red hand had latched onto suddenly glowed with azure light before transforming into a fist-sized azure bead. Before the red hand had a chance to react, the bead exploded and countless arcs of azure lightning shot forth amid a loud thunderclap, instantly puncturing innumerable holes into the massive red hand. In the end, the hand was completely vanquished and dissipated into specks of red light. Arg! The Fire Moon being's face paled as an expression of shock appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to throw up a mouthful of shimmering green blood essence. All of a sudden Hanli's voice rang out from all directions. "I thought that you were using some kind of profound avatar creation technique, but it turns out you were merely using a soul-splitting technique. In that case I'll be taking these 2 avatars of yours." Immediately thereafter, a barely visible black line flashed through the air before a long golden blade rushed toward the second Fire Moon being projection from down below. The golden blade was far too fast for the projection to evade, and it was sliced in half as it let loose a howl of anguish. The 2 halves of its body then fell to the ground and also dissipated into specks of spiritual light. Only then did golden light flash, and a golden armored warrior wielding a long-bladed weapon slowly emerge from the soil underfoot in a wraith-like manner. After the second avatar was destroyed, the Fire Moon being's face paled even further, following which an unnatural flush appeared on his cheeks, indicating that losing those 2 avatars had dealt his body a heavy blow. However, the Fire Moon being was also quite decisive. As soon as his second avatar was destroyed, he immediately opened his mouth to expel a small green bell before quickly flicking a finger toward it. A deafening clang rang out, and a burst of invisible sound waves radiated in all directions with the bell at the center. A sinister expression then appeared on the Fire Moon being's face. There was no way that what he was doing wouldn't attract the nearby Jiaoqi beings to this place. However, he had no intention of staying here to engage Hanli in battle either. His body swayed, and he transformed into a streak of red light before flying high up into the air. However, a cold harumph suddenly rang out, and after reaching an altitude of 500 to 600 feet, azure light suddenly flashed in the air above the streak of red light. An azure lotus flower then emerged out of thin air before multiplying at a rapid rate. Specks of azure light filled the entire sky in the blink of an eye, and all of the azure lotus flowers revolved on the spot before expanding to around 10 feet in size each. The Fire Moon being was stunned to see this, and he hurriedly raised both hands into the air. A short silver dagger and a shimmering golden badge shot forth in unison. As soon as the dagger left his hand, it transformed into a massive blade that was several tens of feet in length before striking the lotus flowers overhead with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the golden badge emitted a buzzing sound, following which a shimmering golden WRM projection erupted from the badge before also rushing into the air. 2 resounding booms rang out as the silver blade and golden projection struck the giant azure lotus flowers almost in unison. Immediately thereafter, the azure lotus flowers were all shattered despite the runes flashing from their petals, and the Fire Moon being was ecstatic to see this. However, his smile then immediately congealed on his face in the next instant. After the lotus flowers had been destroyed, azure light flashed, and another massive lotus flower appeared in his path. The Fire Moon being's expression immediately changed as his 2 treasures flew on ahead with ferocious might at his behest. At the same time, he began to chant something as if he were going to unleash some other powerful ability. The giant silver blade and golden WRM projection plunged into the massive azure lotus flower, and both of them disappeared without a trace. The Fire Moon being's heart sank upon seeing this, and he stopped cold in his tracks. Right at this moment, the azure lotus flower suddenly began to radiate scintillating light, following which a massive wave of light surged forth. The Fire Moon being was quite startled to see this, and he immediately unleashed the ability that he'd been preparing without any hesitation. Red light swirled all over his body as countless palm-sized red blades of light appeared out of thin air. All of the red blades flew around him at his behest, forming a red tornado that shielded his body within. The Fire Moon being finally heaved an internal sigh of relief, and in the next instant, the azure wave of light swept in a completely soundless manner. The Fire Moon being's heart jolted, and he focused his gaze around him as his surroundings blurred, following which he found himself on a lush grassland. There were countless blades of exuberant green grass growing around him along with wildflowers of many types of different colors. The cries of different birds could also be heard in the distance. It was quite a mesmerizing scene of natural beauty, and the Fire Moon Being involuntarily relaxed upon seeing this. However, his eyes only glazed over for a split second before he returned to his senses, and exclaimed, "This is an illusion." He hurriedly cast his gaze upward to find blue skies with a few white clouds overhead, and he discovered that there was no end in sight to the grasslands he was situated on. The spot where the Fire Moon Being was standing was quite soft and lush, and the air around him was filled with the refreshing scent of nature. This illusion was completely flawless. He really did feel as if he were situated on a vast grassland. Break! The Fire Moon Being let loose a loud cry as a grim expression appeared on his face. He then bit open the tip of his tongue while raising both of his hands up into the air at the same time, and the red blades of wind around him suddenly shot forth in all directions. A series of white rifts were sliced into thin air, and it was as if these sharp red blades were capable of slicing open space itself. In the face of the violent assault from these red blades of light, the surrounding scenes began to blur, following which the grasslands and the blue skies vanished. The Fire Moon Being was quite elated to see this. It was rather surprising that such an extraordinary-looking illusionary technique had been broken so easily. However, a smile had only just appeared on his face when a piercing burst of green light erupted from his blurred surroundings. The Fire Moon Being's eyes narrowed as red light immediately flashed from his body, and countless blades of light surfaced again to form a revolving protective barrier around him. The Fire Moon Being then suddenly felt his surroundings dim slightly, and when he refocused his gaze up ahead, his expression darkened significantly. After the scenes around him had transformed, he suddenly found himself in a forest that was filled with massive trees several hundred feet tall. All of them stood tall and proud, and their lush canopies obscured virtually the entire sky. It was quite clear that he hadn't been able to escape from the illusion at all. The Fire Moon Being naturally became quite enraged and unsettled upon seeing this. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremor and quake violently. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding trees all began to tip over toward a single direction as if they were frail toothpicks, and countless massive trees came crashing down toward him. The Fire Moon Being's heart jolted with shock, and the sharp blades around his body immediately shot forth in all directions again. All of the falling trees were shredded amid flashes of red light before they could strike their target. Yet just when the Fire Moon Being was about to try and break the illusionary technique again, a series of dull thumps suddenly rang out. Many of his blades of light had struck a black shadow that was extremely resolute and stalwart. All of the red blades that struck the object disappeared in a flash, and the black shadow expanded to several times its original size before crashing down with devastating might. It was a black mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall. Arg! The Fire Moon Being was caught completely off guard, and he only had time to raise his head and opened his mouth to expel a ball of red mist. There seemed to be something hidden with that ball of red mist. As soon as the red mist came into contact with the small mountain, red light flashed, and a crimson treasure that appeared to be a wooden board with countless runes flashing over its surface emerged. The wooden board was certainly quite a powerful treasure, but there was no way that it would be able to withstand the divine essence-fused mountain's insane weight and power. The small black mountain crushed the red light around the wooden board with ease, then continued to descend toward its target without any pause or delay. Crap! The Fire Moon Being's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to do anything, and he was crushed under this immensely heavy black mountain. At the same time, the surrounding scenes warped before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. All of the illusions disappeared, and the Fire Moon Being reappeared within the small valley that he'd been situated all along. However, he found himself hovering in midair as opposed to standing on a bed of lush grass, and the small black mountain was still plummeting straight down from above. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive crater that was several tens of feet deep was smashed into the ground by the small black mountain. The Fire Moon Being's body was instantly reduced to a pile of mincemeat within the crater. He was a spatial tempering stage being just like Han Li, but his physical body was unexpectedly feeble. As a spatial tempering stage being, the Fire Moon Being naturally possessed more abilities than those he just revealed. Unfortunately, he made the wrong decision to use his avatar secret technique from the get-go. After his avatars were caught off guard and destroyed by the lightning bead, as well as the armor origin talisman, his body was dealt 2 heavy blows in quick succession, thereby forcing him firmly onto the back foot. After that, he'd fallen into the illusionary technique of Han Li's Spring Dawn Sword formation, and the divine essence-fused mountain had attacked him under the camouflage of all of the illusions around it, thereby easily destroying his physical body and leaving him with no chance to turn the tables. Right at this moment, red light flashed from the fire moon being's remains beneath the black mountain, following which an egg-sized bead shot forth before disappearing into the soil down below in a flash. All of a sudden, a swath of gray light erupted from the underside of the small mountain, instantly sweeping up the red bead within the soil and completely immobilizing it. Immediately thereafter, gray light flashed, and the bead was hurled viciously out of the ground. At the same time, azure light flashed from the summit of the small mountain, and a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air before making a grabbing motion toward the bead. The bead was instantly drawn into the humanoid figure's grasp by an enormous suction force. The humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, and he looked down at the bead in his hand to find that it was of a fiery red color. The material of the bead was glittering and translucent, and there was a miniature humanoid figure that was around an inch in size inside the bead. The miniature humanoid figure was completely identical in appearance to the fire moon being, except a barely noticeable small horn had appeared on his forehead. You really are related to the Jiaoqi race. I'm rather curious now, are you a Jiaoqi being or a fire moon being? Han Li asked with a cold smile on his face as he casually massaged the bead between two of his fingers. The miniature humanoid figure remained silent with its eyes tightly shut. Seeing as you were trying to obtain my jade box, you must know what's in them, right? If you can reveal to me the contents of the boxes, perhaps I can. You can allow my soul to escape from this place? The miniature humanoid figure suddenly cut off Han Li as it opened its eyes with an expressionless look on his face. I can't do that, but I can save you the pain of having your soul searched, Han Li replied in a cold manner. In that case then I have nothing to say. If you plan to use a soul search technique on me, then I'd advise you to save your energy. A holy race being has already planted a restriction in my spiritual sense. Even if a being of the upper 3 tiers of the holy race were to try and search my soul, it would only cause my soul to self-detonate, the miniature humanoid figure said with a deriding sneer on its face. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he stared intently at the red bead for a while longer before suddenly rubbing his hands together. A loud thunderclap rang out, and golden arcs of lightning flashed as the bead and the miniature humanoid figure within it were both destroyed. Han Li didn't know if the fire moon being had been telling the truth, but he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. It was also possible that a tracking mark could have been planted into the fire moon being's soul, so he couldn't just keep it alive and take it with him for future interrogation. As such, he destroyed it without any hesitation, seeing as it was unwilling to provide him with the information he wanted. Unbeknownst to Han Li, in the instant that the fire moon being's soul was destroyed, a faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out from within a large silver palace atop the giant silver island hovering above Greenlight City. What is it, Brother Two? Another being asked with a curious look. The restriction that I planted in Hong Yin's soul has disappeared. It appears that he's been killed, a silver-robed elderly man replied with furrowed brows as he sat in a white chair. There was a short crimson horn on his head, and he made a grabbing motion, following which an azure wooden badge appeared in his grasp. There was a red gem at the center of the wooden badge, but it had been shattered into several pieces. Could it be that someone blew his cover and he was killed by a swarm of cultivators? The other person mused. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, and he was also wearing a set of silver robes. Perhaps so. After all, Hong Yin's cultivation base is nothing to be scoffed at, and according to the information he brought back last time, there are not beings of the 3 holy race tiers in Greenlight City. Unless he was swarmed by many cultivators at once, he shouldn't be falling in a small city like that. Alternatively, perhaps another being of the holy race tiers has infiltrated the city prior to our arrival. If a being of that caliber were to appear in the city and insist on concealing themselves, then it's quite possible that our initial forces failed to notice their presence, the elderly man replied as he stroked his beard with a nod of his head. In that case, it looks like the two of us will have to make a trip in person. I really don't understand what treasures we're trying to obtain that would warrant deploying beings of our caliber, the middle-aged man sighed as if he found all of this to be quite a pain. Even if we're extremely close to becoming holy race beings, we're still incomparable to them. Our cultivation bases are equivalent to the first holy race tier, but more than 10 elders unleashed secret techniques to inject their power into our bodies before we were able to break through that bottleneck. We may possess the same amount of magic power as a being of the first holy race tier, but our spiritual sense and cultivation arts are significantly inferior. Without several thousand years of arduous cultivation, there's no way that we'd able to compare with true holy race beings. If it weren't for the fact that we're short on people here, the elders most likely wouldn't have deployed us in such a hasty manner, the elderly man said with a shake of his head. That's true, but even so, if we combine our powers, we'd surely stand a chance against a being of the first or second holy race tier, and it's extremely unlikely that a being of that caliber would appear in Greenlight City, the middle-aged man replied with a nod. It's a pity that we lost Hong-Yin here. A wistful look appeared on the elderly man's face. I heard that he possessed both the bloodlines of our Jiaoqi race as well as the Fire Moon race, and that the Jiaoqi race bloodline stems from your fire faction. Could it be that he was somehow related to you, brother too? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. He was indeed a distant descendant of mine. I unintentionally discovered him, and I planted him as a spy within the heavenly cloud races. He possesses superb aptitude, and it's quite possible that he could reach our cultivation bases one day. Our fire faction elders had already decided that after he completes his spy duties in the heavenly cloud races, they were going to completely transform his body and convert it into that of a Jiaoqi being. Who would have thought that he would fall at the final hurdle? A dark expression appeared on the elderly man's face. Hee, there's no need to be sad, brother too. All we have to do is torture his killers to death in order to avenge him. It's a pity that we couldn't plant any tracking marks on his body, as that could lead to him being exposed. Otherwise we could easily find the perpetrators. Even so, it's not a big deal. We've deployed most of our troops from this battle arc, so there's no way that they'll be able to get away from this place, the middle-aged man said with a smile. With the profound heaven-shifting disc given to us by the elders, we naturally don't have to worry about them getting away. The only issue is that there are more than one of those items, and we don't know if the myriad ancient race is in possession of them. We have to make sure to obtain those items, so we can't drive those beings too far into a corner, to the extent that they'll destroy those items. The elders explicitly stated that we have to take those items back to them in perfect condition. The elderly man sighed. I'm well aware of this. Otherwise, why would we be hiding here in this battle arc? We're trying to confirm our targets before taking those items without giving them any chance to react. Our original plan was to get Hong-Yin to plant marks onto the beings who possess these items, then notify us so we can obtain the items. Now that Hong-Yin has fallen, we don't know who's in possession of those items, so things have indeed become a little troublesome, the middle-aged man mused with furrowed brows. It's become a little more difficult, but it's nothing that we can't overcome. Those items are extremely important, so we can presume that they definitely wouldn't be entrusted to beings with lowly cultivation bases. After all, we've deployed so many troops with the sole purpose of capturing everyone and ensuring that none of the low-grade cultivators managed to escape. If those people really were stupid enough to entrust those items to low-grade cultivators, then our jobs would be made a lot simpler. As such, the scope of our search can be narrowed down quite significantly. I think that the items are most likely being carried by a being of the mid or upper tier of the upper race. Of course, if a holy race being has appeared in the city, then the items would undoubtedly be in their hands, the elderly man analyzed in a slow and methodical manner. That does indeed significantly minimize the scope of our search. We'll leave the mid-tier upper race beings to the winged W-Armus, but we have to take down the beings of the three upper tiers in person, the middle-aged man agreed with a nod of his head. Keep 2 of the generals here in the battle arc and deploy the rest of them. Judging from how much time has elapsed, the vast majority of those low-grade beings should have been taken care of already. Without their interference, the profound heaven-shifting disc should be able to easily track down the approximate locations of those high-grade beings, the elderly man murmured. The middle-aged man didn't say anything in response, but a contemplative look had also appeared on his face. At this point, the giant falcons and silver-armored beings on the canoes were searching through the city, scouring for foreign beings. Most of them had been killed or captured, with only a small proportion of beings with advanced concealment techniques hiding nearby, hoping to be able to survive this ordeal. All of the beings of a higher caliber had already fled the city, and they were being pursued by the winged W-Arms. As for whether they'd be chased down or not, that was something that only the heavens knew. However, the armored warriors and twin-headed falcons were merely searching through the nearby area without displaying any intention lending their assistance to those W-Armas, and that was a clear indication of just how fearsome these winged W-Armas were. As the giant falcons and armored falcons scoured through the city over and over again, there would occasionally be a few streaks of light erupting from obscure hiding spots, only to be instantly slain by their pursuers. At this point, Han Li was already around 40 kilometers away from Green Light City. The battle he'd waged against the Fire Moon being seemed to have been an extremely intense one that would have surely kicked up a massive commotion. But in reality, no spiritual chi fluctuations had managed to escape out of the Spring Dawn sword formation that he'd set up. Even the astonishing sound wave unleashed by that azure bell had been completely absorbed by the sword formation. Thus, even though their battle had taken place extremely close to Green Light City, none of the Jiao Qi beings had noticed anything amiss. As soon as Han Li had destroyed the Fire Moon being's soul, he'd secured the jade box and the golden blood pill before burning his body into nothingness. After that, he stowed away his treasures and sword formation, then snuck away after using one of his high zenith invisibility talismans. With the concealment ability of his high zenith invisibility talisman, even beings of the same caliber as Han Li would find it extremely difficult to detect his presence, so the Jiao Qi beings that had been deployed to scour through the area were naturally unable to track him down. Thus, Han Li was able to fly right past a few twin-headed falcons and black canoes, and the Jiao Qi beings completely failed to notice him. As for the big-headed being and the green-skinned being, Han Li had no idea where they had fled to. However, they'd had to sacrifice some of their speed for stealth and discreetness, so they were most likely still within several hundred kilometers of Green Light City. Han Li continued onward as these thoughts flashed through his mind. As he did so, he was constantly surveying his surroundings and flying toward the places with the fewest pursuers from the Jiao Qi race. Shortly thereafter, Han Li was several hundred kilometers away from Green Light City, and there were no more enemies in sight. He heaved a faint sigh of relief upon making this observation, but he still didn't dare to deactivate his high zenith invisibility talisman. Who knew if the Jiao Qi race had some kind of special secret technique or treasure that could detect his presence even from thousands of kilometers away. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the caution that he was exercising really was paying off. Just as he was flying further and further away from Green Light City, 6 black shadows were hovering in the air above the massive silver island. 2 of them were the elderly man and middle-aged man who were conversing in the palace earlier, and the other 4 also appeared to be important beings. At this moment, the 6 of them were hovering in a circular formation around a golden disc treasure that was slowly rotating on the spot. At the center of the treasure was an arrow that was several inches in length, and it was extending and withdrawing in an erratic manner. There was a series of circles carved onto the disc for calibration purposes, and at the same time, golden runes were emerging from the disc before hovering in the air above it. The 6 beings stared intently at the golden disc, and after rotating a few times, the arrow suddenly shuddered before coming to an abrupt halt. The arrow also extended and shrank before settling between 2 of the calibration circles, following which it fell completely still. Alright, we've tracked down the 4 most powerful beings. The 4 of you split up into groups of 2 and pursue 2 of those beings. Leave the other 2 to us. From the reaction being displayed by the disc, they should be beings of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. When you find them, try not to attack right away if you can avoid it. After we take care of the other 2, we'll go and join you. Remember this, if they try to destroy something, stop them at all costs. The 4 of you can each take a pair of winged WRS with you as well. We should have all of our bases covered then, the elderly man instructed in a cold voice as he withdrew his gaze from the golden disc. Yes. The 4 beings hurriedly replied in unison as they extended respectful bows. Alright, seeing as we've finished assigning respective duties, let's get started right away. Even the closest one of our 4 targets is already several hundred kilometers away, so time is of the essence, the middle-aged man urged. The 4 beings nodded in unison, following which the elderly man suddenly let loose a long cry. Golden light abruptly flashed from the massive silver island, following which a dozen or so additional golden winged WRMs flew forth. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the 6 people before circling around overhead. The elderly man waved a hand in an expressionless manner, and the 4 beings all shot forth as streaks of light. 8 of the winged WRMs followed the 4 of them away into the distance. The 2 winged WRMs that remained were silently awaiting further orders. At this moment, the elderly man turned back toward the golden disc, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal to cast a beam of red light that disappeared into the disc in a flash, following which the arrow began to rotate once again. After a short while, the arrow settled on a certain direction. It was none other than the direction that Han Li was escaping in. What is it, brother two? Are you still concerned about the being in that direction? The middle-aged man asked. I am. The disc is reacting to that direction, but the intensity of the reaction is fluctuating drastically. At times, that being appears to be the most powerful of the lot, but at other times the disc barely reacts to them at all. It really is quite strange, the elderly man replied with an indecisive look on his face. Looks like that being either possesses a treasure that can disrupt the profound heaven-shifting disc's detection, or they truly possess immense magic power, allowing them to unleash an ability that can disguise their cultivation base, the middle-aged man mused after a short pause. Perhaps. If it's the former, then that would be fine, but if the latter prove to be true, then we can't afford to let them escape. I suggest we deploy 2 of the winged WIRMs to investigate first. Once a verdict is reached, we can make our decision then, the elderly man proposed. I also believe that to be the wisest decision. If everything goes smoothly, then this matter should be taken care of within half a day, the middle-aged man chuckled in response, clearly of the opinion that taking some things from a bunch of spatial tempering stage beings surely wouldn't be a difficult task. The elderly man nodded upon hearing this, and then let loose a loud cry. The 2 golden-winged WIRMs overhead immediately reacted and flew in the direction that the arrow on the disc was pointing in. Moments later, they had disappeared into the distance. The elderly man and the middle-aged man didn't delay any longer either, as they shot forth as streaks of light, traveling toward different directions. White light suddenly flashed from one of their bodies, and they slowly took on a transparent and virtually invisible form. As for the other streak of light, after it had flown through the air for close to 10 kilometers, a cloud of purple mist erupted to conceal it. After a while, the purple mist also vanished along with the streak of light within it. In the air above a small hill, a foreign being with sallow cheeks and a pair of feelers growing from his head was riding atop a gecko-like spirit beast, flying through the air at an altitude of several tens of feet. The gecko was only around 10 feet in length, and there was a faint layer of yellow light emanating from its body, allowing it to completely blend in with the soil down below. Under the disguise of this layer of yellow light, the foreign being and his gecko steed were extremely discreet, making it very difficult to detect their presence with the naked eye alone. The foreign being appeared to be quite uneasy as he flew along atop his spirit beast steed, glancing behind himself regularly to check if any pursuers had appeared on the horizon. This being was at the early spatial tempering stage, but he wasn't one of the beings who had fled the city with Han Li and Big-Headed Being. It appeared that aside from those 4 beings, there were also other high-grade beings lurking within the city. This being had somehow escaped the detection of the Big-Headed Being and refrained from coming into contact with all of the other high-grade beings. Furthermore, he had concealed his cultivation base this entire time and didn't want to be lumped together with the other spatial tempering stage beings, as that would undoubtedly make him one of the main targets of the Jiaoqi race. Even after the city gates were opened, he had fled alongside all of the low-grade beings, posing as one himself. At present, he was already close to 1,000 kilometers away from Greenlight City, and this was already a safe distance away under most circumstances. However, the foreign being still wore an uneasy look on his face. For some reason, he had been struck by a sense of foreboding not long ago, and this feeling had only intensified thereafter. He then flicked his wrist as if he were about to hurl the talisman through the air, but right at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past in the air behind him, following which a barely visible humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The humanoid figure was semi-transparent and emerged in a wraith-like manner without triggering any spiritual fluctuations. As such, the heart charm being was completely oblivious to the fact that a second enemy had appeared behind him, and he abruptly raised his hand into the air. The talisman that he was holding instantly transformed into countless arcs of silver lightning that were sent hurtling toward the enemy up ahead. Loud thunderclaps erupted and silver lightning exploded before inundating the white humanoid figure. As soon as the silver lightning was unleashed, a scorching aura filled the entire nearby space, creating quite a formidable attack. Meanwhile, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the semi-transparent humanoid figure behind the heart charm being, following which he flew through the air as a streak of green light. An incredible scene ensued. The 3-colored light barrier that was powerful enough to withstand the attack from the golden sword chi proved to be completely ineffective in the face of the streak of green light. The green light punctured the light barrier in a flash before disappearing into the heart charm being's body, completely disregarding the defensive measures set up. A blood-curdling cry immediately rang out as the heart charm being instantly rose up into the air before desperately attempting to flee the scene. However, he only managed to fly for just over 100 feet before his body spasmed violently, and he plummeted directly downward. All of his flesh and blood were quickly withering away at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and even before he had landed on the ground, he had been reduced to an empty husk. Even the heart charm being's soul had been completely destroyed during this process. Without anyone to control it, the silver lightning in the air above instantly disappeared, thereby revealing the white humanoid figure again. Golden light flashed in his hand, and the giant gecko beast was instantly dismembered into several chunks. Hee hee. A smug chuckle escaped from within the wizened husk of the heart charm being's body, and it suddenly began to expand again, reverting back to its original form in the blink of an eye, as if the heart charm being had returned to life. The heart charm being inspected his two hands as an unsettling smile appeared on his face. He then turned and waved a hand toward the humanoid figure within the white light. The humanoid figure immediately approached him, and the white light around his body faded to reveal his true features. It was none other than that middle-aged Jiaoqi being. However, his expression was completely wooden and lifeless, as if he'd been reduced to a puppet. This blood-melting technique really is quite powerful. It's a pity that I can't use it in quick succession. Otherwise, it would truly be an extremely useful offensive technique, the heart charm being mused in a rather forlorn manner as he appraised the middle-aged man before him. After that, he flicked his wrist and a storage bracelet shot forth, revolving around in the air before all of its contents were tipped out. The heart charm being swept his spiritual sense toward this collection of items before making a grabbing motion, upon which several boxes flew toward him. He opened the boxes one by one and carefully inspected their contents, but his expression quickly darkened. There were some rather precious items in this collection, but none of them were the items that he was looking for. He pointed a finger at the storage bracelet, and a swath of azure light swept forth before stowing all of the items back into the bracelet. While the middle-aged man was making short work of the heart charm being, the green-skinned being was whizzing through the air elsewhere as a transparent blur. Unless a holy race being were present, no one would be able to detect his presence. As such, the dark green being was feeling relatively relaxed compared to everyone else after parting with the other spatial tempering stage beings, and he was wondering what was in the jade box that had been given to him. According to the big-headed being, there was a good chance that he'd be able to exchange the item in the box for a myriad wonder pill that he had been yearning for a long time. Did that mean that the box contained something even more valuable? Due to the fact that it was considering these matters, it failed to notice a faint purple shadow pursuing it soundlessly down below. A pair of cold, unblinking eyes lurked within the purple shadow, observing his every move. After a short while, the purple shadow seemed to have gathered all of the visual data it required, and it suddenly shot forth as a purple thread, reaching the spot directly beneath the green-skinned being. The green-skinned being was leaping through the forest, and the purple thread had timed its move so that it coincided with the instant when the green-skinned being landed next. An earth-shattering boom abruptly rang out from the ground below, following which a pair of large hands that were shimmering with crimson light locked around the green-skinned being's ankles in a flash. The dark green being was naturally given a massive fright, but he reacted quite quickly as spiritual light flashed from his body, and he abruptly twisted around as he attempted to escape. However, the pair of hands around his ankles had caught them in a vice-like grip and absolutely refused to let him go. A burst of excruciating pain speared up his legs, and he was unable to move even in the slightest. His expression finally changed drastically as he realized the dire nature of his situation, and he immediately opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of white light that struck the wrists connected to those hands in a flash. A loud metallic clang rang out, and the white light receded as a small sword that was several inches in length was repelled away, leaving not even so much as a single scratch on its target. The green-skinned being drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly made a hand seal to try and unleash some other kind of powerful ability, but it was already too late. Following a cold harumph, a burst of red light erupted from the pair of large hands, instantly enshrouding the green-skinned being's entire body. The red light was scorching hot, even melting the nearby soil into a pool of lava. A blood-curdling cry instantly rang out, and protective spiritual light flashed around the dark green being in a desperate effort to keep him alive, but his body quickly burst into flames. Meanwhile, close to another forest elsewhere, two Jiaoqi race spatial tempering stage beings were discussing something in quiet voices as they hovered in midair. Four-winged WRMs had gone on ahead, circling through the air in a methodical manner as if they were searching for something. That being sure is alert. As soon as we approached this place, their aura disappeared. Even the winged WRMs can't locate them now. This is going to be a little troublesome. An urgent look appeared on the faces of one of the Jiaoqi beings. Don't worry, that being is of the same cultivation base as you and me. For them to be able to completely conceal their aura like this indicates that they can't possibly be moving, so they must be hiding nearby. In that case, we'll just have to play a waiting game. Once our two masters get here, they'll have nowhere to hide. The other Jiaoqi being responded with a calm smile. I guess that's the only way to proceed. The first being could only give a reluctant nod. Meanwhile, the big-headed being was situated within a nondescript tree in the forest. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he was enveloped in a strange gray cloak that had completely concealed his aura. Elsewhere, there was a streak of light flying over a set of mountain ranges. Within the streak of light was a scaled foreign being with the head of a crocodile forging ahead as quickly as he could. Several kilometers behind him, there were two Jiaoqi race spatial tempering stage beings flying through the air in a flying carriage that was several tens of feet in size, trailing along in a completely stealthy and discreet manner. Even further behind the carriage were four winged WRMs, all of which were also flying along in a stealthy manner in order to prevent their target from detecting their presence. All of the spatial tempering stage beings that had fled from Greenlight City were being hunted down by high-grade Jiaoqi beings, and Hanli was no exception. At this moment he was hovering high up in the air, looking down below with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Two winged WRMs were currently circling through the air several hundred feet below him. It was the first time that he'd seen such strange WRMs, and they'd only arrived here not long ago. They seemed to be adamant that Hanli was in this general vicinity, so they were scouring carefully through the area, but Hanli was still concealed by his high zenith invisibility talisman, so the two WRMs were naturally unable to locate him. As such, they could only scurry around like headless chickens. Hanli stroked his chin as he assessed his surroundings, but failed to notice any other Jiaoqi race pursuers nearby. Thus, a cold look appeared on his face as he contemplated whether he should kill these two pesky creatures. The two winged WRMs were only deity transformation stage beings, so they'd be no match for him. However, he was still less than 1,000 kilometers away from Greenlight City at present, and if there really were body integration stage beings conducting surveillance toward this direction with their spiritual sense, then killing these two beasts could expose his location. After considering the issue for a while, Hanli still shook his head and rid himself of that thought in the end. Thus, he drifted away, planning to leave the pair of winged WRMs alone. However, an unexpected turn of events then unfolded. After flying out for just over 100 feet, purple light suddenly flashed from his body, following which he abruptly lost his invisibility. The high zenith invisibility talisman just so happened to run out of power at this moment, and this unexpected development came as quite a surprise to Hanli. In the instant that his body was revealed, both of the winged WRMs immediately looked up and caught sight of him. The two beasts instantly let loose a collective cry of elation before flapping their wings and hurtling directly toward Hanli. There in the distance, a streak of red light was hurtling directly toward him. The streak of red light was able to cover over 1,000 feet in just a single flash, and it was flying around twice as fast as Hanli was. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, allowing him to spot a humanoid figure within the red light. He then swept his spiritual sense toward his pursuer, and his heart sank ever so slightly. It really was a body integration stage being. Thankfully, he only appeared to be at the early body integration stage. Even if he couldn't win this battle, escaping would definitely be no issue for him. With that in mind, Hanli reverted back to his usual calm expression again. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.